Okay, good morning, members. Okay, welcome to the Environmental Economy Overview Scrutiny Committee, Tuesday, 11th of November. I'm Councillor David Evans. Just a couple of announcements at the very beginning before we carry on. At 11 o'clock, as it's Remembrance Day, we will, whoever's speaking, I will interrupt and ask you to pause. I don't know why I was looking at you, Mike. And we will observe a minute's silence at 11 o'clock. Also, I'd just like to start the meeting to remember Councillor Ray Hughes, ex-chair of this committee, and I would mind if you join me for a minute's silence for Councillor Ray Hughes. You wouldn't mind standing? Okay, thank you very much, members. Okay, we can move on to agenda item 1. Kerry's sitting in today to Margaret, so apologies.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. No, we haven't received any apologies or substitutions today. Thank you.
Okay, agenda item 2, declarations of interest, including whipping, to receive any declarations and advise members accordingly. Councillor Pearce.
Yes, thank you, Chair. In relation to agenda item 10, which is the affordable housing SPG, I have a family member who works for Clwyd Allen, but behind the scenes in IT, not directly associated with the housing side. So I declare a personal interest only.
Okay, thank you very much. Any others? No. Okay, thank you. Agenda item 3, minutes, to confirm as a correct record the minutes of the meetings held on the 7th of October 2025. I shall go through them page at a time. Page 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just to say on page 9, that we're at the very top of the page under section D, further report brought to the committee to be held on the 10th of February 26. That will be mentioned in the forward work programme. And page 10.
Sorry, Chair, Councillor Richardson has a hand raised.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Richardson, I didn't spot you. Councillor Richardson.
That's okay, Chair. Welcome back as well. Just on page 6, the minutes state an update on car parking charges it's relating to in Wepper Park will be provided to Councillor David Richardson outside the meeting. So I know it was a different chair last week, Councillor. But what had actually happened was could we put that item back on the action planning? I did receive an answer from a cabinet member. He said that he'd been to a meeting the week previously and was going to go to a meeting the following week. And when the standing in chair invited the chief officer to speak, she did speak, but she spoke on a different item. So I'm just wondering, you know, I'm sure it's not shrouded in secrecy, and there will be car parking charges implemented at other areas within Flintshire. And secondly, I haven't the minutes aren't accurate because I was never told at the meeting I was going to receive an update outside the meeting. And obviously, because it wasn't mentioned in the meeting, that's what was going to happen. I haven't received an update. So I'd be quite happy to accept an update off Cabinet Member or Chief Officer if either of those are available. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Richardson. I'll just bring in the Chief Officer to respond to that one.
Yeah, no problem at all. We can, I can certainly meet with Councillor Richardson separately outside the meeting to brief him and update him on what's the situation is. That's no problem.
Is there a reason we wouldn't be tracking it through the Scrutiny Committee? So the information is available for everyone, just not me, because I'm sure it will happen at other lovely spots we have in our county.
Currently, with obviously in negotiation at the moment with some third parties for the site, and it's obviously going through the statutory consultation process. So, yeah, at this stage, I don't think we would be in a position to share that through the scrutiny, but we can certainly provide an update at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you, Katie.
Okay, Councillor Richard Jones.
Thanks, Chair, for allowing me. And it was just on page 6, there was a date issue. I think it was mentioned at scrutiny. So it should be from the 1st of April 24 to the 31st of March 2025. And then on page 7, it mentions Councillor Glenbanks agreed to raise this with the Nutrients Management Board. Well, actually, it was myself who will be on that board. So I agreed with the chair at the time, Dave, to do that. So it should be changed to Councillor Richard Jones.
Sorry, yeah, that has been picked up. In terms of the minutes are correct because it was Councillor Glenbanks that said that at the meeting. So in terms of an accurate reflection, but we have discussed it this morning, and I will reflect that in the action tracking that it's yourself as Cabinet Member that will. Oh, right, I was told this morning that it was Councillor Glenbanks that said it, and that's why it was in the minutes, but I'll double check, that's fine.
Councillor Ted Palmer. Okay, Councillor Chris Bithell. Councillor Bithell, you had your hand up a second ago. I don't know if Chris can hear us or not.
I think he's got connection issues.
Okay, if there's nothing further to be amended with regard to names and those dates, and getting back to Councillor Richardson, can we just have a show of hands that the rest of the minutes are correct as read? Okay, that's correct and carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to agenda item 4, which is the forward work programme, and I'll hand over to Kerry.
Thank you very much. Members will see the current forward work programme starting on page 15 of their agendas. Just a few things to highlight. The Wales Penalty Processing Partnership, that has been moved back to December. It was due for this meeting. I'm just waiting for confirmation from the manager of the Wales Penalty Processing Partnership that she can attend the next meeting in December and give a presentation, but that's listed there currently. There also to highlight that the Connors Quay Place Making Plan and Queen's Ferry Place Making Plan has been moved back to the January meeting, and that's reflected in the forward work programme. Hopefully members will appreciate that there's quite a lot of items on this forward work programme, so it's just trying to juggle those reports. You will see listed for the 17th of March is the review of the 3 weekly bin collection, but as picked up in the minutes, this will be moved to February, so it will be in line with what was agreed at the last committee. Moving on to the action tracking. On page 19, there's an action there from Councillor Pearce where he requested an update on the 30 mile per hour. That is listed as completed, but that will be changed to ongoing because it has been added to the forward work programme, but hasn't been allocated a specific date. So it'll continue to be listed as ongoing rather than completed. In terms of page 21, the actions arising from the work programme and action tracking from the 7th of October meeting. The market and placemaking plans to be added to November, that's listed for December. It's not on the agenda for today, but it will be coming to the next meeting. The request that the strategy for public conveniences be brought forward from January, in consultation with the Chief Officer. We've been advised the consultation doesn't end until December, and therefore to allow officers time to pull that consultation information together following the end date, that will be listed as February on the forward work programme. And that's it. I don't think I've got any other updates. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Okay, any comments forward work programme? Councillor Coggins-Cogan and Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chair. On page 19, sort of the second from bottom, Councillor Coggins-Cogan requests an update on the cabinet restructure to assist members and be assured that the changes are working in practice. The Chief Officer for Street Scene spoke to the Chief Executive, who then advised that it was a cabinet response that was needed. The leader of the council did respond, but there was sort of a miscommunication, and he just replied restating the cabinet roles, which wasn't what I was after. So if I have another conversation, perhaps with the Chief Officer, and then this can be listed as ongoing, if that's the right, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I want to get back to the 30-mile-an-hour update that we're looking for. Can I request that it's added to the March forward work programme? I think it's quite reasonable to request that, considering it would have been then 6 months since it was to be added onto the forward work programme. I think that we're getting towards the stage now where officers have finalised what roads are going to change to 30 and what those are staying. So I think 6 months from requesting this in March would be quite reasonable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor online, Councillor Alan Marshall.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me speak. Some months ago, there was the grass cutting policy was discussed and presented and discussed. I think it was around 2023, 2024. I've done a search on the Flintshire website for grass cutting policy, and there's the one that comes up is dated 2018. The latest one isn't there. I just wondered if the new policy can be put on there to replace that. And also, the 2018 policy refers to 30-mile-an-hour areas. Of course, there aren't many of those left now, so it needs to be updated to cover both 20 and 30, I assume. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Marshall, Chief Officer.
Yeah, that's no problem. I think it's just a case of updating the website. It sounds like the new policy's not been added by the sounds of things, but that did come, I think, to this committee in January this year. We do have another update, I think, on performance for the last season coming in the new year again, January, February time. So it is on the forward work programme as well.
Okay, thank you. Just one, in the last week, assisted bin collections. I can't remember the last time we discussed assisted bin collections, or if we have, but if we can maybe put that on the forward work programme, because I think I've seen a rise in the number of problems with assisted bin collections.
Yeah, that's no problem. It will be included in the update we bring to you. I mean, we did include it in the update in September. It was part of that report in September, but when we bring the report to you in February, we'll include it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so if we can just that's on forward work programme and action tracking. Could we just have a show of hands, those in favour of that as it stands? Okay, it's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 5, which is Ambition North Wales 2024-25 annual report. I'll hand over to the Chief Officer.
Thank you, Chair. Members will be aware of the growth deal, which is a UK and Welsh government-backed economic development fund with a programme to 2035, with a total investment of 240 million from government to lever up to £1 billion worth of other public and private investment. It is a partnership covering the 6 local authorities within North Wales, and Economic Ambition Board transferred to the CJC at the beginning of this financial year. There is a requirement for the Ambition Board to report to each of the 6 authorities, and this is the report to us here at Flintshire Council. I'd like to invite Stuart Whitfield from Economic Ambition Board to present this report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Chair. Thank you for inviting us today to present. I'm joined with my colleague Ethel, who I'll invite to introduce herself shortly. I'm the Digital Programme Manager for Ambition North Wales. We have programme managers covering all of our 5 programmes. Ethel, would you like to introduce yourself if you're there?
Yeah, bore da pawb, good morning. I'm Hugh Hughes. I'm the Growth Deal Programme Manager for the Agri-Food and Tourism Programme, and I also manage the High Value Manufacturing Programme. Nice to be here this morning. Diolch, Stuart.
Diolch, Ethel. I'll go straight into the presentation, which should have been shared with you previously. If I share my screen. Sorry, I just need to request access, please, to share those slides. Thank you. Okay, so hopefully that's now visible for yourselves. So I'll go straight into the presentation. This is the annual report.
Sorry, Stuart, we can't see the slides at the moment.
Right, I think it may just be waiting to load your side. While that's loading, I'll just explain. This is the annual report for 24-25. It's taking us from March 24 through to April of 24 through to March of this year. Is that visible yet? Has it come through?
No, can't see it at the moment.
It's saying that it is sharing. Bear with me.
Just trying to work on it. Okay, we can see it now, Stuart. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So just to recap, in terms of how David introduced us before, we are seeking to improve the economic and social environmental well-being of the region, principally through the growth deal, and to do so in a sustainable way with opportunities for individuals and businesses to grow, while championing the Welsh language, culture and heritage in line with the wellbeing goals for Wales. At a glance, these are our targets. So there's 240 million of capital investment shared from both governments, UK and Welsh governments, which represents the growth deal funding for Ambition North Wales, with a total target investment, as David said, of 1 billion through to 2036, and in doing so to create up to 4,200 jobs. The 5 programmes that I mentioned before are on the side of the screen, that on the right. Ethel and myself cover the top 3, with land and property and low carbon energy represented by 2 other programme managers who aren't here today. But if you do have any questions regarding the projects or the programmes that we can't answer today, please do let us know, and we'll obviously endeavour to follow up with the detail. The milestones are set out in the first 3 pages of this report. I think the kind of the underlying theme for 24-25 is a series of business cases being approved, which enables us to move into delivery of these projects. But you'll also notice that the milestones aren't just limited to the growth deal. We're also responsible for the Regional Skills Partnership. They are embedded within Ambition North Wales. And we've also been delivering projects such as the Shared Prosperity Fund, across several themes, some of which are included here as updates. So, for example, we provided support for communities to access grant funding for low carbon energy projects. We launched a social value survey for employers, and we also undertook support for communities and businesses with regard to digital connectivity taking us through to September of last year, whereupon we had a further full business case approved for the Tourism Talent Network, which Ethel will cover shortly. And earlier in the year, we had 4 other business cases approved, including the former North Wales Hospital, the Cudneth Energy Project, one of my projects, the LP1 LoRaWAN project, and the Centre for Environmental Biotechnology. The second page covers some more projects going into delivery and being approved. So we had that funding agreement approved in October for the Centre for Environmental Biotechnology. We appointed advisors for the Clean Energy Fund. That's that grant fund to provide funding for businesses and communities to introduce low carbon energy generation. The North Wales Skills and Employability Portal was launched in January. This is a fantastic resource for individuals and businesses trying to understand and find opportunities around jobs and training opportunities in North Wales. So I do recommend members have a look at that skills portal. And then finally, on this page, some more business cases being approved for the Parkbury Keggin development in Gwynedd, the Cudneth Energy Project, and the Responsible Adventure Tourism Project. In March, which brings us to the end of the year, we had the halfway point on the consultation for the draft regional transport plan for North Wales. That now being taken forward by the North Wales Corporate Joint Committee, which I'll touch upon shortly. I'll hand over at this point to Ethel, just give an update on the Enterprise Engineering and Optics Centre, please. Ethel?
Yeah, so this falls under the high value manufacturing project. So it's the Enterprise Engineering and Optics Centre. It's based, and our main sponsor is Wrexham University. It's based over at the Plascoch campus in Wrexham and also the Optics Centre over in St Asaph. So it's a 16.5 million investment with an 11.5 million investment from the growth deal. Its aims and ambitions is to create over 60 jobs, upscale over 1,000 people, and collaboration is a key focus. They're looking at like the helix effect here of partnership working. So it's a pioneering development at the Plascoch site. It's our first build. And I'm glad to say that build is now complete, and the official opening ceremony of the Plascoch building, which has been named the Canfodau building, was last Friday. It was an excellent event, a significant milestone in the growth deal delivery. So it's now a specialist centre for industry engagement, research and innovation. It's to advocates full collaboration with industry, and it'll be a focal to the centre in terms of sustainable renewables, high value manufacturing, and it'll be supporting the development of adoption of hydrogen technologies, optics and photonics. And as I said, the project is spread across 2 main sites. So really exciting project. They've started to realise some benefits, but obviously the building has just gone into operation, so we'll see a significant increase in those numbers across the bottom over the next year and so very exciting project. If we move on to the next project, again, it's one of the projects that falls into my remit. It's the Centre for Environmental Biotechnology in partnership with Bangor University. So this one is a 3.5 million investment, 3 million being invested from the growth deal. It aims to deliver over 65 jobs, and again, upskill over 1,000 individuals, and the aspirations of enhancing collaborative working with industry. As Stuart mentioned, over a year ago, we moved into delivery with the grants funding agreements being signed. Since all the refurb has been done within the laboratories, and all the specialist equipment have been procured. So the building is moving into operation, and it's building on the success basically of the current building, the collaboration experience of the Biocomposite Centre will create a new environment to explore and develop sustainable solutions to industry and agricultural sectors. They have over 1,000 enzymes at the centre, and they'll use the new equipment and scale up facilities to do some more R&D. So the scale up facilities are actually based at the Henvice Research Centre, and they're looking to do some more kind of refurb work over the next few months as well. So again, you'll see on the right-hand side there some of the benefits being realised. However, we do see a significant increase that will be realised over the next couple of years now that we're slowly moving into operation with the delivery of this project. So if we go forward to the next slide, please, Stuart. So this is the Tourism Talent Network project. This falls under the Agri-Food and Tourism programme. Again, one of my projects, very exciting project. And this is the last time probably I will actually call it the Tourism Talent Network project, as it's formally changing its name to Academy Croeso on Thursday. We'll have a celebration launch event at Theatr Clwyd. And Academy Croeso will be the formal new name for the whole network. So it's an exciting project that our main sponsor is Grŵp Llanrheadr Menai. It's a 19 million investment with 4.43 growth deal investment as part of that 19 million. The Academy Croeso project set out to future-proof the region's tourism and hospitality sector, and that's in collaboration with both public and private network focused on collaboration, skills and product development. The Academy Croeso project aims to transform the tourism and hospitality sector within the region, creating at least 68 jobs, 250 apprenticeships, and training over 750 people. This basically is precisely the type of growth and opportunity in North Wales and within the growth deal to design and create. And we're really delighted in the investment here to support such an impactful outcomes. So it's a hub and spoke model. The hub will be based at the Llanrheadr Horse site by Grŵp Llanrheadr Menai, where the majority of the training will take place. And the spokes include private sector companies. So you'll see down on your right-hand side a picture there of Portmeirion, the building that's going up there that will support this network, this collaboration work where skills and job opportunities will be opened as a result. And that actually has come on quite a bit, and we are at the tail end of construction at Portmeirion, so that will move into delivery very soon. Sipwell is another spoke, and the project will be placed at Llechwedd and Blaenau Ffestiniog. Again, the frame is up there. Construction is well developed and going forward. One is probably of more interest today is Theatr Clwyd, and they're spoke as well. We've supported the Theatr Clwyd refurb and enhancement features in there. So we'll be supporting £1 million toward that project in its entirety. Grŵp Llanrheadr Menai also have National Trust on Snowdonia Hospitality and Leisure as a spoke as well, but they're not receiving any growth deal funds, but they do form part of the collaboration work and will be realising some benefits in terms of apprenticeships and training opportunities. So if you want to move forward, Stuart, I think that's it on the Tourism Talents Network, or the Academy Croeso, I should say.
Yeah, thanks, Effie. I'll go back to one of the earlier slides on one of my projects, the DSP project, the Digital Signal Processing Centre at Bang University. This was the first project to enter delivery in the growth deal. It's now in its final year of funding before it proceeds for several years to come now in terms of benefits realisation. So the growth deal funded essentially the upgrading and the re-equipping of the existing centre with equipment to really enhance the university's ability to enter into collaborations with industry. One of its main collaborations just now is actually with a company in Deeside, whereupon it's supporting job creation and the launch of new technologies which can then be commercialized to enable that company to grow and to create more jobs. But more broadly, the centre is aiming to work with more businesses right across North Wales in all counties, as I say, to develop new technologies, new communication technologies to enhance how they work and also how they can sell services to the market. 5G is a big area for the centre. There are a handful of centres around the UK which are pioneering 5G research, and also 6G, which won't be too far off. They also develop fibre optic technologies, and on balance, it's putting the university in a very strong position really to play a big role in the industry, and hopefully to support that key job creation target that we have for the portfolio in years to come. The targets, or sorry, the progress as of last year are below, but we do see, as Effie really has said for the other projects, an increase in these numbers in years to come. I'll move forward now to the end of the report. We had a project withdrawn from the portfolio last November. This was a Deeside anaerobic digestion plants, which, while it's not being taken forward as a growth deal project, has benefited from the collaboration with the PMO, with the Portfolio Management Office in Ambition North Wales, to the extent that they were able to secure additional private sector investment. This meant that the project can now go ahead without growth deal investment. So we see this as a benefit of that collaboration, which will then lead to those benefits for North East Wales and obviously this particular site, particularly around decarbonisation targets. So as of the end of last year, 24-25, here's a summary of where we were at. Obviously, since then, we've improved upon these figures in terms of projects going into delivery and being approved and so forth. We had 16.61 million total investment secured by the end of last year, with 15.32 million of growth deals spent, with the jobs there at 35. Again, we're now seeing these numbers improve whereupon each project goes into delivery, and those numbers are confirmed. And as Effie said, each of these going into build now and being completed provides those facilities for further job creation and opportunities for regional businesses. The first quarter of this year, there's an update here from our Chief Executive, Alban Williams. Notably, as of the 1st of April, we transitioned to the North Wales Corporate Joint Committee, which obviously has responsibilities for regional planning, transport, and where the growth deal fits in, economic well-being. There was a change to the configuration of the portfolio last year in terms of projects being withdrawn, but then towards the end of the period, we introduced 17 new projects being invited to develop business cases. Now, they're, to some extent, they're moving ahead now. We've got several which will be coming forward to the Economic Wellbeing Subcommittee for approval in the near future, certainly by the end of this year. And several of those will be taken forward next year as well, through to full business case stage. It's been obviously a very busy year for us in terms of moving projects forward into delivery, having those funding agreements agreed. And as hopefully we've given you an idea of today, some real progress around the capital phase of these exciting projects. So I'll stop there and invite any questions. And if we can't answer those today, we'll certainly refer those back to colleagues who've got the answers.
Okay, thank you very much, Stuart. Could I open it to members? Any questions? Councillor Pearce.
Right, thank you. Good morning. Thank you very much for the presentation. I have a couple of questions, please. The North Wales draft regional transport plan, there's not a lot of detail in this about that. We've been notified. There's been several consultations. Next time we look at this, could we have a bit of an update of where we are and how it's progressing on that regional transport plan, please? I've gone through the report which you've had on the screen. It was supplied to us as part of this agenda. And on page 13, when we look at the investment zone for Flintshire and Wrexham, just over 12 months ago, a call was put out for projects and sites to inform the development of the investment zone. Have you had a response to that open call? And if so, can you list the projects and sites which will be supporting the Flintshire and Wrexham investment zone? Thank you.
I'll come in.
Oh, yeah, go, Stuart.
No, you're very welcome to Ethy. You may have more information than I do.
No, in terms of the investment zone, I don't, but I just thought I'd touch on the reserve list and the new projects there as well. So Canal Project Prince over in Shotton will be quite a significant project for the region, not just for Flintshire. That's been presented to the subcommittee board last month as an outline business case, and that was endorsed. It's a 180 million project. It's a new Rockwool facility over in Shotton that will create just under 270 new jobs. 135 of those will be created in the first 3 years of operation. So very exciting project. That is a 14.4 million project for the growth deal, and the 166 million is actually invested by Knauf itself. So we'll be moving forward that now with the planning, the procurement process, and hopefully then we'll be presenting a full business case later on next year. So very exciting project for the region. I personally don't have any information about specific Flintshire projects for the investment zone at this point, but I can take it away unless Stuart has got some more information.
No, Ethy, I think we can get a much better answer from colleagues who are working more directly with the investment zone. And just to come back to the point before around the regional transport plan, the presentation for this morning was around the annual report from last year. And obviously since the corporate joint committee formed in April, further work has been undertaken on the transport plan, and we can certainly come back with more information from the committee on that if that's required.
Okay, do you want to come back, or are you happy with that?
No, thank you. That's fine. Yeah, if you can report back when you have the information. We're not pushing it if you don't have the information, but if you do have the information, I think we are interested in, certainly in Flintshire, in the regional transport plan. And thank you for the information regarding the Rockwool plan. Thank you.
Yeah, I can maybe give a bit of an overview of the regional transport plan and where things are up to. So if you remember, I think I brought a report to this committee in February, which was, I think, outlining the consultation at that time and setting out the roadmap for the regional transport plan. So the actual regional transport plan was approved and adopted by the CJC in July. And in that, there's the regional transport delivery plan, which is the list of schemes which has now been approved last Friday. So that is included within those papers. They are public documents. So, but when they went out to consultation, the list of schemes was available for comments at that stage. So that now has been adopted, and I think it's now moving forward for ratification by Welsh Government. So that's the next step.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's probably just worth putting some kind of high-level context into the CJC and where the growth deal sits within that, and where the regional transport plan and the strategic development plan sits within that. So that is all now within the responsibility of the CJC, but the Economic Ambition Board growth deal is an entity within the CJC in the similar way as so is the investment zone. So they're slightly separate projects, although, as Ethy has said, they absolutely talk to each other. So, for example, the Knauf project has been considered both by Economic Ambition Board growth deal and also the investment zone. The investment zone itself is specifically focused on advanced manufacturing projects, whereas you've heard from both Stuart and Ethy that the growth deal has a range of different projects, from agri-food and tourism, digital, high-value manufacturing, land and property, and low-carbon energy, whereas the investment zone is purely focused, as I say, on advanced manufacturing. albeit there are interventions within that around the skills piece and also transport connectivity and infrastructure improvement. So hopefully that just gives you some context in terms of where the growth deal and the investment zone and the regional transport plan and strategic development plan sit in the round, if that makes sense. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Healy. Okay, Councillor Coggins-Cogan.
Thank you, Chair. The CJC is now renamed Ambition North Wales. Is that no? That is separate. Other way around. Fine. Okay. Yeah. Fine. Okay. That's fine. As this report is offered, and well done to the officers as well for the information they provided today. It's offered under the Deputy Leader and Cabinet Member for Transformation, Growth and Place. So can I just ask if the Deputy Leader is satisfied with the report and with the progress as he sees it due to his political leadership? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Can we ask whether the Deputy Leader wants to comment?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm satisfied with the report for 24-25 and the ongoing benefits of it. I think it's exciting times. I think both the investment zone will be exciting for Flintshire and Wrexham. £160 million of investment from central government with the creation of 6,000 jobs. I think the investment zone is a big plus for the area. And I think the development plan, transport plan, kind of shoehorn themselves into what is necessary for Flintshire as well. So, yeah, I'm more than happy with that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, happy with the response, Councillor Coggins-Cogan?
Perfect.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Alan Marshall.
Thank you, Chair. In a past life, about 30 years ago, I used to be a design engineer for fibre optics company in Bodelwyddan. It used to be Pinnacle Communication Systems, and they're now Tyco, I believe. So I saw that you had in Wrexham, you've got engineering and optics. Could you just give an explanation what the optics is? Is it fibre optics or something else?
Thank you. I'll come back on that if that's okay, Chair. The Optics Centre will be located in St Asaph, Councillor Marshall. So they'll be specifically looking at optics. They'll be looking at I'm trying to think what's the name of the specialised optics now. It's just flown out of my head there, but we'll be refurbing some laboratories in there as well. So it'll be the first of its kind in North Wales, and that's why I think it's just emptied my mind. I'm so sorry. I'm more than happy to come back with more information about the specific kind of optics in there. I'm no professional, so that's why probably it's emptied my mind at the moment. But if you're happy, I'll come back with more information about the exact type of optics that will be happening in St Asaph and the refurb there.
Yes, please. Thank you.
No problem. Apologies.
Okay, any other people required to speak? Questions? No? Okay, if we can move to the recommendation on page 25. Will the committee consider and note the annual report for 24-25? Can I have a mover? Moved and seconded. And can I have a show of hands, those in favour? That's clearly carried. Thank you very much. And thank you for the presentation. Moving on to agenda item 6, which is the North Wales Growth Deal Q1 Performance and Risk Report. And I can just hand over to Chief Officer and just say in a quarter of an hour, we'll be pausing the meeting briefly. So.
Thank you, Chair. I'm fairly confident we'll get through this item in that 15 minutes. Quarterly reporting is a requirement of the final deal agreement of the growth deal. So Stuart and Etley will now run through the Q1, April to June 2025-26 performance and risk report. Thank you, Chair.
Apologies, Chair. I'm trying to share the slides now. Please bear with me. Do you have the slide pack there available to share by any chance? It's not. It doesn't seem to be sharing for me.
No. It seems we don't.
Apologies. I'll try to get that up as soon as I can.
Okay, just to say, Stuart, we at 11 o'clock we will be stopping for remembrance, just for a minute's silence. So you can, just didn't want to interrupt you mid-flow, but just to let you know in advance.
Okay, sorry, if you can bear with me, please.
Can I just check, Stuart? Is it the appendix that's was included in the report?
Yes, it should be
I
entitled.
share that now on screen.
Do you have that? Thank you very much.
Yeah,
I do.
yeah, I'll share it
I'm
now. One
sorry.
second.
Thank you for your help with that. Appreciate it. If you could scroll down, please, just to the start there. And just move on to onto the first dashboard, please. So you can see here at a glance where we are in terms of the kind of headline figures around the projects, the funding allocation, the investment and the jobs, in terms of those projects in delivery, those approved but not yet in delivery, those developing those business cases under review, and the reserve list. I'll draw attention to the reserve list because this currently represents the main source of where we're looking to redress the reduction in those targets as a consequence of projects being withdrawn from the growth deal last year. So you'll see that 21 projects were on the reserve list, representing a total funding allocation of 51.11 million, with a total investment target there of 367.13 million, and meeting a shortfall as we were prior to the reserve list being established of 733 jobs. This is a main source of activity for us now, with several projects being taken forward for approval by the Economic Wellbeing Subcommittee in the next few months, with more planned for next year. So that's really just a key point for this dashboard in terms of where we are right now. But obviously, as of that first column, you can see with 608 jobs identified for projects where funding has been committed, we've clearly made a significant kind of rate of progress in terms of bringing forward the growth deal objectives. Onto the next slide, please. Thank you. Just a summary really of where we stand, and I should say as well, for future reports, we do expect to be able to report more detail, particularly around the construction jobs and those jobs safeguarded. Naturally, as capital projects go into delivery, we're able to monitor and report with confidence around the number of construction jobs being created, which are reported by our sponsors, some of which Ethia mentioned before, particularly, for example, the EEOC and the Centre for Environmental Biotechnology. Our progress in terms of growth deal investments in the centre of the slide there, 22.6 million committed to date, with a total investment of just over 24 million, with revenue secured approaching the 5 million mark. So some significant progress now being made with those projects in delivery or funding committed. And then at the bottom of the screen there, you can see, again, we expect to see these figures improve quite quickly now as we get those full business cases approved. The capital income leverage, that's the additional capital secured as a consequence of the projects. Critically, that floor space being developed, which enables that job creation opportunity. In the case of our R&D type projects, for example, EOC, Centre for Environmental environmental biotechnology and the digital signal processing centre, new patents now being produced, which can further bring commercial benefits to businesses and the universities themselves. We have actions there to improve local supply chains. We are seeing more students now completing qualifications as a consequence of the projects, and more continuous professional development training courses being provided as opportunities as well for individuals. If you can move to the next page, please. Thank you. This is my program, the digital program. As of the time of this report, we're reporting amber with some delays to progress, but I'm happy to say that we've since been able to recruit and improve the capacity within the program, and we're now bringing forward projects into delivery quite quickly, and we should expect to see over the next 2 quarters some significant progress being made around those projects in the digital program. Our lead member there for information is Councillor Ian Jeffries from Gwynedd. This slide is now updated. David, obviously in the room today, was our previous senior responsible officer. That role has now been taken up by Chief Officer at Wrexham University. At Wrexham County Borough Council. Next slide, please. We're reporting green across the projects at the time of this report. We have had some delays on, for example, the Connected Campuses project, but as I say, we've now been able to recruit to that project, so we are back in the green position with progress. We've got 2 projects in Connected Campuses. You'll see them listed there as Advanced Wireless and LP1. LP1 is in delivery, and the Advanced Wireless, which will be a substantial grant scheme for businesses, we're planning to launch in the final quarter of this financial year, so January to March of next year. On to the next slide, please. I'll give the overview here of the low carbon energy program. It isn't my program, but the overall status was amber. We've got 2 projects listed here: the Cudneth project, which has gone into delivery, which I mentioned before in the milestones page, and the Smart Local Energy, or now known as the Clean Energy Fund. This was approved and it is now kind of moving into delivery. This will be a huge opportunity for businesses and communities to access capital funding to realise low carbon energy projects across the region. If we can move on, please. I will move into the next programme rather than going into detail on these, but except to say that we do have obviously a mixed RAG status there of green, amber and red. In terms of the Holyhead Hydrogen Hub, that has been subject to review recently. I think the next time we come back to this committee to report, we'll be able to provide more detail around the decisions made there and that project's future. Into the land and property, this is a substantial programme in the portfolio. We've mentioned several of these projects earlier in the presentation. We have some particular projects mentioned here, such as Warren Hall and Broughton. This has been subject to further consultation and review, including awaiting Airbus's formal approval of its airfield safety compliance report for Warren Hall, which has been a limitation on progress to date. The Western Gateway in Wrexham, that similarly really has been subject to further work required on the WellTag report issued by WSP. And finally, on the former North Wales Hospital, there has been slow progress with the Section 106 agreement at the time, but I understand that that project is now moving ahead just on the outskirts of Denbigh to take that site forward as a significant development of that historic site. Next slide, please. Again, well, just reflecting really where we are with those 2 projects at Western Gateway, Wrexham and Warren Hall, Broughton. Some significant issues affecting progress there, but they are in hand and they're being taken forward as far as we can in terms of Ambition North Wales role and that of the sponsors. The former North Wales Hospital now, it has been delayed, but again, it's moving ahead. Next slide, please. Some more positive progress around Park Bryn Kegan and Bangor. I believe that's now kind of showing a very positive sign of progress, with the construction timeline expected to be within the next 12 months. Holyhead Gateway is reporting red, and again, that's been subject to further review recently. It's a matter for the Economic Wellbeing Subcommittee. And finally, on the Wrexham Gateway, slightly different to the Western Gateway project, it had been given a green rating here in terms of progress. So that steady progress for that particular project is now being maintained, currently at the outline business case stage. I'll pass over to Effie to cover the next slide, please.
Thank you, Stuart. Yeah, agri-food and tourism, we've already touched on the tourism talent, so I won't go over that. This programme was flagging amber at the time of creating this report. We've got the Responsible Adventure project. It's a project with Sipworld. They're out at outline business case. They've had a couple of change requests due to planning constraints and so on. Happy to say that they've just received planning consent for one of the main elements of the project, which will be the largest swing of its kind in the world, and that will be situated in Bethesda. The Glynllifon Rural Economy Hub, we've just completed and signed off the grant funding agreements the other day, so we've moved and progressed quite a bit with this project since this a report was done. So they've got three main elements. They've got a sheep milk element, they'll got the sustainable dairy, and they'll have a hub that will underpin all of the other elements in terms of agri-tech kind of collaboration work and further engagement with industry. So if we can move forward to the next slide, please. This just gives you an overview really, but it's quite dated just because these projects have moved on significantly since this part. Glynllifon and TTN are actually ragging amber here, but are moved on to green by now because they're moved on to delivery, which is excellent news. Responsible Adventure, due to planning constraints with the other elements, will remain amber. Lots of stakeholder engagement's been over the past 6 to 9 months following community concerns around local benefits, but I'm pleased to say that's moved on quite significantly since. Move on, please. High value manufacturing programme. We've heard about both projects here, so I won't repeat myself. Ragging Green, both in operation, but there's new projects come on board since, the Knauf project being one. Society 5 by Wrexham University is a second one. So 4 good projects within the programme now. Again, I won't repeat anything this morning, but both Ragging Green, both in operation, claims coming in well, and starting to see the benefits being realised. So really positive movements on both projects here. So this just gives you an overview of where we're at with all the projects. I can appreciate they're really, really small here, but basically just to kind of summarise what we've said, significant kind of movement in delivery and progress has been made with numerous projects over the past 12 months, with a lot moving into delivery or final stages of the business case projects. Some new projects have come on board due to reserve list, and as Stuart has already mentioned, some have actually moved from being ring fenced to being on the reserve list due to not making significant progress. So we're trying to be more pragmatic in our approach in getting the most kind of amplified projects into delivery. I think we can skip this one if we move forward. It just gives you an overview. You've all got this to hand, and it's probably better if you've got any questions just to ask them at the end. And that just summarises all of the projects where we're at. So any questions, both myself and Stuart will try and answer today. If not, we'll come back after asking the relevant officers for updates. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Just before we take the questions, I think it's probably with a minute to 11, we'll take a moment to remember. So if we can, maybe if those that want to stand can stand for a minute, silence. Okay, thank you, members. Okay, if I can open the floor to any questions on that report. Councillor Pearce.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Again, thank you for the presentation. I've just got a couple of questions. We referred to page 37. I'm not sure of the number in your report. The benefits dashboard, where you talked about the growth deal investment of 22.6 million. And over on the right-hand side, it says you've got a revenue secured of 4.7. So that means then there's about a 19 million pound that isn't secured. Is that my correct interpretation? And if it's not secured at this stage, will that impact on any projects going forward? That's my first question. Secondly, Warren Hall. Now, this has been kicking around for quite a long time. I think we looked at this very closely in the Flintshire Local Development Plan. Now, I see there that there is approval still waited from Airbus UK, because I understand that this site is on the flight path into and out of Broughton, Harden Airport. And obviously Airbus do need to give approval for that. But if they do give approval, what are the plans for the site and how quickly could that move forward? Because we're looking here at 445 jobs with a 69 million pounds investment. So really, you know, Airbus will have the ultimate say on this for aircraft safety, as we know, but 445 jobs, you know, it's quite significant. So do we have anyone looking at this very closely that once Airbus have pressed the go button, that things will start moving on the Warren Hall side? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take the answer there, Chair, if that's okay. On the first point regarding the funding, I believe the two figures that you're looking at are independent. So one figure is capital secured and one is revenue secured. So there isn't a gap there. There's two separate sources of funding. On the second question regarding Warren Hall, I think given the nature of the question that you've asked, the best response would come from my colleague David, who's the Land and Property Programme Manager. It is obviously a changing situation, and there are questions outstanding. I don't think, unfortunately, I'm in the best position to give you the detail and the assurance that you need today, but I can take that back to David and ask him to follow up with a more detailed response, if that's acceptable.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Any further questions from members? Councillor Coggins-Cogan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the officers for the information and scope of the report. Again, as my previous questions, it's presented under the Deputy Leader of the Council. Does he have any concerns? And how does he rate the overall progress so far? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thanks for the question. Obviously, the Warren Hall site is a concern because it's part of the investment zone area, so that is a concern. We know there's conversations taking place between Airbus and Welsh Government to try and resolve the issue. So, yeah, that's an ongoing challenge for us as it's part of the investment zone. But I think what you're seeing at the moment on a lot of these figures is that they will improve going forward, and as has been said already, the next 2 quarters will make a difference. And you know, I think that's what we're anticipating through the project. So yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you, Chair. So just to be specific, aside from Warren Hall, the Deputy Leader is happy.
Is that a question? It's a question, is it? So well, we're never happy, are we? We're always wanting things to improve. So we wait for the actual results rather than targets. We want those targets to be achieved, and that's what we're looking forward to.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me speak again. If someone came up with an invention, prototype built and things like that, needed help with getting a patent and getting it into commercial to be built and sold, who would they contact with you? Sorry, SU maybe.
Yeah. I'll take this one then. Thank you for that question. Really good question. So it'd be good to know what sector, and hopefully we can make that synergy then with either Bangor or Wrexham University, and hopefully through the growth deal projects they'll be able to support that individual or that organisation with obtaining a patent or doing some more R&D. So happy to have a conversation around that particular individual to see if we can support them and navigate to the right project.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I've got four hands coming up here. I didn't spot who was first. Shall we start, Glyn?
Thank you very much, Chair. I forgot the right one here. Yeah, it's. I was going to say you must be frustrated with all the red tape, which seems to slow progress a little bit on some of them. But my question was just, and thanks for allowing me to ask it, Chair. Appendix B on the reserve list summary, project summary, is that in any kind of order, or are they all up for possibly being checked, or does it start at the top one and work down? Thank you, Chair.
Shall I take that one, Stuart? No order in that reserve list, councillor. They're all deemed to be on par, so they're all open now to be able to put an application forward and start their business case process with the support of us as a PMO. So just to confirm, there's no order, there's no hierarchy with that a reserve list. They've all been through an EOI process and to reach that determination of being successful on the reserve list, which now opens the window for them to progress into the relevant business case process.
Okay, I've seen David and Adrian. Either of you?
Thanks, Chair. It was just to come in on the point about a business making an inquiry over perhaps an invention or a patent or whatever. And this is by no means a competition, but we would expect the Flintshire business to contact our business team in the first instance, and we would direct them, whether that be through the investment zone, whether that be through the growth deal, or even SPF funding. There are various mechanisms for that business to gain support. So, and if that contact was made directly to the growth deal, we're all in constant conversation. So members can rest assured that that business will be directed to the most appropriate vehicle to support them and develop their business. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Adrian?
Okay, thanks, Chair. Just in terms of Warren Hall, the last update I had, which was in June, from a project group comprising Ambition North Wales, Flintshire and Welsh Government, there were some quite positive discussions that took place with Airbus in terms of the airport safety issues, and that was sufficient at that time for Welsh Government to be thinking about doing some early work on preparing all the documentation for a planning application. So that would seem to indicate a positive message. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lloyd?
Thanks, yeah. Good to see a nice picture of our former Chief Officer, Andrew Farrow, on page 42. But I presume it now should be replaced by David. Is that correct? Yeah.
It is, Chair, but this is looking backwards rather than forwards. So for future reports, then yes, that will be an update. Just in the same way that I think I appear on the digital SRO, my mugshot is on that, and that will be updated moving forward as well. But good spot, thank you.
Okay, any other members, officers wishing to speak? If not, then I'll just thank you for the presentation. I'll take it to the recommendation that's on page 29. The committee considers and notes the Q1 performance report. Can I have a mover? Moved, seconded, and can I have a show of hands those in favour? That's carried. Thank you all very much for that one. Moving on to agenda item 7, the budget 26-27, and report of Chief Officer, Growth and Place and Growth, and Chief Officer Street Scene. But I believe Gary coming in first.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. We're obviously just about to enter into an important phase of our budget planning for the 2026-27 financial year. So as in past years, the budget for 26-27 will be built up in stages. And I think it's fair to say November is likely to be a particularly key month for a variety of reasons. In September, Cabinet and Corporate Resources Overview and Scrutiny Committee received an update on our budget planning position for 26-27, which showed that we have a revised additional revenue budget requirement of £27.45 million. So this review by Overview and Scrutiny Committees for the period 11th of November through to the 4th of December is aimed at scrutinising the portfolio cost pressures that comprise that £27.45 million to provide assurance that they are essential requirements for the 26-27 budget and to ensure there's no scope to remove, defer, to assist with dealing with the overall budget challenge. As members will be aware, the draft Welsh Government budget was announced on the 14th of October, and the Welsh Local Government Provisional Settlement is expected to be received by the Council on the 24th of November. A full update on our budget planning position for 26-27 will then be presented to Cabinet and Corporate Resources Overview and Scrutiny Committee in the December cycle, taking into account the impact of the provisional settlement. The third and final stage of the budget process then will be the identification of the full set of budget solutions required for the Council to set a legal and balanced budget in line with its statutory requirement. The full budget timeline is detailed in 109 of the report, and the details of the cost pressures specifically for place and growth and street scene and transportation portfolios are included within this report for comment and consideration. As usual, any feedback from this committee will be reported back to Cabinet and Corporate Resources Overview and Scrutiny Committee for consideration in subsequent elements of the budget planning work. So perhaps at that point, I'll just hand over to Chief Officer colleagues just to run through a bit more detail of the specific pressures for this committee.
Thank you, Chair. So for place and growth, we have 5 identified pressures moving forward. I'll just run through them briefly, and then very happy to take any questions that members might have on them. So the first one is specialist legal expenses, £40,000, and this is due to limited capacity within legal services to provide the support that is needed, particularly in relation to community and business protection when seeking to undertake prosecutions. We do have a similar situation with planning enforcement as well at the moment, and what that means is that we have to externalise that legal support, and that is the cost of doing so. The second is ash dieback, and I'm sure members are aware that there is a significant issue with ash dieback disease at the moment, which will actually see the death of over 90% of all ash trees. And that is a particular problem for us corporately, because obviously we have a number of ash trees along our highways and along and on land and assets that we own, and that is having to be dealt with, and that sits within my portfolio. It's a corporate pressure, if that makes sense, but it is dealt with within my portfolio, and that hasn't been addressed financially as yet, and sits within a pressure. In previous years, that pressure has been absorbed within the wider portfolio through, for example, an upturn in planning application fees, but we can no longer rely on that, so it is an identified budget pressure. The next one is the addition of a planning enforcement officer. This is essential in improving the performance of this area due to increased demands on the enforcement team. And that role will also proactively monitor Section 106 agreements and the payments of 106 agreements. And there's a risk of financial exposure to the council if we don't monitor first of all the payment of Section 106 monies, but also the spending of 106 monies, as there is risk of clawback there. The fourth is a technical role within the lead flood authority team, and that relates to the processing of applications for sustainable drainage system approvals. Again, that is a post where, because of the increased demand for such approvals at the moment, we consult that work out. So there is effectively an invest to save there, because we are currently spending on external consultants to process those applications. And the last one relates to pest control and the income target, where there is a £35,000 pressure. And that effectively is a historic pressure due to an over-optimistic projection of the income generated by the pest control team. So happy to take any questions on those 5 pressure points. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Coggins-Cogan.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to express my full support for the recruitment of a planning enforcement officer. The department is incredibly stretched, and their caseloads would have given me a nervous breakdown in my career. So they desperately need help. So I'm fully supportive of that. On the technical role about the flooding, I just wanted to know, it says that it's responsible for the delivery of sustainable urban drainage systems. Will this role also help with drainage issues in rural areas as well? Because I have a significant issue, and it would be useful to know that I could collar the new person and get in there first with help. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thanks for the question. As you're probably aware, the flood team has been expanding over the last few years. I know certainly before my time here, there was a real issue with in-house expertise, and I think the council has aggressively recruited a very competent team, and you know, this is part of that ongoing recruitment. What I would say is Paul Reeves, who leads that team, is an incredibly competent and experienced officer, and I'm very happy to direct you to him in the first instance in terms of any particular rural issue that you have. That post is identified to process SAB applications, but you know, that will be a drainage expert in their own right, and we will direct that resource where it's needed. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Right, thank you, Chair. Yeah, 27.45 million is quite a gap that needs to be addressed, and of course, these will, you know, these will not make it really any better. But before I comment on this, can I ask where the portfolio efficiencies are? We don't seem to have any. Have any been proposed, or isn't there anything being offered? Because when I've sat here for a number of years looking at the budget at this stage, we're offered efficiencies. There doesn't appear to be any efficiencies in either of the portfolios, so perhaps that can be commented on. And then perhaps it's going to be brought later on in the budget process, but I just thought I'd make that point, that we can look at the pressures, but we also expect efficiencies. We can't be relying on the taxpayer to pay to fill the gap as we do year on year. We've got to try and be efficient and put forward efficiencies. So looking at the place and growth, the legal expenses and the dieback. They are reasonable comments which support that. Planning enforcement officer, I agree with Councillor Cogan. It's in dire straits. I think we've had presentations before. If I can just add the situation with planning enforcement here, I have an email which was sent to the council just last week. The atrocious parking outside schools. But I was disappointed in the response. Yeah, we'll have a look at it in a few weeks' time. You know, we've got danger outside school, and yet enforcement can't come for a few weeks to have a look at it. The reason members raise it is because of their concerns. We're not writing every day, but when we see a serious problem, we do expect it to be dealt with in a reasonable fashion. So if it takes another enforcement officer to do that, so be it. But I do question using the officer for the monitoring of Section 106 agreements. The planning enforcement officer should be out on the streets, making sure the streets are safe and the parking is. I know it says planning enforcement officer, but surely we're going to be using the enforcement officer as well in looking at this. I don't think we have two separate departments looking at enforcement officers. So I do really think that we should have planning enforcement officers not just look into the Section 106 agreements, but to actually be proactive. I think the pest control, yeah, it's disappointing to have an over-optimistic projection, because when we look at budgets, these are the figures put forward by the different portfolios with their reasoning, and we accept that. So to hear that it's been an over-optimistic projection, perhaps that's down to our new chief officer, who's looked at this in some detail and concluded it has been an over-optimistic projection. But £35,000, you know, it is something that's, I suppose, regrettable. It also says about the pest control service consistently struggling. I don't remember a paper coming to Scrutiny advising us that it's been consistently struggling. It might have been useful, and perhaps we could have nipped this in the bud earlier on. But I accept what's presented to us as pressures with the reasoning, but just a question mark over the planning in enforcement and the way that the service is supporting the community. Thank you, Chair. Oh, yeah, that's it. I'll come on to the street scene later. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Pearce. In terms of this report, then you're right, it absolutely just highlights the pressures, and it doesn't present a set of efficiencies to you, and that isn't the intention of the report. And I can assure you that as chief officers, we're all on with that at the moment, and that is part of the plan, and I'm assuming that those will be presented to you in due course as part of the budget setting process. And this is not an excuse, but you'll appreciate I've been here 6 weeks and I'm still getting absolutely up to speed with each of the departments within my portfolio in terms of where they're at and where we need to focus. In terms of the enforcement officers, well, there are a range of different enforcement officers within the council, ranging from our highways team, from the planning enforcement officers, and then from enforcement officers in public health, for example, as well. Now, in terms of the role of the particular enforcement post that we're talking about, then breaches of 106 agreements is an enforcement matter. It's a breach of planning, just in the same way as someone building an extension that doesn't have planning permission. So it does need to be monitored, and also, that can yield significant either savings on minimisation of risk, or equally bring significant monies into the council that are due to us from 106 agreements. So it's obviously an operational matter in terms of where that is done, but to my mind, that certainly sits within the planning function, and it's a monitoring role, and our enforcement team do monitor. But I do absolutely understand what you say about you want the boots on the ground, you want people out there investigating the complaints, and that is part of the balancing exercise. And in terms of the particular example that you're giving around, parking outside schools, that is obviously a safety issue. It might not necessarily be a planning enforcement issue, because if it's parking on highways, then that tends to be, without wishing to pass the buck to my colleague Katie here, there might not be any planning controls there that can yield a successful outcome there. So, but as your colleague councillor said, the caseloads at the moment are up in the high 90s, almost 100 cases that a small number of officers are dealing with, and they do have to prioritise as they see fit. But rest assured, we are trying to bring those cases down, and the appointment of another enforcement officer will only help with that. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you for those. I did ask about any proposed efficiencies from the portfolios. I think it should have been part of this report. Thank you.
Okay, I think that was mentioned. That's a different report, so presumably we'll get that off at some point. Councillor Shallcross.
Okay, thank you, Chair. On item 4, technical role, if we've been relying on consultants, could there be a financial opportunity here, or is the 42k a figure after the consultant costs have been removed? Thanks.
Thanks, Jen. Thanks for the question. You're absolutely right. There is a potential opportunity, and the piece of work that's going on at the moment is that cost benefit in terms of how much precisely we've been spending on the consultants and how much we're going to save by bringing that in-house. And one thing that we are looking at the moment, in a similar way to the minerals and waste team, is where there's an opportunity to generate more work in that regard as well. So that is something that is being looked at, but it's a good question. Thank you. Cheers.
Okay, thank you. Next is Councillor Chris Bithell. Councillor Bithell, can you hear us?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. First of all, my apologies. I had great difficulty getting into this meeting. First of all, on my laptop, I couldn't get any sound, so I couldn't hear what was going on in the meeting. And I then tried to get in on my iPad, and that's taken an immense amount of time. So I apologise for my late appearance. I welcome the report, and I welcome the suggestions that are being proposed here. As a former Cabinet Member of Planning, Public Health and Public Protection, I'm very much aware of the fact that I think we were impeded and have been impeded in the past in taking necessary measures against offenders in relation to trading standards because of the fact that we have not the legal staff in the county to take on these particular responsibilities. And again, that's very much tied up with what's being hit in the news nationally in this particular respect too. We've been involved in raids with the police and with the immigration and so on certain premises, and I've wanted them closed down for a long time. We've been able to actually take that particular measure forward because of the restrictions on us in regard to the staff we have in legal to do this. And we have to put this out to external providers, and that comes as an expense really, which we're not budgeted for. So I welcome this as a measure which will enable us to take the necessary measures which we as members and members of the public expect us to take in these particular circumstances. With regard to the planning enforcement, again, this has long been a matter of concern amongst members and members of the public. We allow ourselves 84 days in order to take action in terms of planning enforcement measures. That's a heck of a long time, really, and people get very, very frustrated and annoyed when this doesn't happen. And again, I'm not blaming the staff. They're very greatly stretched, the small team that we have in planning enforcement currently, and we do need this. And in relation again to the Section 106 agreements, you know, I've been pursuing a particular matter of a planning application which was passed 15 years ago, and it involved the provision of a play area. There was a Section 106 agreement which was to secure that. That hasn't been actually applied, and you know, there's a danger now we're not going to get the developer to do anything about that because the time that has elapsed since the application was passed. And that's just one example. I'm sure the members here and other members of the council can quote similar experiences. Again, in terms of the technical role, you know, the sub legislation is very important, really, in trying to ensure that in future we don't get the kind of flooding that we've experienced in the past because of old applications. It enables us to actually put in place measures which will prevent flooding in those new areas of development, or certainly not exacerbating existing problems in those locations. So again, it's an essential role, and it's absolutely important that we get this right and get it right now, so that we and future generations are not not impacted by this kind of thing in the future. So again, I think these are absolutely essential, and I fully support them and thank the officers for the proposal being put forward for the budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Biddle. I'll move on to Councillor Danrose.
Thank you. Just firstly, I agree with Councillor Pearce in terms of the enforcement officer. You know, searching for more than just the 106 is pretty important, and what the residents see most frequently as a frustration, as Councillor Biddle said. My question really is, in terms of the ash dieback, when it last came to this committee, we were discussing some of the issues you'd had in terms of land ownership, in terms of who was responsible for removing some of the trees, and those ones you knew about, you were going to charge the cost of. Do we continue to chase those ones that we don't know and track those lands to reclaim those costs, or have we just written those costs off? And secondly, do we have a figure on what we've recouped from landowners in comparison to the cost of what it's cost to the county? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I just don't have those figures today, unfortunately, but I will certainly go back to the team and get some information back to you on that. Apologies.
Thank you for that. I'll just bring in the Cabinet member.
Yeah, I haven't got the figures either, so I'm sure the Chief Officer will chase those figures up for you if they're available. It's just an update on what's happening with dash dieback, because it is the bigger number in the cost pressures. And the annual surveys and inspections of the high-risk areas have taken place, and then that data is now being correlated for winter work. But the area of focus on the roads this year is going to be, or seems to be, along the coast road of the A548 and the Penaford bypass, the A550. And as I say, the numbers will be worked out and work progressed during the winter. Thank you.
Okay, just before I bring in other speakers, just because we're on ash dieback, at the very bottom of that page, on page 57, it said the disease is currently at its peak and is expected to wane over the next 3 to 5 years. I think it wane as reduce. My question there would be that, does this pose a larger or smaller threat?
My understanding, is that on? My understanding is that if you imagine it's a hill, we're now somewhere near the top of that hill. We're going to go over so a lot of hard work has been done, the grind, and the cost should decrease over the next period of time. It's a bit, it's a massive piece of work, and it's gone on for years, but we've had to do it. And if you imagine this hill, we're now coming down the other side of it, the work is decreasing and the costs are becoming less, but not yet.
Thank you. I understand that sort of the peak bit, but the idea there is that if the disease is waning, thereby reducing, is the threat greater or smaller? Because obviously, if the disease is waning, then obviously there's these trees there which what is the threat to the public of these? I can see that maybe I'm not explaining this very well, but I just imagine that if the disease is waning, then the threat should be reducing because of the work involved. Therefore, is there a cost pressure? Maybe I'm not explaining that well, but
there will be a cost pressure until all the ash trees have been treated. There's a lot less ash trees now than there were a few years ago because they've been cut down and removed and made safe. And Flintshire County Council's view is that highway safety, public open space safety, school safety is paramount, and that work must continue until everywhere is as safe as possible or completely safe.
okay, I'll move on. Okay, Councillor Richard Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's just a bit more information on the enforcement officer in the Section 106 monitoring. So I think at present there's around about 340 cases for 3 officers. So if you imagine that, over 100 average across each enforcement officer in planning. So that is why the extra one is most welcome. But additional to that, not just to cover that role, but to also cover the Section 106 monitoring, I hear a lot of what's been said from members. There will be a report coming out which will identify by ward the monies that is still outstanding that hasn't been spent. And I know that's something that this committee requested some time ago, but that work was quite significant to complete. But there will be a report coming out soon. Let me just say soon, and perhaps planning strategy will see that report a little bit earlier than this committee, but it's something that we will try to get back to this committee if that's what they want.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Healy.
Thank you very much. I too would like to add my support for the further appointment of an enforcement officer with particular responsibility for 106, because I know 106s can make the world of difference if you've got a particular project that needs funding. And from my experience, it was the case with the building of the new teaching block at Castellallan. But there, developers were arguing, well, there's a legal requirement you can only have 5 106 allocations. I don't know if that's still the case. And you've had your lot. And in fact, we did miss out on several quite lucrative allocations because that was the argument. But then eventually what was done was that we used the device of opening up another pot and saying something like, these allocations have been for science, the new allocations for another part for art and technology or what have you. And that meant that the process could start again and we could capture the 106 payments rather than let developers off the hook. So what I am saying is I do think it's a highly technical area where you do need some people with specialist knowledge and someone who can concentrate quite fully, particularly with the backlog of jobs of a technical nature that Councillor Jones has referred to. Thank you.
Okay, did you want to come back, Councillor Jones? I see you.
Yeah, so thanks. Yeah, what you're explaining is the when you put forward an item for Section 106, you can only have 5 items to support that one application. So, but it's if you have another type of 106 that you want for a different reason, that also takes on the extra 5 as well. So that's where that comes in. But this role is more about after the event. So once you've got that Section 106 agreed, it's monitoring that. I don't know if members might remember some years ago, I've forgotten the name of the officer who did it, but she made a really good report, the spreadsheet that was made to supply to town and community councils across the county, so that they would could identify the 106s that were outstanding. I think that's something which needs to be monitored, because, as the chief officer has said, after 10 years from the date they've been agreed, 10 years later, those amounts can be clawed back by the developer if they're not used. So it's really important to get that information out to members.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Richard Lloyd.
I just add my name to the support for the new enforcement officers as well while we're at it. Everybody's done the same. Just on I think it's page 60, the income from landfill gas on the Brookhill landfill site. Obviously, it states that there's damaged equipment, and there's no income from cell rent since 2025. Capital funding has been applied for new equipment. My question is, I spoke to Katie before, the planning committee have had an email inviting us to a site visit at Brookhill landfill site. Nobody seems to know anything about it. I've asked what the reason is. So I'd just like to ask Katie if she can look into that, because it's quite a strange one, really, because it's not a planning application. We have site visit with planning applications, and this is a site visit to Brookhill landfill site. So I'm a bit mystified, as well as I'm sure most planning committee members are. But if this equipment is improved, with these solar panels are improved, are we looking at the income increasing for those solar panels, I presume? And is it worthwhile doing? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lloyd. Before that, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Chair. In respect to Councillor Pearce, question on pest control, it did come to scrutiny in May. If I'm not positive, but I believe it did. There will be an options appraisal report will be coming to scrutiny early in January, as recommended by the Scrutiny and Audit and Governance Committee. But also we need to be mindful that we do have statutory duties in certain parts of pest control. So there will be something going forward that we can look at.
Okay, thank you. Just before we move on to the next, can I just ask the Chief Officer, any comments to make on anything you've heard, or you're happy to us to move on?
Sorry, Chair, I don't want to labour the point. I absolutely understand the importance of a speedy and responsive enforcement service, because, you know, we do get it as officers. We understand that as local members, you know, you're passing on the concerns of your local residents, and you know, we are alive to that, and hence the, you know, the pitch for the additional enforcement officer. And you know, one of the key priorities for me is to try and improve that responsiveness. I know some of the members sit on the planning committee, and we've explained that there is a new enforcement plan that has been produced, and that will be going through consultation over the next few months to be presented early in the new year. So there'll be a workshop on that to explain the enforcement process more clearly, and for members to understand, you know, the constraints that we have to work in, because what, you know, the legislation dictates the process that we have to adhere to. But we are alive to it, and it is on the radar. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much for that. We'll move on to Chief Officer of Street Scene, and she will no doubt address your comment in that one, hopefully.
Thank you. Good morning, members. Borodar. So these are in table 2. You've got the list of cost pressures for street scene and transportation, and again, similarly to place and growth, you know, there are solutions being developed in the background. Although I will say, you know, this is, you know, several years down the line where we've brought multiple solutions forward, and the list is getting thinner and thinner. You know, we are struggling to find solutions. You know, all the low-hanging fruit's gone. You know, and it tends to be more about cost avoidance rather than savings at this stage, because we're so lean. Nevertheless, we are doing that. So the purpose of this is to, you know, look at the cost pressures and, you know, assess whether some of them can be deferred, or can they be removed? Are they likely to be recurring pressures? So I'll slowly take you through them all one by one. The first one's for the North and Mid Wales Trunk Road income target that we have. So a number of years ago, there was an income target set for us of 150k. What we're finding, because their funding has reduced as well, in terms of the work that they allocate to us as a partner authority, we are seeing a reduction in terms of our ability to be able to claim that back, or in terms of achieving those targets. The various reasons that are impacting our income. There's new framework come about, which is procured through North and Mid Wales Trunk Road. That then obviously reduces our what we call the 13% agreed common fee. So we apply that to all the variable costs. So obviously, if the overall amount goes down, it reduces what we can claim back. We are seeing a reduction in some of the project work coming our way. Again, their capital programme has reduced. So in terms of the income ability for us to do work ourselves in-house and reclaim that back, that again has reduced. Similarly, things like night work, big schemes, major projects are being awarded directly to contractors who are on their frameworks rather than us coming to us to deliver in-house. So all of that is having an impact on our ability to achieve that full target. And unless we were to be given additional budget, that target's going to remain in future years. So again, we are working with Trunk Road to see, different ways of doing things, seeing whether we can share resources across North Wales. We're not all local authorities in North Wales provide services for Trunk Road, but we are working with the likes of Gwynedd to see whether are there any things we can share resources and do things more efficiently. So we are looking at different alternatives there. The second one is to do with waste, plant and equipment. So this is all the plant and machinery that we use at Greenfield and on our HRC sites. So things like JCBs, telehandlers, the shredder and screener for the composting facility. So these weren't originally part of the fleet contract that was in place previously, and the reason for that is because they were procured externally with grant funding, mainly through the circular economy grant in previous years. That plant and equipment is now coming to the end of its useful economic life. I was quite surprised myself, but some of that plant and equipment is 7-8 years old already. So we are seeing the repeated repairs and maintenance starting to creep up, which is causing us a budget pressure. We are actually declaring a pressure of 200k this financial year for that. In terms of what we're doing to try and mitigate that, we are looking to see whether we can use some of the EPR funding that we've had through DEFRA to replace some of that plant, because that, the DEFRA funding is meant to go towards increasing what we put towards recycling and reuse. So, we're trying to see whether we can use that then to improve some of the infrastructure and some of the equipment that we use to assist us in that. We are looking as well around other Welsh Government funding, like the Circular Economy grant I just mentioned, to see whether there are any opportunities for us to bid for external funding. So we're hopeful that we can try and reduce that by next year, but obviously it depends on the criteria within the grants, and obviously subject to bids as well to Welsh Government. The third one's around school transport. This has been a recurring pressure for a number of years, mainly because of contractor costs. Just the same as our inflationary costs have increased around energy and fuel, insurance, wages. All our contractors are seeing similar rises in costs. So we have seen the contract prices going up. So that equates to 197k this financial year. We have also seen the demand going up, particularly for additional learning needs. So we've got 7 additional routes this financial year since September. And that's in a full year effect, that's 180k for us. So that is having an impact on us. We do have within our procurement and terms and conditions for transport, we do have thresholds. So if a route exceeds the original value by 25%, it triggers a review. So then we go back out to the market and we will re-procure if we have to. We're also doing a piece of work which is on the in-year action plan around looking to see whether we can optimise routes and combine routes where feasible as well to try and bring down those costs. So that's due to start in Q3, so we should have more of an idea by Q4 whether that's going to be implemented. We're trialling it at 2 special needs schools in Flintshire for now, and then if it's successful, then we'll roll that out further afield as well. So over the page, number 4 is our recycling income and the volatility of the markets. We don't actually we don't control where once we send our recycling material to Parry and Evans, which is a current off-taker, we don't control where it goes afterwards. So therefore, we don't control, what we get back in terms of that income. We have, I think, since Brexit and also just the global markets, we are seeing quite a lot of fluctuation, more so than in previous years. So, where we previously were getting quite a good income for certain waste streams, we're now getting barely anything. And in some cases, we're also having to pay for the disposal of some streams that we previously would have had an income for. So you can see there £15 per tonne for glass, and historically we used to get £100 per tonne, so it's reduced our income significantly. Again, similarly to Trunk Road, we've got an income target around recycling, just based on the waste streams that we get. But yeah, we have very, very little control of that. Again, we're seeing whether we can use the DEFRA funding to improve some of the infrastructure improvements down at Greenfield to enable us to bring that back in-house instead of using an external contractor. And then we'd be able to bulk and sort the materials ourselves, but that is going to take some time because of the significance of those changes. We are also exploring options with Welsh Government about an in-year bid for infrastructure improvements as well. Again, the aim of that is to try and reduce the costs in terms of us outsourcing that at the moment. The other action we're taking there is we're also working with RAP Cymru and local partnerships around brokerage of materials. So, they've got knowledge across Wales and also the UK of, where materials can go and what the most effective way is of disposing them. So, we are looking to see whether we can combine that, do things more on a regional basis. Would we achieve better rates and the economies of scale and so on? So we are looking at that as well to try and reduce those costs. The income from landfill gas, again, this is only going to get worse, unfortunately, over time. Obviously, this is the closed landfill site, which is currently going through closure through planning, which is in reference to what Councillor Richard Lloyd asked about. I understand that a planning site visit has been arranged, but I wasn't aware of that. So that's something I will take offline and ask the officers to confirm. We are trying to get that through to full closure through the planning consent, but at the moment it's not open to the public. We don't send any waste there. The landfill is actually capped, but we do use it to bring in energy. So we get gas, and we get gas engines producing energy, and then we've got the solar panels as well over standard. So we've got two closed landfills. One's in full closure, one's not. But what we're seeing is obviously the waste that's within those landfills, it will only decline over time, so it is only going to get worse. We have tried to invest in new technology to try and improve the outputs we get, and unfortunately we have had some downtime this year, mainly in the engine at Brookhill, which was completely offline for April and May, and while it was offline, obviously it wasn't producing any energy. We had similar issues with the solar panels. We've had some significant damage to solar panels just through wear and tear. It's nothing, and weather. So since June, which means that those solar panels at Standard Yard have not been producing energy as well. However, we have made a bid through the capital programme in year to try and replace that solar panel equipment this financial year, so that hopefully by next financial year we'll be able to start producing energy again through those. We're also, what's not included here, we have been working as well with Welsh Government to look at, are there any other technology improvements that we can implement at those sites to try and achieve the outputs that we need to and get closer to that income target. Number 6 is the residual waste indexation, which is built into the waste contract with Infinium. That's something we can't change. It's contractual, and that will happen every year. And this year, the inflationary increase equates to 80,000. So we'll probably see further increases next financial year. The receptacles, we had, as part of the service change, we had anticipated an uptick in the number of people wanting new equipment and bags and containers for recycling, but I don't think we'd estimated just how many. So we have seen an increase in the uptake for compostable biobags, which was more than we anticipated. So that is creating a pressure. We do expect this to reduce next year because obviously it's been in tandem with the service change that we brought in April this year. Again, we are looking to see whether we can offset those costs this financial year with the DEFRA funding that we've had. So I do expect that to come down completely by next year. We are also exploring regional procurement of the compostable biobags. So all 6 authorities are buying the same bags with their logos on, and we don't need to. We could be doing that as a combined collective. So we are looking to do that, and that piece of work has started. So I'm hoping that will come down completely. Number 8, which is highways drainage. We've had a very, very small budget for highways drainage. It's nowhere near enough Daryl's sat in the corner and nodding his head. We're seeing more extreme weathers, more frequent weathers. It all affects our infrastructure. But there has been a lack of investment over the years in terms of the highway drainage infrastructure, which is having a significant impact. So we do the best that we can with what we have, but that cost pressure is, I would say, is never going to go away and is probably likely to increase, if anything, because of the extremity of weather that we see and the frequency, unfortunately. The very last one is winter maintenance, which again, this is around our gritting operations, but it's also in response to our response to adverse weather as well. And again, budget's been increasing mainly because of the cost for salts and the fleet vehicles in the last financial year, but we do expect the vehicles to actually reduce over the next 5-year period because we've managed to secure a long-term hire agreement. Obviously, we had the vehicles that were damaged in the recent fire. They've been replaced. And obviously that's subject to an insurance claim as well. So it's not impacting here. But the number, we base the budget on the 6-year average, which obviously includes 1 snow event and the average number of turnouts. But that's been steadily increasing. Last year we had 2 snow events, and we've had a above average number of turnouts as well. It's early days at the moment. We're in mid-November and it's quite mild, but it could change in the next fortnight for all I know. So again, it's one we're watching very carefully. It may, I don't say anything now because I might tempt fate, but I'm hoping that we have a mild winter, but usually with a mild winter, we get wet, windy weather, which causes other damage to the network. So very difficult for us to forecast at this stage, no pun intended. So open to any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lloyd, does that answer your question? Okay, fire away, will you?
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry for jumping ahead, Chair and Katie. I'm sorry about that. I didn't realise that was split into 2 different things there. So, yeah, I do wonder though, do these solar panels, will it create a lot more income? Is it worth spending the money on them? I've never had a lot of faith in them, probably because I've never had the information. I'm thinking of a solar panel that's got solar farm rather has got permission in Britain. I'm just wondering that's a large one, isn't it? I just wonder how much savings and how much income for the council that would create really. I think on the recycling and the food waste, I think Councillor Shawcross are to blame here because we've delivered that many of them in our area, haven't we? So apologies for that, but look, at least it's increased the recycling. On the highways drainage, is there a programme for gully emptying? Because it would be nice if ward members were told about when they might be due in the area, because one of the biggest complaints we get really is and I'm sure we're all in the same boat, is the gullies in the curbside and the weeds growing out the curbside. So it would be nice to see some sort of programme that we could feed back to our residents really and say, well, they're going to come in to your street on such and such a date. Thank you, Chair.
I'll come in on those. So in terms of the solar panels, I'd have to go away. I haven't got figures to hand, but we can certainly provide some information around the income that they bring in. But in terms of replacing these panels, I suppose we're investing them to replace the income that we've lost, because since June we've not been generating any energy at all, because the whole system's had to be switched off. So we want to be in a position that we can replenish what we've lost, rather, we've got those income targets, and as I mentioned earlier on, unless somebody gives us the funding for that income target, we're not going to achieve it at all. So it's going to continue to be a pressure, unfortunately. So we're doing our best to mitigate it. I can provide some information offline around the income that it brings in. It has in the past achieved the full income. I think the gas, though, I don't think the gas has ever achieved the income. It's over the last 5 years, it's struggled every year, and it's gradually getting worse, unfortunately, and it will only decline further. But the solar panels, yes, I do believe they do. Highways drainage, there is a schedule for gully emptying. I think we've got a report on next around the highway asset management plan, and there's an update in there around the new highway asset management system that we're bringing in called Alloy, or Causeway as it's now called, to replace the old Mayrise system. The aim is with that system is we have better visibility for members in the future, so that we can give you the information about when and where we will be programming the gully emptier in due course. We're not there yet. At the moment, our schedules are on spreadsheets, which are millions of pages long. So you'd struggle to find the information that you'd be requesting, and we don't have an easy way of presenting that information to members at the moment because of the way it's held in spreadsheets. So yes, in answer to your question, we're aiming to get that done hopefully within the next year. I think there's a slight delay with the implementation of Alloy, but some of the modules will come online next year, hopefully.
I just think it's so important to do this gully emptying. We're in the wet season now, aren't we? And we're before the flooding. Have you still got a programme for getting the weeds out of the gutters? Because that is a big one, really. And they're still there now. They're not sort of dying off or anything. I just wondered if that, is that going to be done in the near future? Was it going to wait till next year now?
So weeds comes under various different maintenance schedules. It comes through our cleansing operations, gully emptying, highway inspections, trying to think what else, grounds maintenance as well. So we deal with weeds in many different ways, and obviously they grow at different times of the year in different places as well. So our grounds team are required to treat them. We've got obviously the weed control that we have, the quad bike. I think I've brought previous reports only over the summer around this. So we treat the areas. Obviously we're not using glyphosate anymore, we're using alternatives. We also ask the grounds teams to manually remove weeds. The cleansing teams have to do the same thing as well when they're out in the town centres. And obviously, if we know of any hotspots, the area coordinators, when they're doing inspections, will pick up on any issues and will raise work tickets to have those addressed if they need to. Similarly, sweepers, again, the sweepers will remove them as well on their schedules. So there are multiple ways of removing weeds, and we tackle it in different ways. If you know of any problematic areas, I would recommend that all members go to their area coordinators, and we will address it accordingly.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Coggins-Cogan.
Thank you, Chair. In 107, item 1, the Trunk Road Agency, who are preferring their own contractors instead of the partner authorities. Why is that? Is that purely based on cost? And how are we challenging that or sort of competing with it? was it one of the framework contractors that visited the Aftami depot on the night of the 4 gritters catching fire to sort of ensure that they were preferred? The school transport costs, the headline is 300,000, and then it says there's a potential cost pressure of 377,000. Sort of, how is that 77,000 either removed, or should the headline be 377? The income from the landfill gas, you mentioned that that's for the past, I think you said for 5 years, it's underperformed. Is that our mistake in expecting too much from it then, or has it been an unanticipated underperformance? On number 7, the food and the receptacles, I would say Cardiff fell into a trap of co-procurement for its caddy bags, which was great. They did it in Newport, but the Newport caddies were 25% smaller than the Cardiff bags, Cardiff caddies. So they ended up buying, I think it was like 1.2 million units of these bags, and they did not fit the Cardiff caddies. So please ensure. But that was also a local authority that mixed up feet and meters when it ordered a Christmas tree and was very embarrassed with what arrived. Yes, I think that's everything. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I'll try and answer those in turn. So, I mean, in terms of Trunk Road, you know, they will always come to the partner authorities first, and, you know, they will always approach us first. But I think major projects are slightly different because, you know, we haven't got the resources or, you know, the expertise in some cases. You know, it depends what it is. You know, barrier works and things like that or bridge structures tend to be, you know, through contractors rather than ourselves. So that will always happen. I think what I'm trying to explain to you is around they've reprocured a number of their frameworks, and the framework costs have gone down, which then obviously brings the 13% goes down, which is relative to it. If you explain that, I've tried to explain it in a sentence there, but I'm not sure it comes across very clearly. But it basically means our overall percentage goes down. So that's what I've tried to explain there. In terms of school transport, I think that's an error. It should say 377. That, you know, I think previously we have been reporting 300, but at the moment we're forecasting it will be 377 by the end of the financial year if we continue as we are. The other one around landfill gas in terms of underperformance and whether it's, you know, it's something that we've done, and maybe we have, you know, initially when the targets were set, we anticipated it would be that high, but that hasn't been reduced. You know, maybe it should have been a sliding scale over time, but it hasn't. So yeah, it probably is something that maybe we didn't anticipate or forecast when the targets were originally set. Yes, certainly the bio bags and any food caddies or any containers, we'd always make sure that they're compatible with our service model. So yes, we would.
Thank you, Chair. I just found an additional post-it note. On the school transport, there's 7 additional routes. Is that purely sort of transporting, or is there something else at play? Thank you, Chair.
I haven't got the detail here, but my understanding it's to do with the needs of the children. So, you know, they're quite complex. So it might be that they have to travel alone, or they require a certain type of vehicle. So they can't go on our conventional transport. So that's my understanding, but I can get the detail for you.
Oh, say third. I just wanted to thank the Chief Officer. I didn't want to pry too much in the specifics. It was just that there was something else, and obviously they're not. So thank you very much to the Chief Officer and the Chair.
Thank you for that. Councillor Pearce.
Right, thank you, Chair. Same situation applies as previous. In due course, we'll look forward to any efficiencies that are put forward, and that should, of course, bring down total cost pressures, I would have thought. But thank you for the voiceover on the report. I'll go firstly to the highways drainage, and it starts off investing in highway drainage schemes. Is this the repair, replacement, or maintenance of the existing drainage systems, or all three? I want to look at now number 4 and number 7, which is both directly linked into the recycling side of things. Now we're aware that the 3 weekly bin collections were eventually supported and went through. But looking at previous information here about the 3 weekly collections, there was going to be a financial saving of around £650,000. Could not those savings of £650,000 be used to offset the 120,000 for the recycling income, and also for number 7, the receptacles? It seems ironic that we knew, or it was expected, that the recycling would improve with the extension to the 3 weekly recycling from 2 weeks. That was mapped out, it was in the project plan. But yeah, it seems that we're a victim of our own success in a way, that the more we're recycling, the more it's actually costing the authority now. We accepted around the £650,000 saving. So cannot that be used to offset 4 and 5? I'm interested to know what the income there is compared to other councils with their income from recycling. It does seem odd that we have to rely on a third party for the income received. Is it not possible to go direct? Because you'll know when there's a middleman, there's always a cut, and perhaps, you know, that's one of the reasons why the income is down. And just finally, on the winter maintenance, yes, it was unfortunate what happened at Altami with those vehicles. It's just as an aside, you mentioned about the replacement critters and the potential insurance claim. Is there an excess payable by the authority on that, and how much is it? Thank you.
Okay, yeah, quite a few questions there. So in terms of highways drainage, yes, it is around the repairs. You know, when we have storm damage, you know, it is all around the response, and you know, we only have a limited budget in terms of maintenance, but this pressure is mainly because of the repairs to the highways drainage infrastructure once we have a flood or damage to the network. So it is, you know, the budget is basically insufficient for what we need, and it's not really going to get any better. I mean, you know, we don't know over the course of each season, you know, how the weather's going to be, you know, how extreme it's going to be, where it's going to hit. So it's very difficult for us to forecast it, and all we can go on is previous financial years, unfortunately. So it's very difficult to deal with unless we have that investment in terms of replacing infrastructure and increasing capacity. You know, we have put capital bids in to try and increase the capacity in some areas, and we have done quite a bit of work around improving things like head walls and culverts in different places in the county over the last several years. There is we have included something within the regional transport plan as well around resilience. We used to have what we call Resilient Road Network Fund, where we could put bids in on an annual basis to Welsh Government and it was on a competitive basis to seek funding for changing some of our infrastructure and improving it. But that now has been subsumed in the regional transport plan, but we have tried to put an estimated annual value within the plan so that we can still get that funding going forward. I do believe that that is a priority as well within the plan. The recycling figures, the 650k you refer to, it was 600,000 this financial year because we didn't implement the change till the end of April, but a full year effect was 653,000, I think it was, overall. That budget's been taken. It went at the beginning of April, so it's already been taken out of our budget. So that saving has been delivered, basically. I think what we're trying to say here is we had modelled the increase of receptacles within the modelling figures, within that 600k figure, but the uptake for the bags, the actual bio bags, has been much higher than we anticipated. There are, I mean, it has been suggested by members previously that we limit the number of bags that we issue per household. So we are looking at things like that to see what other local authorities do. Our view is we don't want to limit what we give out to people because you're trying to increase recycling and food waste uptake. So it is a difficult balance. So our view is that we try and tackle the procurement aspect because that's more within our gift, and we try and get better rates for the materials that we're buying, like the bio bags. Are we all using the same suppliers? Could we combine efforts to try and reduce the costs across North Wales? So that's what we're trying to do. In terms of the income from recycling, and if we can go direct, that's exactly what we're trying to do. So we use the third party to do all the bulking and sorting at the moment. So we could do that in-house ourselves, but we need to make infrastructure changes down at Greenfield to be able to do that. So that's going to take some time. And obviously, it relies on the capital funding and investment to change the infrastructure there, and obviously the investment in the plant and machinery to do it as well. So that's exactly what we are trying to do. So we're on the same page, I think. In terms of comparison with other local authorities, in terms of the income, I can ask to get an idea what sort of income levels they're getting. But I think the reason for us going to RAP and local partnerships is they've got the knowledge of all those authorities in Wales and where they're, which suppliers are they using, where are they sending glass, where are they sending cardboard, so that they can give us some advice and guidance around that. I don't think there was anything else. I think you referred to the gritters, but I don't think you asked any questions around that. For insurance, it was, sorry. Yes, so the excess, I'd have to come back to you. I don't have the answer for that, but we'd have to come back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Katie, accept what you say. Yeah, it would have been reasonable to use some of these 650,000 to cover that, but you say that it's gone. Has it gone into a different part of your portfolio, or has it been used for recycling and residual waste? Is it still there? And also, I tend to agree with what you're saying about the bags. We shouldn't limit the bags because you know where the food waste is going to end up. And that was the whole idea of the 3 weekly collections. I did get some bags the other week from the Buckley Connects, and the lady did record the postcode on the number. So you know how many bags are on a roll. So, I don't want to sort of have to track every bag and they've had too many this month or whatever. But I think recording it gives you an idea of what the anticipated need is over a certain time. And I think, it should have settled down now, I think. But yeah, I agree that if people were forced to, recycle their food waste, which was the intention of the 3 weekly, I think that's showing up in these figures, to be honest. But I don't think we should limit them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Councillor Chris Bithell. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
One second, Councillor Bithell. Chief Officer's just responding to a question.
Yeah, in terms of the the 600k, it was removed from our budget because it was an efficiency as part of the 3 weekly collection service change. So basically our budget reduced by 600,000. So it's already gone. I haven't got that funding, basically. It was removed from the budget. So we don't have the ability to distribute it. It's been taken.
Okay, can I just bring Gary in?
Yeah, it was just used as part of final budget balancing for 25-26. I think it was around about 11/12, Katie, wasn't it, for 25-26. So there will be a slight increase in that for 26-27, but it was just used as part of corporate balancing for the overall budget. So that's no longer within street scenes budget.
Okay, sorry about that, Councillor Bithell. You're free to go now.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Regarding the recyclable, compostable bio bags, I don't know whether the members have noticed, but they start to decompose within the grey caddy before you put them into the green one. So you know, they just end up all inside the caddy. So there's something wrong there, really. We need something a bit more robust, so at least it is whole before it leaves the property and goes into the unit which deals with them. You know, so I think that needs to be looked at if possible. Secondly, regarding the highway drainage, I think under the arrangements that we have, I think each grid is supposed to be cleaned every year on a yearly basis. I'm not sure whether that can be verified. I have my doubts. And you know, certain people will tell me in my ward that a grid has been blocked for years. You know, whether again that is the case or not, that's the reports that I receive sometimes from residents. And of course, I think the point has been made already by Councillor Lloyd. You know, at certain times of the year, like now, in the autumn with the leaves falling, the leaves just flow down the gutter and into the grids, and they're blocked. Even the entrance to the grid is blocked, let alone the drains below it. And that, I think, requires, therefore, additional drainage, additional attention during this time of the year, which again happens to coincide with the periods of heavy rainfall and possible flooding. So we need to give more attention to that at this time of the year. Again, years ago, we used to sweep up all the leaves. Don't see that happening now. They just collect in the gutters. And again, with any rainfall, they just swept into the grid entrance and down the grids, causing blockages. The other point is in relation to the weeds. Now, we're not talking about this year's weeds. We're talking about several years' weeds, which have not been dealt with. We're using weed killer, which simply does not work. It's a waste of time. It's a complete and utter waste of money because it is not working, and the weeds there are there for years. And it looks dreadful, absolutely dreadful, our street scene, as a consequence. We need to have a fresh look at this and come up with some better solutions, because it doesn't happen elsewhere. You know, I travel quite a lot and I take notice, as other members do, I'm sure, of the conditions elsewhere in other counties and so on. And I'm pretty ashamed of our particular roads because of the amount of weeds. It looks like some old gold mine town in the west, you know, which has been deserted very often. It just looks dreadful in that respect. So we need a fresh look at that, and we need it fairly quickly because it's simply not working. Katie mentions the fact that if we've got any particular problem areas, go to your area coordinator. I've got a very good relationship with my area coordinator. Most of us have, I think, as local members, and I go out with him on a regular basis and make note of what needs attention. And you know, very often it's the same things that we needed attention 6 weeks ago, or 6 weeks before that. And he'll tell me, "I've put a ticket in, Chris," and I'm damn sure he has. You know, but the end result is nil, because it still hasn't been attended to 6 weeks later or 12 weeks later. And again, something needs to be done. There's some malfunction between the area coordinator putting in tickets for jobs and those jobs actually being done. And, you know, I think that needs urgent attention, now. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Biffle. Katie?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the feedback. In terms of the specification for the biobags, that's actually specified by the plants where we take the food waste. So I can certainly feed that back and, you know, see whether there's any alternatives. But I mean, they're biobags. They are compostable bags. So if you leave them for a length of time, they will decompose. But I know, you know, I've got the same bags that I use at home, and mine certainly don't decompose. But obviously the specification is determined by the contractor for the plant. In terms of the highways drainage, you mentioned that you know, the sites are emptied annually. We do obviously clean some sites more frequently, and you know, known hotspots are done much more frequently. I mean, I know some areas have had probably, I'd say, up to a dozen this year. Some of the known hotspots around Sandycroft, Broughton, certainly have been done much more frequently this year. We have only got a limited resource. We've only got 2 gully emptiers and 2 sweepers, you know, and you know, the equivalent staff to run them. So, you know, it is difficult for us to be able to be in every location all at once. So, you know, we do have, that's why we have an annual programme. The schedules that we have in place for the gully emptier and sweeper are based on the resources we have available, unfortunately, and without further investment. I think you've basically hit the nail on the head with the, you know, why highways drainage is on there as a cost pressure, because we don't have sufficient funding to be able to do what we'd like to be able to do. So we you know, we are where we are. Unfortunately, we're doing the best that we can with the resources we have available. You know, I take on board the feedback that you've just mentioned around the length of time work is progressed, and you know, I can't defend the service when, you know, I get comments like that. So that's something I'll need to take away and address with the teams. There is a further report coming in, I think it's January or February, around grass cutting and weeds, weed control. So that will be something on the forward work programme that we'll be looking at again. So yeah, hopefully I've covered everything.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Shulkin.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm sort of comparing to a former work life I had some time ago. Because I was going to say, do we compare waste income prices with other local authorities and the larger private businesses? These waste companies reduce prices instantly, but they're a bit longer to put the prices up in line with market pressure. And I know, like a fixed mortgage or a fixed savings are the opportunities to agree a 12-month or 2-year fixed income. This would better help budget management. You know, if we know the tonnage roughly for a year, could we agree to supply a set amount over the next 12 months? And that's something I've done similar, not the same stuff, but a similar scenario to that in the past. Thanks.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. So the work that we're doing with RAP around brokerage, that's exactly a bit like a mortgage broker. So that is exactly what we're doing. We're brokering some materials to get a fixed price over a longer period of time. And you know, RAP are the best placed organisation to advise us on that, because they've got oversight of all the local authorities in Wales and the rates that they're achieving. So yeah, exactly what we're doing that.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Dan Rose.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. I'm happy that about 3 weeks ago I was walking around the ward and I did see the gully cleaners cleaning out in my ward. However, it does feel a bit too early due to the leaf fall being later this year, and I don't remember seeing that as a consideration in the previous plan. Councillor Bithell mentioned tickets going in and job completions. With the new system, it'd be great to see a portal that we could view what tickets we've got active and where they're up to, if that's a possibility in the new system. Even if it's just a periodic email that comes through with what's open and things, that would be good to see. You mentioned Parry and Jones, I presume Parry and Evans, not Parry and Jones. In terms of the cost of recycling, you mentioned about £15 and previously it was 100. Do we know what the cost is to the glass producers? What's the makeup? As looking at Parry and Jones's accounts, Parry and Evans' accounts, they had a turnover of 10 million with a 17.6% profit margin, which seems pretty hefty. What is the difference? Do we know what those public figures are, or and what is the makeup of what we get from that? Is it just a fixed price that we've agreed, or does it fluctuate each week? And can we hold stuff back for a week to get a higher price and things? Does that go on, or is it just we don't have the space to do it? And then finally, with the food waste, the biodigester that was mentioned in the prior agenda item, is that somewhere where we're aiming for our food waste to go eventually as well? Now, given that obviously they put their plans in advance with financial costs to get the plan agreed, do we have a cost as to whether that's going to be a financial benefit coming forward once that plant's completed? And then finally, do we have a percentage of the numbers or percentage of people who are using their food waste? Because I don't actually see too many of them too often. I mean, I don't use them myself because I've got a wormery in my garden sort of thing where my food waste goes. But it'd be interesting to know what percentage that is, because if we're trying to get more people to take up food and waste recycling, and yet we're talking about limiting the bags and things, is that not an additional risk going forward, that we're trying to get more people to use them, yet we're looking at restrictions on bags because of the cost? Thanks.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So the recycling, but in terms of the cost to the third-party contractor who operates the plant down in Deeside, we wouldn't know what their specific costs are. Obviously, they're a commercial operator. We know what the costs are to Flintshire, so we get detailed breakdown by tonnages, and we know what those costs are. I think that's that's the whole point of trying to bring it back in house. At the moment, they're doing all the bulking, all the sorting of materials for us, and we want to be able to go direct to the off-takers ourselves. So, we previously were able to do that in the past, but obviously with the closure of Standard Yard, we no longer do that. So what we're trying to do is get Greenfield up and running again, so that we can bulk the materials and sort them ourselves. So that's exactly what we're trying to do. They do fluctuate, unfortunately. So in answer to your question, and also what Councillor Shallcross mentioned, what we're trying to do is a bit like a mortgage. We're trying to broker them so we can get them on a longer term. So we know what that fixed price is, and it's more static rather than fluctuating all the time. So that's exactly what we're trying to do. The food waste, this is a new plant, presumably down in Deeside that you're referring to. Well, we're still bound into a contract with Biogen, which is the anaerobic digestion plant in Riallt in Denbighshire, as part of a joint collaboration project with Conway, Denbighshire and ourselves. So that is due for renewal within the next year or two. So we will be bringing a further report to you around the reprocurement of that, but we are looking at options, and that does include the new plants in Deeside. Obviously, it depends when it will come online, so that could, I can't say at the moment, but it potentially could be an option for us in the future. In terms of the percentage of people using food waste, we haven't broken that down by household. We do know, though, from the tonnages that we had, and obviously the report we brought to you last month, that there's been a 16% increase in food waste. We want that to be higher as well. That it's really positive to see, and people are taking up the service, which is really good to see. But we also know that when we brought the compositional analysis to you as part of the service change, we also know that 30% of what was in the black bin at the time was food waste. So we know there's some room to go as well. We do want to increase that further. We don't have it by individual households, I'm afraid, but we do have it in terms of tonnages and volumes.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Chair. It's a question I have asked previously, but I just want to revisit it after what I've heard spoken about today. So I asked previously why we don't. So the area that I'm in, we have a sixth form college, we have College Cambria, and then we have food retail outlets all offering the meal deal, trying to chat the students in. you know, for a drink. It's normally a sandwich, a bag of crisps, whatever. But every single bin that we've got on the high street and, you know, on the side streets, they're all black bins, just general litter bins. So the can goes in it, the plastic bottle goes in it. And I was told the reason that we didn't have separate bins was because of cross-contamination. So the question that I would ask is, do we have a price for a ton of that type of waste? And obviously we've got a brilliant team of litter pickers across Flintshire, and they will put all their orange bags or their red bags next to, you know, next to these mixed waste bins. Do we have a price of obviously what it costs to take them straight into Park Advert? Because I'm assuming that's where they go. But then I did hear the chief officer describe a process where our recyclable waste goes to Greenfield, gets sorted before it goes to Paddy and Evans. So I think to imagine that everyone gets their recycling absolutely correct, curbside outside their own house. I know certainly when I go through my bags, whoever's been at my property, I sometimes, well, that shouldn't be in there, that should be in there. So there must be a certain level of sorting that goes on after the street scene wagons have been round and collected what we think is segregated waste. So looking at saving money for the future, would it not be more beneficial in the long run to segregate the waste, you know, on our high streets and collect it separately? And that's my question, really. Thank you.
Yeah, I can come back in on that one. Hopefully you'll remember, Councillor Richardson, it's a very good point, and you are correct. We do want to be in a position where we can segregate the waste from the litter bins on our roads and streets as well. So when we brought the resource and waste strategy forward, and it was approved in March 2024, it is one of the actions. It's one of our actions within the resource and waste strategy. So we are aiming to do that. Obviously, this strategy was trying to remember, a 5-year programme. So it will be done in the next 5 years, but it's going to take obviously significant resource to do that, because it means replacing all the bins. It means a big education campaign as well, the public and so on. So that is something we are aiming to do in the future, and it get exactly that, so that we get an income for that waste stream rather than it going to Park Advert. That's exactly what we're trying to aim to do. So you are right.
Thanks, Casey. I just think the education part of it, we're already doing it outside our homes. So why, you know, it should be quite easily to do that when you have litter away from your home as well. But yeah, thanks very much. You've answered it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Glenbanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, I'd like to touch upon the volatility of the markets for the, you know, for the income from the waste. Katie, could you remind me where I went with Michelle to see the cardboard, and it was in Deeside. Went where the was it there? Was it? Yeah. We went there, and the gentleman there put all the graphs up on the screen showing us the volatility of the market from month to month, and the price fluctuation. It was unbelievable. I mean, you'd expect if we took more there, you'd get more money, but sometimes you get less money. And then another month when you'd think you'd get very little, it was a really good price. So I think I should imagine it'd be very, very difficult to tie them down for over a year without them pushing the average price down to cover themselves, because otherwise they'd leave themselves in a bit of trouble, or they could do. Right, on to right. I'm going to split, if you don't mind, on page 59. All the items there on the table 107. I'm taking out 1, 8, and 9 out of this, just for which then the figure there is 1.470 million. Now, if you take them 3 out, it comes to, on there, 970,000. But then add on, as I'd already added it, but Councillor Coggins reminded us about 77,000, which makes it 1,047,000. Now, of them two figures, then, if we had off Welsh Government, going to have a little dig here. If they give us the Sustainable Waste Management grant, which we should have had by now, and we still haven't had, still waiting for. I mean, you know, we're not far off from December now, and we still haven't had this. And then they'll be moaning why we haven't spent it. I mean, that adds up to, if I remember right, 744,000. And then there's 3 items there which are marked down as a note. So just under the total cost pressures there, it says about the 3 items with the asterisks, where we're hoping that and it totals £420,000. It's the recyclable income, the receptacles of which is 100,000, which personally, Councillor Pearce mentioned the victims of our own success. We are the victim of our own success there. And I am blaming these two here for them. They must have accounted for 50,000 of that. So, you know, it's been great that people across Flintshire have all worked with us, but it has led to that cost pressure. And then the waste plant and equipment, 200,000. So altogether, if we are allowed, which we're hoping we are, to be able to use the money out of the money that we're getting from the extended producer responsibility, because if we can't use them for things like that, goodness knows what we can use that money for, because they are exactly the sort of thing which we'd all believe that we should be able to use it for, which then would, if them two came to fruition, which they should do, that should lead us into a position of a positive position of 127,000, as opposed to the negative of the 1,047,000. So I think it's important to get these points out there that we need this money off the Welsh Government. They've promised it us. I mean, they have actually told us again, Sustainable Waste Management grant for this year, that we are definitely getting it. But we've reminded them, we want it, we need it. Give it us. Worry about it next year for next year's budgets, because obviously that with the extended producer responsibility money, which is distributed through PAC UK, that is probably gonna eat into that a little bit with the fact of the Sustainable Waste Management grant money. But yeah, basically we just want what we're supposed to be getting off them, and sooner rather than later. Is there anything else I wanted to mention here? I don't think there's actually. It has been obviously, because not pressure, but if the 2 years are taken off, it will be not that that's a pressure, because it's not something that's in the budget, but that's another. That would be a weight off our shoulders of 540,000 for them 2 years up to last year's. But thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. So there's no other speakers. Oh, sorry.
I do apologise, Chair. I won't take very long. I do feel as Cabinet Member for Finance just to go and thank the members for this debate this morning. It's been long. It's been very, very thorough. I think it's very clear that the officers have been given very detailed and clear responses to all the questions that people have come up with. I think the important thing for me to go and say that all the comments I've listened to, we're going to be taking forward the comments. They're not going to be packed away and hidden in a filing cabinet and not looked at. They will be looked at again. And yeah, and if members do have questions that they feel a member of cabinet or whatever can answer, they feel would be helpful them to get more information from myself or other cabinet members, then the offer is quite clear on the table. And got our emails, got our phone numbers. We'll just bang on the door and we'll try and do our best to help. And thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. No further comments of anybody. We'll move to recommendations on page 56. Just to add in where it says review and comment, we'll review and note comments made, and Kerry's hopefully caught all your comments on here. So if the recommendations are 1 and 2, review and comment on the place growth portfolio cost pressures, and to review and note comments on the streets and transportation portfolio cost pressures. Emma Meaver? Moved, seconded, and can I have a show of hands, all those in favour? That's carried by everybody. Okay, thank you very much. It's been a long session. We'll adjourn for 15 minutes for a break, if that's okay, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Should,
Vessels and line.
okay, we'll make a start.
Yeah, that's fine.
Councillor Coggins-Cogan, Councillor Jones, we're making a start. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 8, Venture Bus Franchise Network sign-off process, and if we can hand over to the Chief Officer.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a report that's actually been circulated across Wales to different local authorities. So Transport for Wales have helped us with this report. So just in a nutshell, in March 2022, Welsh Government published its white paper under the banner One Network, One Timetable, One Ticket, and it set out proposals to improve bus services across Wales. And I think the Welsh Government then launched a consultation, and the response to the white paper consultation was supportive, with 96.1% agreeing that they wanted change in terms of the bus service operated across Wales. Following the consultation, Welsh Government has chosen bus franchising as its preferred model. What this means for Wales is that the decisions around routes, timetables, fares and service quality standards will be made centrally in the future by Welsh Government and Transport for Wales. However, they will work in partnerships with local authorities and the 4 regional corporate joint committees, the CJCs. So under the changes, where we see now currently we have commercial operators who choose the fares that they charge, the routes that they operate, the frequency of timetables, and the type of vehicles that they operate. In future, all routes will basically operate under contract through a franchise agreement, and the fares, the routes, the timetables and the standards of the services will be dictated by those contracts. So currently the legislation is going through the Senedd at the moment, and it is expected that it will be adopted by the end of the year with a new Bus Services Wales bill. The aims of the priorities are set out in the original 2022 white paper, but the aim is that the Welsh ministers will be the franchising authority, and they will develop a Welsh bus network plan which will detail all the routes and the contracting operators. Transport for Wales will manage the whole process, and the corporate joint committees and the local authorities will help with planning the network. The other thing they're planning to do as part of the changes, removal of the statutory restrictions on local authorities for establishing municipal bus companies, and they're also looking at new data sharing provisions with bus operators to require them to make data available. Currently, under the current legislation, we can't obtain commercially sensitive information, so things like fare revenue and passenger numbers from commercial operators. So that will change under the franchising model. If the bill is agreed by the Senedd, it is expected to roll out in 4 franchise areas based on where the CJCs are located. So for us, it'll be 2028. South West Wales is currently going through a consultation process at the moment, and we will follow. So the purpose of this paper really is to just give you advance notice of the consultation, and the request to Cabinet is to start some of that detailed planning and engagement with stakeholders. Work's obviously ongoing in the background to look at the network. We don't know what that new network for North Wales is actually going to look like just yet, but obviously we'll bring further reports in due course around the proposals, and there will be a public consultation around it as well. So what they are considering is three options. So they're outlined in 1.05. So the base position is based on the current network as it stands now and the current level of funding, but it tries to focus on making the most of those services and including sort of more coordinated timetables and between different modes of transport. And then there's the second element, which is the investment zone funding position. So they're looking to improve on the base position with that funding. And that's centred around improving connectivity. And then there's the aspirational position, which again is a more ambitious version with additional routes where we don't currently operate. So that would be extra routes, but obviously that would need more funding. So the aim from Transport for Wales is to start the public engagement work in the spring next year. So the purpose of this report is to seek support to commence that engagement process, and give you a progress update on where we're up to. Open to questions.
Okay, Councillor Coggins-Cockburn.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the Chief Officer for the commentary just provided. I recall speaking to the Chief Officer, it's either, I think earlier this year, to do with a bus in my own ward. Not that I'm bringing it up now, I'm not, but I remember the Chief Officer was not particularly complimentary of the legislation by Welsh Government, saying that it doesn't really give us, as local authorities, that much extra power, and the franchising isn't a particularly useful model. I wonder if the Chief Officer could expand on that, because I think it'd be useful for the committee to hear, because I think franchising for local authorities is really useful. You know, in Cardiff, where I used to live, Cardiff Bus is almost a monopoly and would be a great model to follow. Were Welsh Government legislation to allow it, really, but it seemed pretty difficult. But I think the Chief Officer is best to explain it. Thank you, Chair.
Great.
Yeah, obviously my role is to be impartial, but I did, I think all the local authorities in Wales voiced concerns some time ago about the proposals, and they hadn't, I think at that point, been properly worked through. We were concerned particularly around the impact on smaller bus operators and SMEs. And we were also concerned around cross-border arrangements because they hadn't been factored in at that point. I think the concerns that we raised at the time have now been listened to, and those have been addressed. I myself was actually, I think it was in March, I was invited to give evidence at the Senedd inquiry. So we did relay some of those concerns directly to the ministers at that stage, and it does seem that those have now been addressed, and we're certainly more comfortable with the position. And it definitely does seem to be a lot of involvement from local authorities, which again, previously there hadn't been, but now there is.
Thank you, Chair. And just to clarify, I definitely was not politicising the Chief Officer's role. It's more the role of local government sort of versus national government. I'm glad that the Chief Officer had an opportunity to be on this side of the table giving evidence, which must have been fun. And I look forward to the conception of the Mould Bus Company coming soon. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rose.
Thank you. Yeah, this is really good to see. It feels better than what we're currently dealing with, but it's still allowing profits to be drained from our residents' council taxes. The owner of the biggest bus operator in North Wales made 156 million euros, and that's from Unite's figures. We should be running buses not for profit because they're a service for our communities and a vital need for most of our residents, especially when we're in rural areas. All the funds that go to bus companies, I think, should stay within bus companies to be reinvested in that network because it's a vital service. I think the Welsh Government should use the opportunity really to go further for our residents and allow full nationalisation, allowing local companies to run their own bus companies. And it's really good there to hear from Katie then that municipal bus companies are being looked at removing the restrictions. So what I'd like to do is propose an amendment to the recommendations to add an additional line to say we support the aspirational position, but we also request that Welsh Government utilises this opportunity to allow nationalisation of our network by allowing local authorities to run their own bus companies, allowing money to stay within our communities and reducing profits being drained from Wales.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rose. Katie, do you want to respond to that? Nothing to respond? Okay. Didn't quite catch all of that recommendation. Forgot the first part of it, support aspirational position. What was the rest of it, please, Councillor?
We support the aspirational position, but also request that the Welsh Government utilises this opportunity to allow nationalisation of our bus network by allowing local authorities to run their own bus companies.
Okay, can you email that through to Kerry?
Yeah.
Thank you. Next on the list is Councillor Pearce.
Firstly, can I just comment on Councillor Rose's amendment to the recommendation? She's added something in there which I don't think we've actually debated. So it's difficult to accept a change in recommendation when I don't know whether Katie would agree, but it's something that we haven't really talked about, a national bus network. So I think it's difficult at this stage. I'm not objecting to Councillor Rose, but I think that perhaps we just need some more details on that. That's just my own comments. Going back then to this particular item here, I think 103 is a very important paragraph, and it says that Wales government has chosen bus franchising as the way forward. So I assume, Katie, from your visits to the Senate, that is the case now. That's the way they are going. What concerns me slightly is that it states that this means that decisions about routes, timetables, fares, and service quality standards will be made centrally by Welsh Government, working in partnership with the local authorities. Now, I'm just wondering how much influence local authorities like Flintshire would have when all those traits, if you like, are being made centrally by Welsh Government. Are they looking at similar fares over similar distances across various counties in Wales? So that's where I'd like to understand what level of influence will Flintshire as a local authority have. We don't know a lot about the franchise at the moment. I think you said, Katie, you can't share a lot with us at the moment, but would it mean that someone like Arriva, who operate at the moment on the core routes, say from Mull to Chester, would they have to tender for that, or would there be a set process where they say, yeah, that you'll be doing this now? We just need to understand how it's going to operate. How does this fit in with the regional transport plan? And we had some information about a metro system that seems to have vanished off the radar. Is that still ongoing, the metro system? Is that going to fit in with this? You know, it's gone very cold. We don't seem to see much about that. In 105, well, we've got two 105s. The one on top of page 67. Excuse me, I'll just get to that. And it says local authorities in North Wales are already working closely with Transport for Wales to shape the franchise plan and to ensure local needs are reflected. So how have you picked up the local needs to discuss with Transport for Wales how this is going to operate? Is there going to be a consultation that picks up those needs? Because if it says you're already working closely, but to put the local needs forward, you need to know what those local needs are and how are we going to put that forward. Yeah, I think it's an important issue that we look at this franchising, but it's got to work. You know, the buses have got to be there on time. The fares have got to be reasonably priced. I saw on social media, Plaid Cymru want more of us out of our cars and onto the buses. Well, yeah, that might be possible, provided there is an adequate service available. Frequent, clean buses, reasonable fares. I think that's the bottom line, and to serve a lot of our areas. I think we have areas like Higher Kinnerton, fairly large populations now, Pennaford, fairly large populations with limited bus services at present. So this franchising has to improve what we already have. And if people are happy to get out their cars and go on the bus, that's fine, but it's got to be fit for purpose. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, it's really remiss of me before I answer your questions, Councillor Pearce, but I hadn't realised that both Helen Telford, the ITU manager, and Anthony Stanford, the transportation manager, are actually online. I think they were on the second screen, but they've now appeared on the screen. So I do apologise for not introducing them sooner. They're also available to answer the questions, but I'll do my best to answer them, but I may need to bring Helen in on some of the points that you've asked. So in terms of how much influence Flintshire will have, we are working with Transport for Wales to look at the network currently in terms of the provision, in terms of the frequency, where the routes operate, how they operate. So we are having an input into that. We've helped to produce that base position, which is based on our core bus network as it stands at the moment. They are, I think in 101, we do outline, what Welsh Government are seeking to achieve. And you mentioned having similar fares across Wales. That's exactly what they're trying to do. So they want more consistent fares with different regions, different counties and so on. But they want it to be simpler for the public as well. And then they want more coordination between. At the moment, we have no control over commercial operators. They choose which routes to operate, where and when and how often. So the idea behind the franchising is it brings a bit more control and coordination back into the network. So some of what you've asked for is what I think they are seeking to address. The operators would have to tender for routes in the future. My understanding is that routes will be packaged up as franchising, as a whole franchise, and I don't know yet whether that'll be by a corridor or whether it'll be part of a county. That bit's still unknown at this stage. I think there was some trials done on Anglesey because Anglesey being an island, it was easier to do it in that respect. So they have had some trials elsewhere. So we don't actually know what those franchise networks are going to look like, but I assume it'll be a suite of different contracts depending on the operators available in that area as well. Some might be bigger in the cities and smaller packages in the more rural areas and so on. In terms of how it fits with Metro, the Metro obviously was an announcement by I think one of the previous cabinet secretaries, and it related more to rail, but it did relate to the integration with bus as well. I think there was an announcement in May earlier this year about Network North Wales, and again that's replaced the Metro concept. But again, that relates to rail rather than bus, is my understanding. Bus service bill and the changes in terms of one network, one timetable, one ticket are all included within the regional transport plan, so it is accounted for within the regional transport plan. We in developing the RTP, we've had to reflect national policy as well, so it is reflective of that. The idea behind this report is that we're seeking support to start that consultation and stakeholder engagement. So there is going to be a consultation that will follow once we've had approval through this committee cycle. I don't know if Helen, you want to come in on any of the points there?
No, I think that covers it. So just again about the packages, that is the plan for packaging them in so that larger operators and smaller operators will have packages they can bid on. And yes, again about the consultation. So we've obviously shared our core network with Transport for Wales, which is forming the basis for that base network. And that obviously that will then go to that they're looking at that where they can timetable it for frequent services, just to make some small adjustments, but that will form part of the consultation that's starting in spring. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the information. It's encouraging. It's just where you mentioned, Helen, about you've shared the core network with Transport for Wales. So that deals with the core network. But have you gone another step further to say that there are outlying areas that's not part of the core network that we'd like you to look at as well? Because we can't leave, you know, rural communities or semi-rural communities out of this, can we?
Yeah, we've certainly that's some of the route improvements that they're looking at. Is they've looked at some options around villages that you've mentioned, like Penaford and Higher Kinnerton, and they will be shared as part of the consultation. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so just to answer Councillor Pearce's question, yes, we have identified any areas that don't currently receive any provision in terms of public transport, so that they have been shared with TFW, and they will form part of that aspirational position. So they've got the base network, which is as is now our current core bus network. There's the investment zone, obviously, is centred around getting people to employment and the advanced manufacturing sites, and improving the connectivity there. So some of that will take in some of the rurality as well. But the aspirational position is our sort of all singing, all dancing. We want to do everything. But obviously that will need extra funding from Welsh Government to do that. But yeah, so we are trying to cover every base.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wakeling, did you indicate? No. Okay. Councillor Healy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your report. I must admit I had high hopes that we would see a significant improvement in bus services as a result of this franchise. But having listened to the discussion, I'm wondering to what extent things really will change and be for the better. I was hoping that this might bring an end to some of the problems that have been created by deregulation, and that where people have been cut off because they had a bus service in the past that's now been lost because it's unprofitable, that they may be reconnected by one means or another. Now, it looks like the main support is going to be for a core network, which I assume is pretty similar to the one that we've got at the moment. And then there's going to be an element of funding from the investment zone that we're blessed with that will allow for some other improvements in transport. Now, I want to see clarification whether this will actually mean that there could be additional bus services that go out into rural communities to pick people up and bring them to work in the investment zone. But by so doing, it doesn't discriminate, it just picks people up regardless of the working there or not. I think we need to see some improvement in that. Some people were pinning hopes on the railway, and in my case, the Wrexham to Bidston line. But there's a real problem there because HGV drivers are hitting low bridges on a regular basis, and the line is having to be closed to use. So in rural communities, certainly in mine, virtually everybody has to have a car to get anywhere. And that means congestion and emissions, a high carbon footprint. And I was hoping really that this could bring about some improvement, some mitigation as far as that was concerned. So I'm just wondering if the funding for the investment zone will be able to reach out to rural communities. And then along the lines of what Councillor Pearce has said about consultation, particularly over what is aspirational. How do we know what is aspirational? And I can see there's numerous problems with the concept of consultation. When we in our community have had bus problems and prospect of buses being scrapped, we've had quite large public meetings and people banging the drum. But I know that quite a few people who go to these meetings don't actually use the bus. They want the bus to be there in case they have to stop driving for one reason or another. And when you get the buses, you see buses with very few people on. So having a realistic public consultation that actually tells you what people need is a different kettle of fish. And I'm not quite sure how you do that. I don't know how you identify the aspirational needs. And I think there are aspirational needs that need to be identified. Sorry, thank you.
From the officers, no? Councillor Richard Jones.
Do you want me to come in?
Just very quickly, so that on the investment zone, there is an amount of around about 20 million that's put aside for transport for Wales to integrate into the transport, but that's over a 10-year period in between two counties. So it sounds like a lot of money, but if you imagine that over 10 years and across two counties, Wrexham and Flintshire, then it probably waters it down quite significantly.
Okay, thank you. Katie, sorry.
Yeah, just general comments really. I think, you know, a lot of what you've described is unknown at this stage. So, you know, we don't know what the network is going to look like in the future. I think, you know, Councillor Pearce asked earlier on how will the local needs be reflected, and I think that is the purpose of the stakeholder engagement going forward. You know, I don't know how that stakeholder engagement is going to operate. It may be a range of different methods, like in-person events where people, you know, can like drop-in surgeries where people can come and give their views. It could be an online survey. We don't know that bit yet. That's still got to be worked through. The work in Southeast Wales has just started. So we are obviously watching what's going on down in Southeast Wales quite closely, because that will follow in 2026 for us. This is going to take some time as well. You know, it's a huge change. I mean, I think the first hurdle is to get the legislation through the Senedd this year, which is later this year. Once that's adopted, we'll have a bit of a roadmap in terms of where we go in the future. But it's not due to be implemented till 2028. So there's a significant amount of work to do between now and then in terms of mapping out, you know, seeking people's views and gaining feedback before designing the network. And then there's the whole procurement aspect as well in terms of tendering the different packages for franchising. So it's a significant piece of work. And, you know, I've been assured from the work so far to date that we've been involved and we've been able to comment and help shape some of the work that's going on already. So, you know, I'm confident that we will have an input going forward. There'll be further reports, I'm sure, during that next 2 years that will bring progress updates to you, and no doubt part of the consultation will be with this committee in the coming months, couple of years. So, yeah, I can't really say any more than that at this stage.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lloyd.
Actually, yeah, obviously I'm happy to support the engagement process over the network. You know, sometimes, and with elected members especially, sometimes you realise it wouldn't take an adjustment of a complete network, but just an alteration of a little route really to save areas of the communities being cut off. They wouldn't have to go out, with a separate bus to communities. In some cases, I know they would in some others. Even if it was every other service which went one route one way and came another route another way, I think that would be really good. Regarding Councillor Rose's extra recommendation, I agree with Councillor Pearce. We can't really vote for that because we haven't got the information. More information is required and more debate is required to support that extra recommendation, in my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll bring Councillor Rose back in a few minutes to.
What is it's engagement with elected members via the committee governance cycle? What exactly is that? Are we talking about that committee or what are we talking to? That's on 107. Just wonder what that was.
Are you referring to the very last paragraph on 107?
7.
I think it's just the term that is going to come through this committee cycle. So yes, it'll go through scrutiny first, and then it'll need cabinet sign off. I think that's what that means.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Banks.
Thank you, Chair. Well, first of all, I'd like to say that for myself, the holy grail would be something like the B network in Greater Manchester. I'm sure Councillor Rose would like that. I think his head turned then when I said that. The B network tailored to suit rurality or rural areas as well is what we're all aspiring to, and that's what we would love to see. But to reach that point, two things would have to happen, and Chief Officer touched upon this with funding before. They either have to allow the UK government would have to allow the Welsh government to do greater borrowing, give them greater borrowing powers, or the other one, retention of business rates, which we haven't got at the moment. Give us some of that retention for that. Myself as well, I see the flexi service playing a massive part in this moving forward. So at the moment, I think there's got the flexi service is a great ideal, but I think it's got scope to be really revamped to come in on this and work its magic, which I know it can do. It's a work in progress, I'd see it as. But yeah, B network would be great. But for me, the work starts now on this, because as it mentions, they don't really know where they're at yet until, we're lucky in a way that we're not the first one that's coming live with this. So at least we're going to get the bit of benefit of hindsight by seeing the south. I think it is West Wales, isn't it? Yeah. Didn't like to correct it. So we'll be able to see that in up and running for a year, won't we? So we can add things. I've always said never be scared of taking someone else's good ideas and learning from their mistakes on your own as well. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Right, I'll go back to Councillor Rose now. Councillor Rose, obviously, we've got a note of your recommendation, which we'll read out in a second. Obviously, if you just want to give an explanation to that. So, Kerry, can you just...
Thank you, Chair. So the additional recommendation proposed by Councillor Rose is that we support the aspirational position, but also request that Welsh Government utilises this opportunity to allow nationalisation of our bus network by allowing local authorities to run their own bus company, allowing money to stay within our communities and reducing profits being drained from Wales.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rose, do you want to elaborate a little bit more on that?
Thank you. I think it's quite rare that we hear the word aspirational in any of our duties as councillors, and I think that's one of the things that makes us a bit cautious of it. But from what we've been talking about here, I think we are in support of the aspirational position, which is the position of wanting additional routes like Kinnerton and Pennyford, increasing the overall provision and position of our buses within Flintshire. And I think that's something we all want, not only for our own wards, which may be stronger than others in buses, like my own already has quite a good bus service. Whereas there's other wards within Flintshire that people can't get to or people can't get from. And I think saying that we're in support of the aspirational position in this early on stages confirms to those making those decisions and looking at these options that that is where we want to be. We've lost so many buses within Flintshire. We want to be back to where we were, where it was a more beneficial service. Now, Katie mentioned about it depends on where operators are in the area. So if there's no bids for services in the area, I presume they wouldn't run. We'd have to either increase the cost to them to get these big operators to run them. But currently, the difference is we're restricted in legislation to running our own service. I think that's the thing. This isn't a requirement to run our own service. This is the option of, which currently we do not have that option in legislation. So I think that's really where this comes from, to say that while they're putting this legislation through, removing the restriction from having that as an option should be supported early on to give us more options and more flexibilities going forward, that should there be smaller routes and things that we want to run ourselves, we have that ability to do. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Before we debate that, can I see if we've got a seconder for that amendment? We have a seconder for that amendment. Okay, so Councillor Wakeland.
Yeah, thank you. It was just a question about would that mean the sort of our own bus company that we could then bid for the franchises in the system, or would you have to be separate to that? We couldn't go in. No. Okay.
Councillor Pearce.
Could I ask if you could just read that part of Councillor Rose's statement out, because I think we might be able to tweak the word in that could make it acceptable. Thank you. No, just the last part that Councillor Rose has added.
Sorry, the last part is around, well, it's all just, I'll just read it out. We support the aspirational position, but also request that Welsh Government utilises this opportunity to allow nationalisation of our bus network by allowing local authorities to run their own bus company, allowing money to stay within our communities and reducing profits being drained from Wales.
Could we consider putting the word possibly before the word national? Because obviously at some stage the chief officer will need to come back to this committee and perhaps look at this in some detail. But I think it keeps the door open. It does allow Councillor Rose's amendment to go through, but it talks about the possible nationalisation rather than saying that we as a committee want that, because we don't know how that would affect Flintshire. So could you read that out by putting the word possibly in? Thank you. Sorry to put this on you.
So we support the aspirational position, but also request that Welsh Government utilises this opportunity to possibly allow nationalisation of our bus network by allowing local authorities to run their own bus company, allowing money to stay within our communities and reducing profits being drained from Wales.
Okay, can I just check, Councillor Rose, are you happy for that amendment to your?
I think that makes perfect sense. The only thing is I'd switch it the other way around, rather than to possibly allow nationalisation, to allow possible nationalisation, and then that way we're talking about removing the legislation rather than.
Okay, Councillor Coggins-Cogan, are you happy with that change? Got a nod. Okay, and we've got a nod of approval here. Can I bring in the Chief Officer?
Yeah, thank you. I think the amendment that is suggested by Councillor Dan Rose is exactly the legislation. It reflects the legislation that's coming in. That's exactly what it's seeking to do. So I think it's just I guess it's just an open statement from yourselves to say you support the legislative changes that are being proposed by Welsh Government. That is, they are, what they're proposing, just to try and explain it in plain English, is that the local authorities would become an operator of last resort. So in answer to Councillor Wakeland's question, if there were no operators in a particular area, Welsh Government would want either ourselves or Transport for Wales to step in and be the operator of last resort. Under the current, what Councillor Rose has explained, under the current legislation, we can't do that. So the idea is that the changes in legislation will allow us to do that, obviously subject to funding. So maybe the word subject to funding needs to be at the end of your recommendation, because how would you fund that? It would have to be funded by Welsh Government. So, but that is, I think, in a nutshell, that's exactly what it seeks to achieve. Hopefully that explains it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lloyd?
I was just going to say the same thing in a way, really. This recommendation something to be thrown in mixed with the engagement process? Basically, that's my opinion. You know, that's what it's all about. That's what the process is for. I don't think there's any need at this stage. We're not looking at the routes, are we? We're just starting an engagement process, and that's something that could be put to them there, in my opinion.
Anybody else got any comments on this amendment?
The Chief Officer suggested perhaps add subject to funding at the end of it.
Okay, Councillor Jones and then Councillor Coggins.
Yeah, the only thing I was going to say, in 104, the second item actually deals with it, doesn't it, really? That's the removal of statutory restrictions on local authorities establishing municipal bus companies. So they're actually being quite specific in the legislation of what they're going to do. But I mean, I guess to reinforce it as a recommendation probably is okay, but it's there actually in the report.
Thank you. Councillor Coggins-Cogan.
Thank you, Chair. I think we've sort of found a form of words when actually what we really mean is that we welcome this position by Welsh Government for the potential nationalisation of bus routes. Whilst I accept the point about funding, everything is contingent on funding for local authorities. So I don't think we need to include that. I think we need to welcome the aspiration and welcome the potential for I mean, whether the proposer wants to sort of change it again so it's slightly tighter, and then we can just say that we welcome the option for nationalisation of bus services might be a cleaner reflection of this council's intent and a sort of a more accurate reflection of the legislation as it's coming down the line to us. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Rose, you've heard what's been said there. Do you want to make any further changes to that statement now, or are you happy with?
I think we've got to where we are with it at the moment. We are just reiterating what we're stating, sort of thing. I think if members are happy with that, rather than re-amending it, it's up to members. I'm open to it, but it feels like we're changing things when actually we're just reiterating the third and final point to add to the start of the consultation.
Okay, thank you. No other speakers in the room then. We've got the recommendations on page 65, and with the additional recommendation that
test you all at the end. We support the aspirational position, but also request that Welsh Government utilises this opportunity to allow possible nationalisation of our bus network by allowing local authorities to run their own bus company, allowing money to stay within our communities and reducing profits being drained from Wales.
Okay, Councillor Coggins.
Sorry, Chair, I didn't quite hear it at the back. Could Kerry repeat it again?
Okay, can we take a mover for those recommendations? Moved, seconded, and can I have a show of hands those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to agenda item 9, Highway Asset Management Plan, HAMP Annual Review and Street Cleansing Policy. I'll hand over to Chief Officer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Me again. You'll be fed up with me by the end of the day. I won't do it this time, so I'll make sure I do introduce the area managers. So Sam Tully's had to leave, unfortunately, for another appointment. However, we've got Daryl Jones in the room, and I believe we've got Ian Bushell online, and both Daryl, Ian and Sam are the area managers for highway assets, so the 3 assets that are referred to within this report. I will take you through the report. I'll try and be as brief as I can because it is a very hefty report with a number of appendices, and then if after we can answer questions and open it up to the officers as well as myself, if that's okay, Chair. So just to set it out, the background in terms of the report. So the Highway Asset Management Plan, or HAMP as we refer to it, it sets out our approach for the management of all our highway assets, and this includes things like carriageways, footways, street lighting, drainage and structures, but it also includes other street furniture as well. We approved a revised approach to HAMP, which is our overarching strategy, back in October 2024. And what we did at that time is we wanted to have the Highway Asset Management Plan as our overarching strategy, beneath which we would have different strands of policies. So it could be your drainage policy, your street lighting policy, and today, obviously, the street cleansing policy. So the idea is, I liken it to a bit of a building. You've got your overarching roof that is your strategy, and then your pillars that support the building, which are your policies. So that's how I try and liken it to in terms of a pictorial diagram. So the idea is that we have a clearer plan to manage the asset within the available funding and resources. And we've outlined previously in previous reports that we've had significant underinvestment over the years. So, we do what we can with the limited budgets, staff resources that we have, but we've also got an ageing network with a significant backlog of maintenance requirements. And also we also have increasing public expectations in terms of the highway condition as well. So we do have a statutory duty to maintain all adopted highways, and that includes highway structures. Doesn't include the trunk road. That's done by North and Mid Wales Trunk Road Agency. So we do have a duty around that. Within the report, we have referenced the work that we undertook a year ago. We were supported by EXP Consulting, who are the consultancy firm that have been appointed by the County Surveyors Society through Welsh Government to support all the local authorities in Wales. And the reason they've been engaged is to try and standardise the approach across Wales. So we are one of the first local authorities in Wales to adopt this approach, and I think others are following suit. So there are, I think there's some hyperlinks within the appendices 1 to 3 for the approach that we've now adopted, which is a risk-based approach. So those are included for you for reference only, because they were approved last time we brought the report last October. So I'm not going to go into detail with those. We have, since April, adopted the recommended methods by trying to apply a risk-based approach of managing the highways. There are some further works to be done in terms of our adoption of the inspection and repair regimes. Although we brought the policy forward last October, we've yet to implement it. And the reasons behind that is because we are currently implementing the rollout of the new asset management system called Alloy, or I think it's changed to Causeway recently, to replace the very, very, very old and outdated system that we've had over the years called Mayrise. So we have changed our approach. So we are trying to prioritise minor repairs over resurfacing and move to a more programmed approach rather than a reactive approach to repairs. So that has changed, but the inspection regime still has to move with the asset management system. So we need the back office system basically to go with it. So Sam has provided a bit of an update. I think we were due to implement later this year, but that has now slipped to January next year. So we're behind, but we are on track to deliver it this year. In 1.05, we outline the Highway Asset Management Plan Improvement Plan, which is a bit of an action plan. And we will continue to report on progress within that plan. It's included within Appendix 4. Again, that was brought to you last time around as well. So we are still trying to deliver all the actions within that plan, albeit slightly delayed. Within this report, we have included 3 annual status reports, ASRs as we call them, and they're included in Appendices 5 to 7. they're in the attachments for you to look at. And what those do is give you an overall impact of the condition of those assets based on the funding that's been given in the previous financial year. As I mentioned, we do have a backlog, so it doesn't make for good reading, unfortunately, without additional funding. Overall, I think the report outlines that the condition of the classified network is reasonable, but the unclassified network is comparatively poor. I think previous years we've adopted this matrix scoring system to resurfacing and surface treatments, which has meant that a lot of the estate roads and rural lanes and residential roads not achieving high enough scores to be able to be treated. So what that shows is that 53% of those carriageways are in deteriorating condition, which exceeds our HAMP target of 40%. So the different approach that we've adopted for more programmed works and prioritising minor repairs over resurfacing, so more patching programmes. It looks to address this, and we're trying to take a more data-driven approach. So we are aiming this year to do more on our rural lanes and the residential roads. So you hopefully will see that start to change over time. In 1.08, we mention how we do that. We do use scanner survey data. So we jumped on the back of the 20 mile an hour survey that was being undertaken by Welsh Government in 21-22, which is called the Geist survey. It is just a snapshot at a point in time. We don't do that every year. We intend to do it maybe every 5 years. Obviously, it's subject to funding as well in terms of our ability to do that. But it does give us a clear picture at a point in time what the condition of the network is at that point. We do use some of that as a base, a baseline to try and assess ourselves in terms of the condition of the network. But in terms of how we go about route treatment schemes, we do use other technical inspections. We use the area coordinators, their programmed inspections. So we do use that. They know their areas best, so they know the worst roads within their areas. So we do take that into account as well when we are formulating the programme for the year. The survey report does show that to clear the backlog of maintenance works, the level of investment that we would require would be £48 million, which exceeds my budget for the whole portfolio. That's just not going to happen. So, we are trying to clear the backlog as much as possible. We're trying to be a bit more efficient in how we operate. We've given some facts and figures there. You can see that in all, 2,590 repairs were completed within 24-25, but less than 35% of the carriageway defects were repaired within the 5-day working target. Working days target, sorry. Obviously, once we adopt that inspection policy fully with the implementation of the alloy system, we'll move to the new system of inspections, which should hopefully allow for a longer response time for us to enable us to achieve those targets. At the moment, we're still on the old regime, so that's not helping our situation at the moment. And again, once we have the new asset management system as well, it will hopefully be reflected in the updated annual status reports you see next year as well. I have included an update on the local government borrowing initiative. So this is the funding that Welsh Government announced over the 2 financial years for this year and next year. The purpose of that is to try and reduce the backlog to more sustainable levels. For us, it equates to 5.66 million altogether. We are splitting it into phases, and it may not seem logical to yourselves, but we have packaged it up as well. So, we have got a number of different types of roads in there. So we've got A's and B roads. You will see some unclassified roads and rural lanes being dealt with, as well as estate roads. So we've phase 1, I think, is completed, and we are undertaking the assessments on phase 2 for this year. So we'll be announcing again further roads in due course. So that work's ongoing this year. The funding is welcomed. We are really grateful for that funding, but I think it's you know, we are at pains to point out that it's still not sufficient to maintain a steady state of the current network. And I've voiced my concerns in regional, national meetings that we don't want this, you know, feast famine approach where we only get funding for 2 years and then there's nothing, because, you know, we'll be back to square one in another 5 years' time. So it is a risk to us as a local authority. And obviously the funding doesn't include the other assets, so it doesn't include you know, things like street lighting and all the electrical infrastructure that we're now seeing failing and requiring upgrading. So it doesn't include those. So we rely on the capital programme for those kinds of things. And again, the level of funding required isn't sufficient to meet the demand. There is a summary between 1.10 and 1.11 on, you know, the state of the assets for structures and footways as well. And in answer to Councillor Pearce, I think several committee meetings ago, you asked for a briefing note about mud on roads and what our approach is to dealing with that. So we've included within Appendix 8 the process that we follow when we do find mud being deposited on roads. And so what that legal framework is there, so you can see that, and obviously we welcome any comments on that. We've also taken the opportunity to include a draft street cleansing policy within the report, and that's in Appendix 9, again, for comments from yourselves. It provides the standard of cleanliness and cleaning frequency, you know, with our sweepers, cleansing teams. We do try to prioritise the high footfall areas and high trafficked areas like town centres, and we've tried to outline as well how we would respond to complaints. And it also obviously includes what our key activities are, like litter removal and bin emptying as well. So again, that's for comment from yourselves. Hopefully I've summarised the report, but I don't know if Daryl and Ian, whether you want to come in with any additional comments.
No, I think you've covered most of the aspects in there, which will be brought up potentially for comment, really.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. Not to preempt Councillor Coggins calling, am I happy with this? I'm not happy with the situation money-wise. However, I'm more than happy and 100% confident in that the officers are looking and trying the best to address all these issues. And I'm pretty sure they will do the best they can with what they've got. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry.
Councillor Pearce is just.
Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's not easy for the chief officer and the team because of what's listed in 102. We recognise that. But when I look at the fourth bullet point in 102, increasing public expectations, I think that's justified in a way, but perhaps they don't know the details that we've just been shared. But I do have to say that it's not just the public expectations, it's the expectations from local members. And I'm not going to have a go at Katie over this particular issue, but it's just to illustrate the point that in 2021, I did report a road that needed immediate white line in the road, went from a side road straight onto what is now become a 40-mile-an-hour road. There's no road markings. You could easily drive straight out doing 20 and not realise you're on a 40-mile-an-hour road. So that was reported in 2021. And the reason I've got this is because when I looked at the expectations, I went back into the archives and I found this information. And then in November 22, we asked the same again, and again in January 23. In January 23, we've now had it scored sufficiently to go onto the line-in programme for 23-24. But I'm sorry to say, it didn't happen. So the point I'm trying to make is that you mentioned before about the area coordinators having knowledge. I think local members have a good local knowledge as well. And this is the reason why we pass it on in the expectations in line with bullet point 4, that it's going to get done. And of course, since then, the road in that area has also deteriorated. It's a main route to junction 35 at Dobbs Hill, carried a lot of traffic from Buckley, St David's and Woodley. So I've already raised it with the street scene maintenance manager in the hope that we can get that sorted. I don't want to be too parochial, but I'm just trying to illustrate the point that when we have expectations about issues, you know, we do really would try to get it sorted. So in 102, it talks about the network will naturally continue to deteriorate each year without sufficient investments. That's a statement that's being made. So again, coming back to expectations, you can expect without the money, it's going to get worse. So it's about prioritization at that stage, isn't it? Once we get to that. 110, it talks about the slurry seal, but I won't go too much to that. There's been some local press relating to that, but you know, that's something the council's dealing with. But I think that was over due to the contractor, and that will be put right without any impact on the public purse. Yeah, I think for the reader of these reports, you can just simply say what is classified and unclassified, because people will read this and they'll say, well, which is which? You know, which is a classified? I don't think you're talking about unadopted roads. Unclassified, I think, is different than unadopted. But if you could perhaps just put something, if you're putting a report out, just to make the reader aware. Top of page 49. Sorry, top of page 89. You just bear with me while I just get the page up. Was there something there that said, the statistics said that the road will not be repaired for the next 247 years? Yeah, that is, you know, it's really remarkable that, you know, it's hardly worth wasting your time writing that down. You may as well just say it's not going to be done in our lifetimes and leave it at that. But I think it does show the enormity of it and how statistics can be sort of pushed forward if that is the reality. Top of page 107 of the Flintshire Bridge maintenance. Has that not progressed? We tried to offload that, didn't we, with Welsh Government or the Highways Agency or something like that. Could you give us an update of whether we're stuck with it or whether that's going to actually go? And on Appendix 8, thank you for the report. I did have concerns over that. But the issue I raised, which prompted this, was not new. Again, I've got back into the archives, and here we go. December 2011. This is when a local developer was driving his vehicles off a wet and muddy building site onto the roads. And of course, yeah, it then put some pressure on the council to start getting involved. I think it's about time that we built these conditions in when we're actually looking at planning applications, any approval, that it's got to be sort of mandatory that we've got to build in the road sweepers, and they have a commitment to keep it clean at their own expense. Again, in 2014, we had a big development in Buckley. Again, concerns over the mud on roads. So it is an ongoing problem. So everywhere there's a development, there's a problem. More recently, tractors and such like. If I can go back to Appendix 8 as it stands, and we look at page 111, the risk the risk that's listed there against agricultural activity should be the same for construction and development. The roads become slippery. With the mud coming up onto windscreens, there's reduced visibility. So I would say that the risk is just as bad with construction development as agricultural. Under the legal framework against section 148, it says investigate and if necessary, initiate enforcement. Is this the initiate enforcement if there's no cooperation from those who are actually causing this problem? And I think that under operational response, it talks about reports received via inspections or public channels, contact centre, and of course the local members. The local members are there. We're usually first to be contacted by members of the public if they don't contact the contact centre, and then we respond, and I'm pleased it did prompt this report. The assessment, I think one of the issues there is how quick can we respond, because if it's not the local farmer or as a contractor, they tend to cause a problem and disappear and difficult to track down over time. But if we can catch it sooner rather than later would be useful. I've already mentioned the housing developments where we should be looking at conditions on all housing developments in case this happens. And I think that's pretty much it, but thank the Chief Officer for bringing this report to the committee. Thank you.
I will bring Darryl in if that's okay with some of those issues first, because I think some of them he has the operational knowledge. So Darryl, if that's okay.
Yeah, thanks, Katie. Just go over some of those aspects. The white lining aspect, we actually carried out a policy and review of that only 18 months or so ago. So the location in question, which you've mentioned, I'll catch up with Sam and see where that is, because we have now a £200,000 allocation to carry out these white linings, and I need to find out the information on that, but that should be done as long as it's been scored, like you said. So that'll be an easy one for me to find out. With regards to the developers and sweepers, that is something the area coordinators engage with when they do their meetings with developers. I agree with what you're saying. It is difficult to police them. However, we do insist that they carry out sweeping operations, but unfortunately the area coordinators, whilst they're in the area quite regularly, are not always at the developments when it's occurring, and I take that on board, what you're saying as well. And I think they were the two main points I had. Ian will be able to answer structure one if that's...
Yeah, I mean, the Flintshire Bridge, the trunking of the Flintshire Bridge, Ian and I would gladly offload the responsibility, and we have written previously to Welsh Government about trunking. I think we can do it again. That's not a problem. I think it's an annual letter that we probably send to Welsh Government each year, but there doesn't seem to be an appetite to take on that. I don't know, Ian, if you've got anything further to add.
No, no, nothing really, Katie. It's an unusual situation. I think we're one of the only authorities with such a large structure, local authority, where a number of the other structures across Wales are part of the trunk road network.
Okay, Councillor Pearce, was everything answered of yours there?
Yeah, there are a few other points actually. So I think there was one around a contractual issue with slurry sealing, which was picked up. That's been dealt with and addressed with a contractor, but it was a contractor issue. And yes, you're right, it'll be no additional cost to the local authority to put right. I'll update the glossary to include a description of the difference between classified and unclassified network before the report goes forward. And obviously I've taken your feedback and written down some notes around your feedback around the briefing note on Mudon Road. So we'll update that with your comments. But I believe, from just having a quick chat with my colleague, my Chief Officer, that it is included within planning conditions already in terms of developers and their responsibilities towards the highway.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bethel.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got a comment really on page 88. I think the Councillor Mike Pearce has already referred to it. Over the last 10 years, on average, each road gets a new service every 89 years. I was interested in that because I always quote Chris Kay. Some of you who have been on the council for some years may remember Chris Kay, and I quote him as saying that each road would get a new service every 90 years. So this is a huge improvement on what went before 1 year. And again, when you look at the unclassified, you talk about 247 years. That would take us back to the days of the turnpike trusts, really, before we see any improvements. It's incredible, really. And Katie's touched upon the point as well, you know, the money that we've received. And we have received some money for which we are grateful. It's over a 2-year period, but we need that amount of money annually in order to tackle the particular problems that are highlighted in this report. The issue of slurry sealing has already been mentioned. Could I just mention in terms of adoptions? Again, Councillor Mike Pearce referenced new estates and so on, where new roads are being put in. We need to make sure that they are up to standard before we adopt them, and we do. And in certain cases, of course, they're not adopted. I've got roads in my ward. I've contacted Katie recently about one, which is still not adopted. And it was put in place about 25, 30 years ago. And the poor souls there who live on that estate, they don't get their roads cleaned, they don't get their gullies drained and so on, cleared. Then just not getting a service because the road has not been adopted. So we've got to make sure that the roads, when they're put in, are up to standard and ensure that those contractors, those developers actually do that, and that we adopt them and that they are good for some years to come before we do adopt them. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, I mean, I might bring Daryl in a second, but just to comment specifically on the roads that you're referring to, you know, they are required to be up to an adoptable standard. Otherwise, we will not take them on because obviously we're taking on those liabilities. The road in question, I believe that a bid is being made in year to the capital programme to seek funding to carry out a detailed condition survey for that particular road. And then I think another bid is being submitted for capital funding for next year to see about making them up to adoptable standards. So there is work ongoing in the background. Obviously, we can't do that everywhere. Previously, Welsh Government did have a fund available for unadopted roads that we could bid into. But obviously, it's all well and good if we can bring them up to adoptable standards, but we don't get any revenue funding to then continue to maintain them subsequently. So it's a risk for us as a local authority. So yes, we can put capital bids in to bring roads up to adoptable standards, but then we take on the revenue risk subsequently. So it is something to bear in mind going forward. I'll bring Daryl in if you want to just comment generally about bringing things up to adoptable standard, Daryl.
Yeah, thanks, Katie. First of all, I'd like to echo exactly what Katie has said, pretty much what I was actually going to totally comment on. One element that I do express, though, about when bringing on such new carriageways, roads, adoption, it's not just the carriageway, it is the infrastructure surrounding it, above and below, including the drainage, the frequency we must attend them, the litter bins, dog bins and such. So that then puts a strain upon the budget, which doesn't increase in line with the adoption. So that is one that I always like to bring up and bear in mind when we talk about adoptions. However, going to the actual adoptions themselves, they must be up to standard. There's a bit of complexity over this in relation to it's up to the developer to bring these forward for adoption. It's not for us to insist that they become adopted. So there's a little bit of crossover there between my planning colleagues in Highway Development Control and ourselves to encourage them to do so in a reasonable time, because we won't bring on either a road which has been, for example, constructed 10 years ago, which we'll only get 10 years life out of, and we've just gone through the HAMP and the HAMP says the situation that we're actually currently in. So we must only take on what is to an adoptable standard and within a reasonable time frame, so it's got a reasonable life. Thank you.
Can I just come back, Chair, for me? We need some kind of mechanism to ensure that before the developer departs from that particular development site, that these things are done. You know, Darrell will remember in relation to that development across the road from County Hall. We wouldn't adopt it, and Darrell wouldn't adopt it because the street lighting wasn't up to standard. And you know, we chased that up immediately and got it done for it to be actually adopted. Now, it suits certain developers just to walk away from the scene, and as Darrell has said, it's not up to us to chase them on this. They usually come to us because they want it adopted, they want it off their hands. But you know, the reality is that in certain cases, there may be the odd cases, but you know, the developers are going off, they go bust or they go bankrupt or they cease trading. And, you know, basically the poor souls who bought those properties are left hamstrung with them because they can't get simple things done like the drains cleaned and so on, the roads gritted, snow cleared, etc., because they're unadopted. And we need some kind of mechanism to ensure that before those developers depart from that particular estate, that they are brought up to standard so that they can be adopted. I don't know how we do that. But again, the present situation is far from satisfactory because it does enable those particular companies or such a mind to just do that, to simply walk away from it and leave the poor souls who sunk all their savings into buying a house or renting a house on that particular estate without the necessary maintenance and services that they are paying for. They're paying for them in their council tax at the end of the day. We need to bear that in mind too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bithell. Darrell, do you want to come back?
Yeah, sorry, I've got a couple of answers to that, and obviously planning will be able to give, or HDC will be able to discuss the bond element in much more detail than myself. So a bond by the national householders and themselves are put together when it goes through. And in mould, your ward, but in mould alone, we have called upon that bond within the last 12 months for Stuart Mill House or housing estate, and we're also doing the same in two other locations within Flintshire, one in Sugden and we're in discussions about another. I think it's in Saltney actually, in Edwards Homes ones. So we do push forward on those elements, but unfortunately historic sites are becoming a problem. And I do acknowledge that.
Okay, thank you.
Again, if I may, Chair, you know, I've asked for the whole issue of the bonds to be discussed in the planning strategy group, because again, you know, we need to ensure that that particular system works and works well and works to the benefit of the people on those particular new developments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bithell. Councillor Coggins-Cogan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to our facilitator, because I was playing the okey cokey sound. I wanted to speak and then I did want to speak and I wanted to speak again, so thank you. I'm monitoring the Chief Officer for Street Scenes words incredibly closely as she talks about adoption, because as she knows there's a significant issue I need to sort out with that. The issue I wanted to discuss was about the GAST, is it GAST, the system that she mentioned earlier on. I have a friendship with an area coordinator, so not my area coordinator, but a different one within Flintshire. And he complained that the information from GAST was used to overrule his assessment of a road. Then it was subsequently the subject of criticism and complaint from residents, because they said, well, you've done this, but you've missed this sort of pothole, and that was the point he was making. The Chief Officer has previously assured me that that's not the case. However, you know, as a member here, it's always difficult to marry together the two conflicting statements or comments. So could I ask that the Chief Officer ensures that there's proper communication within the team so that the area coordinators know the role that the GAST information is playing and they're not being overruled, because that was definitely the perception I was given, that they were clearly being overruled. On my printout, due to my own incompetence, the pages don't have any page numbers on them. So I can't give you exact page numbers, but the bit I was interested in was the structures part, the appendix. The bit that caught my eye was structures in very poor condition. There are 11 structures with critical elements that are very poor condition, including two road bridges. I wonder if the chief officer could just give us an example of, well, not an example, but tell us what they are, because obviously that's concerning. The Flintshire Bridge, I see that it's 1.8 million over 10 years and the annual cost varies. Is that on top of that 1.8 million, or is it how that 1.8 million is amortized year on year? I also see that the funding is approximately 30% for the structures of their, is it sort of depreciation amount, but the amount that's required to keep them serviceable for their anticipated lifespan, we've only been able to put in 30%. What is the outcome of that? Does that mean we can only expect those structures to be serviceable for sort of 30% of their anticipated lifespan? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I'll do my best to answer. I'll need to bring Ian in for some of the questions on these structures, but in terms of the Geist survey, as I mentioned earlier on, it was just a snapshot at a point in time. The network changes, it changes annually, or daily, monthly, based on weather conditions, based on traffic usage and the types of vehicles using it. Since we undertook that survey in 21-22, the conditions haven't improved, they've deteriorated, if anything. So, data collected, it's still relevant because it gives us a picture at a point in time, and we think it's useful to use as a baseline. We do still use, if there are other condition surveys available, then we will use them, but we do still very much use local knowledge from the area coordinators. They're out in their patches, they're doing the inspections, they know the worst roads in their ward, your ward, sorry, and in their areas. We also then undertake a technical assessment. So we have technical officers that once the roads have been identified, they go out and assess them as well and confirm that, yes, that is the worst road and that road does require some sort of route treatment. We have more, as I mentioned earlier on, we have such a backlog. We have to do it on a risk-based approach, and we haven't got sufficient funding to do all of the roads identified. So how do you break it down? Previously we were prioritising A and B roads, and that obviously has left a bigger backlog in terms of the unclassified network and the C roads, and things like the residential estates are in much worse condition than some of the A roads and B roads that we've got there. So where do you start? How do you break it down? So we have to have a mechanism for doing that, and the area coordinators, we rely heavily on them to tell us where the worst roads are within their areas, and then that's then backed up with the technical assessment by the officers in the technical pool. So that's how we approach it currently. It would be great to be able to do a Geist survey every year, but we just cannot afford to do that. It is subject to funding. We were fortunate in that particular financial year that we had the funding available. We would like to try and do it again next year, because it would be good to compare, what we had for 21-22 to, the condition of the network in 26-27. So if we can afford to do that, we may put a capital bid in potentially to run that survey again, because it is a good comparator. But we also, we rely on other data as well. The other one, the structures, sorry. The survey, from memory, was between 30 and 40k originally. They're basically, it's a vehicle with a camera on the roof that goes around the whole network, and every road in Flintshire. So a bit like the you see the Google Maps vehicle that goes round, but what I think the beauty, it's not so much the camera that we're paying for, it's the data. They are able to produce layers on maps for us, so to show us, where are all our gullies, where are our road markings missing. So we've got all that data now. following the Guy survey, we asked them, well, can you add a different layer? Because you've done this survey, can we have access to this data to tell us, where have we got missing road markings? Where have we got missing signs? Or, so we've got it all, but we haven't obviously got the funding to be able to deliver it all. That's the problem. That's the issue. So how do we clear that backlog? Where do we start? It's so huge. How would we go about doing it? So we've had to take a risk-based approach to it, based on the evidence we've got in front of us, unfortunately. I can't see the situation changing in terms of funding. Even though the Welsh Government funding's welcome, it's still not sufficient, and it obviously doesn't cover all of the assets that we have. As I mentioned, street lighting, we've got failing columns, we've got failing traffic signals. We can only afford to do so many per year based on the funding available. So we're always going to be in this cycle at the moment. We are continuing to flag it as an issue through the WLGA and through the CSS Wales. We do continue to flag the risks. We're not alone. I think every other local authority in Wales is in a similar position to us as well. But one thing's clear is Welsh Government seem to be moving more to the approach that we're taking and trying to standardise. So things like these annual status reports, it looks as though Welsh Government are going to start asking us for these on an annual basis. So it's good, we're almost ahead of the curve, really, in that what we're doing, because in the future it might be an annual requirement anyway. If I can bring Ian in, maybe on the questions around structures, please, Ian.
Yeah, I can talk about the two bridges you mentioned, which are in the report as in poor condition. I'm not too sure if that reads 100% right. So we have two types of scoring. So in the bridge condition index, we have an overall average condition and we have a critical element condition. So each inspection on a certain bridge might be broken down into 15 elements, from the road surface, the drainage, the parapets, the embankment, and they're your critical elements. So the two that are in there, with poor elements, so it's just one of those elements that's in poor condition. The average condition of all our bridges is good, but there's elements in there which are in poor condition. That could just be a single element. One of them has now been repaired and that critical element has been removed. And the other one is based down in Greenfield Dock, and we're working to resolve that this year with the funding.
Okay, Councillor Coggins.
Thank you, Chair. On the GAST, is joint procurement with some of our neighbouring authorities something we can explore, because hopefully might get a better deal. And my original question was about the Flintshire Bridge, the 1.8 million, with the annual cost. Is that on top of, or is that how that it costs 1.8 amortised? And the 30% put into the depreciation of the structures for their serviceable lifespan, does that mean we can only expect them to be serviceable for 30% of their anticipated lifespan?
Okay, go on, Ian. If you can come in.
Bridge. So we have because it's such a large asset, such a key asset in Flintshire, we have got a set regime for maintenance, repair and inspection, which is set over 10 years. And that the cost for that regime is the 1.8 million broken down into years. And the things on there, we've got set things for set inspections, set testing, lightning protection, the drainage, the parapet monitoring. We have wind sensors on there. On every 6 years, we remove elements of the strands that you see, the big blue strands that come down, and we send them away to get tested. So that's the breakdown of the 1.8 million over the 10-year period.
Okay, does that answer your question?
Sorry, I'm not sure where you're referring to within the report, so I think maybe that's something I'll take away and confirm.
Page 106, but structures. Okay, we move on then. Councillor Danrose.
Yeah, thank you. There's a lot of data in these reports, and I quite like the layout and how much information we can actually glean from this. So thank you for who's put those together. Sorry, I don't have page numbers or anything, but Councillor Pearce mentioned about mud on roads. My comment on that is that the risk of those things before you do the assessment, does that include more than just whether the mud's on the road, in terms of obviously the geology in different areas? Clay is more dangerous and more slippy, and is more likely to cause more issues than it would be in a limestone area. And the slope of are those things taken into those assessments before where you prioritize these areas? And then each of the footways would have a new service every 433 years. That's far longer than I'd ever have expected. But I wasn't aware that the survey actually included the footpaths and things as well, the laser survey. I think that's a good thing. Do we know how much that laser survey costs if we were to do that more regularly, as it seems like quite a useful data source? And then the backlog of 67,000 would treat all footways in poor condition. What I wanted to ask there is, how does disability rights come in terms of poor footways? In terms of, as an example, in my ward, I've someone who's complained about a poor footpath that he struggles to push his wife in a wheelchair on. And I've escalated it to the office at the street scene team, and nothing's been done about it. But how does that connect to disability rights in terms of pavements being so critical for disabled people to use them in certain scenarios, whether that's in wheelchairs or mobility issues in terms of just being able to walk? How does that get included in any of these risk assessments to upgrade these pavements? And then the other thing was the dead animals on the road. Obviously, there's several government programs relating to wild animals. I should give a personal on that, as I'm a member of Clear Badger Group doing the RTAs. So I know street scene work well with the badger element, but there's other areas that government invest in dead animals on roads in terms of collection and testing, from everything from otters to polecats and bats. Does street scene look out for those programs and send those bodies to those programs, or is that something that it's only really the ones that have actually engaged with them in the first place? I think they're my questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Katie?
Yeah, thank you. In terms of the types of, I suppose, deposits on the roads, we haven't done that. We've treated it all generally about whether it causes a safety issue, whether it's obstruction, or whether it impedes visibility. We don't assess it in terms of the type of material that's deposited. It's more around the risk. So that's where we focus I suppose it's our legal responsibility. It really is around safety. So that's our priority when it comes to mud on roads. The cost of the survey I mentioned earlier on, when Councillor David Coggins-Cogan asked the question, it's the same survey. So it's between, from memory, I mean, it is 4 years ago, it's between 30 and 40k roughly, from memory. If it's okay, I've got Anthony on the line around the question around access and in terms of accessibility on footways. Yes, and in answer to the question on things around wildlife and dead animals on the road, we do any programs that come out through either charities or wildlife protection groups or Welsh Government, we will always engage in those, definitely. But if I can bring Anthony in around the accessibility question, please.
Yeah, thanks, Katie. Yeah, so I'd say there's a number of things there with regards to, Disability Discrimination Act and accessibility. So, it could fall under a number of categories. One could be you could have a footway that's, say, unsuitable in terms of it. There's got tripping hazards. So I know the old method of things. I don't know if they've got anything more advanced now, but your inspections would be undertaken with a Lego block, and because that was the exact height of what would be deemed as a tripping hazard. So a bit of useless information there, but basically what it means is they would always measure the trip hazards. It could be flags if it's not a tarmac surface, but but those kind of inspections would be done and are done, and that would be classified whether a footway was, you know, in accordance with you know, disability requirements, because again it could be to do with pushchairs, people with motorized you know, motorized scooters, or any form of walking aid, and also it comes into it in terms of, say, a tripping hazard where you could catch your toe. So that's in terms of the maintenance side. And then in terms of accessibility, it could be due to the width of a footway, not just the sole width of a footway, but where you've got street furniture, you could have posts, you could have post boxes, you could add advertising boards, and all of those things would be considered whether it would be classified as compliant. You've also got things that you'd look at in terms of the surface, whether it would be deemed slippy, you know, whether there's got potholes, and also gradients as well, whether they are in accordance with DDA requirements. So I think in terms of that question, it goes into a whole host of different issues, but and you know, they would fall between, you know, design, you know, looking at streetscape and decluttering, and also, you know, also your active travel requirements as well in terms of your minimum widths and gradients and what have you. So I hope that's helped.
Brilliant, thanks. It just for clarity, my quick Anthony, that bit is included in the stand as we're grading the roads and saying something's poor condition. Poor condition doesn't mean it's below those standards in terms of disability access. It just means it's not yet to the point where it is legally required to be corrected. Is that correct, or is that?
Yeah, so when they're measuring condition, that will look at potholes, it would look at uneven flags, it would look at things like that. But I think this is the point I was trying to make. You've got condition in terms of whether you've got trip hazards, and then you've got design, if you like, whether you've got adequate width. So I think it's sort of twofold, really. It's, you know, whether it's sort of DDA compliant, you know, for disabled users. It's not just a case of condition, it's also design, and can they fit through different gaps, you know, are the gradients sufficient? It's a whole host of different issues when we're talking about footways.
Well, thanks.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Lloyd next.
Thank you for letting me before the cabinet member. Appreciate that. Just want to thanks Darryl for confirming the adoption of the housing safety and Scrutiny, because I was going to ask you that question afterwards, that it's not been adopted yet. I know that was down to the depth of some cables for the street lighting. Just want to ask a question regarding the process regarding replacement of street road name signs, because we've ordered one. It's over 18 months ago now. Told again there's a ticket gone out for it, but I was told that the process to have one made goes through a builder's merchant. I won't name the builder's merchant because I can't remember which one it was. Is that correct, or because it seems to lengthen the process of getting one made? I think it is actually there now. So, but it's been about 18 months in the keeping coming. Looking at the footbridges on the structures. I'm looking at a list here of different footbridges and culverts and things. I just want to refer to one in Sonny. There's a footbridge there. I just wonder when, I mean, it does in a bit of a state. It may just need painting. Well, it does need painting. Just how often are they inspected, and what has that one been inspected recently, if you've got a date for that? And does it include the maintenance, i.e. the painting of the bridge? Because I have been asking about getting that bridge painted for a long time. This is just a footbridge now. So if you can let me know about that. Do we still do EVAs with supervisors? Because we haven't done one for a while. I don't know whether we must request that. It's down to us probably. So we'll have a walk around with that. Yeah, that's about it. But yeah, if you can let us know about, does it include the painting? Have we got funding for painting of bridges, as well as examining the safety of the structure? Thank you.
Okay, Ian, are you going to answer that, or?
So when we come to more of the footbridges, they're inspected on a 2-yearly cycle. And again, when the bridge is inspected, it's broke down into elements, and each element is scored. And one of the elements is the paint condition of the bridge. That is, when we look at how much is deteriorated percentage, 25, 50 or 100%. But obviously then once we put that into our our AMX, our bridge management system, and we turn the list upside down, which is safety critical items first, unfortunately painting is a little bit further down the list than, I don't know, replacing decking boards or something like that. So we are aware, and we do have up to around about a £2 million backlog in general maintenance on our structures, but unfortunately some more cosmetic painting comes down the list rather than safety critical elements.
They just request that one to put back on the list, Ian. I mean,
yeah.
Ian, brilliant officer. I mean, I do ring Ian up when I can't get over the supervisor, and he's spot on with coming back to me. I can't knock him for that. He's a good officer for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. We'll have a look at that bridge.
Darryl, do you want to come?
Yeah, EVAs, 100% they should be happening. And if you actually give me, I presume it's John Griffiths, is it? I will make contact with him as soon as I leave here and have a conversation. Yeah, EVAs should be happening on an extremely regular basis. If they're not, please let me know. Oh, street nameplates. Sorry, yeah. Street nameplates, yeah, they will identify when they need to replace them, when they're fading, damaged, or inappropriately fixed. It's probably a nicer way of putting some of them nowadays. They put the request into our service delivery team. Service delivery team will order them in the most appropriate and procurement fashion. And once that's come into them from wherever they've got them from, they will then install in an appropriate time. In relation to a builder's merchants, I'm not 100% sure on that side of it. I'd have to have a conversation with my partners or my equivalents on the other side in how they've done that one, if that's okay, and I'll come back to you.
Right, just quick question, Darryl, before moving on to the next person. Street nameplates, how long after being reported should one wait for a replacement?
Again, it goes down to how I broke them down. It all depends on the how safety critical they are. If they are just fading, they'll be ordered to be replaced. If they are damaged, missing, then they'll be put down to be replaced within a reasonable time frame, usually within 28 working days.
I know of a few lot longer than 28 working days, but okay, quickly, and then we'll move on to
quickly, 18 months.
Councillor Pearce.
Right, Chair, thank you for letting me come back. I thought I had my say, but what Darryl said has prompted me to come back. Sorry, Darryl. Darryl mentioned about the adoption of roads and estates and such like, and he said it's for the developer to bring forward the adoption, not for the county council. Well, I tend to disagree with that, because if we look, and you did name some other developments before, so I'll name this one, the Redrow Heathlands estate in Buckley. The last house was occupied in 2015, so we're talking 10 years now. That certainly we've been trying to get that adopted. There's raised grids, street lights, and drainage. And the reason I say the council shouldn't sort of abdicate and say it's the developer, because all the residents living there with the raised grids, the poor street lights and the drainage issues, they're all paying the full rate council tax. They're not paying half price because the roads and everything isn't in place. They are paying the full price. So this needs doing. But unfortunately, it's the likes of the local members who have to keep chasing. I have set up a number of meetings. I had meetings with Redrow and people from the officers from the highways. Everything is planned. This is going to go ahead, but nothing's ever reported back. It's always the local member has to do the chasing all the time. So can I ask who supervises the adoption of the roads? Because, you know, as part of a planning consideration, this adoption should have taken place. We shouldn't have to wait nearly 10 years to get it adopted. And the residents really deserve better. They need proper roads, the grids need to be flush, street lights need to be working, and the drainage is there. So we do have an obligation, I think. It's not just the developer, we do have an obligation. So who supervises the adoptions? So we can go there and say, please get this done. Thank you.
Thank you. Darryl?
I think I'll answer that because I opened that can, I think. I did. However, I have some good news. I have got that design for the electrical side of it on my desk last week. So we've engaged with Redrow, we've engaged with our HTC colleagues. Once the design has been approved for the amendments they need to carry out, then hopefully Redrow will be engaged to carry out that work to bring up to adoptable standard. More than happy to discuss that out of this forum with you. With regards to the adoption supervision, there's two elements, if not three, to that. You have the planning aspect, which is around the actual planning and elements of it. Then you have the highways element, which is split into two, which is highway development control, who do the legal aspects, and then you have street scene side, which do the inspections on site. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And next on the list is Councillor Latham.
Thank you, Chair. All the good questions have been asked, but I've got a couple. Kate, you mentioned in a meeting a little while ago, and I've read through this and I couldn't find it, that there was some funding available to rescue footpaths from nature, where they're heavily overgrown and things like that. Is that something, how do I apply for that? Where do we find it? I've got footpaths in my ward and others in the local area where they're not used because they're massively overgrown on the side of the road, but they won't be used because you can't find them because they're buried. And obviously, like encroachment when the hedges are cut and things like that. Second one, the new system for identifying issues with, particularly block drains and things. Will the new system give obviously the people come along with the cleaner and suck out the grids and that, and then, but if it's blocked, they mark it. Will the new system tell them where it is and sort of information like which direction it's blocked in? Is it flowing at all? That kind of stuff. So they've got an option to the best way to fix it. And the last thing, just for pure curiosity, what's scour protection? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In terms of funding for rescuing footpaths from wilderness, there have been different sources of funding over the last couple of years. We had what we call streetscape funding. We have that was pretty much gone. It doesn't exist anymore. I think it was about 100k altogether for the whole county, which doesn't go very far, unfortunately. What we have tried to do this year under HAMP is allocate the equivalent funding again. So we've put 100k of the overall pot aside to tackle some of the footways that have become more overgrown. So, you know, it's about trying to clear them back and push them back to the boundaries. So we are doing that. So that's a piece of work, a programme of work that's going on currently. Again, it'll be safety led, you know, where we identify issues on the network, and we haven't got enough funding to do them all at once, but we're trying to get to a position now where we try and allocate the same amount of funding each year. So, I mean, I mentioned earlier on this feast famine approach, but what we need is more consistent funding. So, you know, we don't see one year we've got funding, next year we haven't. So that's what we're trying to get to. The system for the new asset management system, the system itself won't identify where the drains are. What it'll do is it will help us with programming of the work more easily, so that so it will assist us with programming more effectively rather than relying on spreadsheets. That you know with spreadsheets there's more room for duplication and error and pieces of paper being printed out that go missing and so on. So we want a digital system that's fit for purpose. That so that's what we're trying to get to. That we've got dashboards, that we have on a daily basis. We can see those performance dashboards, so we know exactly where we're at on a daily basis, instead of us having to go away and analyse spreadsheets all the time. So that's where we're trying to move to. So hopefully it will improve things in the future. It is going to take us probably, I'd say, 2 years to fully roll out the system. I think we've gone with the streetworks one first, from memory, Darryl. And I think things like the gully emptying drainage will follow, then grounds and so on. And eventually there may be a waste module as well that we can look at. So it is going to be slow progress. Everyone's going through training at the moment, and we're trying to build some of the, transfer a lot of the data over from the old system to the new system. So all that's going on in the background at the moment. They're doing the user acceptance testing at the moment as well for some of the modules that we have. In answer to the question around scour refers to what's below the water. So, things you see, I mean, Ian will probably be more technically skilled than I will at answering what it is. My understanding is it's what happens underneath the water, what we can't see. We do the inspections based on what we can see, but what's going on underneath, in terms of the footings and the structure below that, you have branches and trees and things washed down that can effectively scour the bridge, basically. So I think, Ian, come in if I'm wrong, but
So
please add to what I've said.
we identified structures or bridges with fast flowing or quite deep water that go underneath, and really it's looking at water erosion and how we can prevent water erosion. So we're doing some scour assessments. So we take some pictures or some levels of the riverbed on the approach and the exit to the structure. And you see it on like bank erosion on the approach to structures, and also erosion under the foundation of the structure. So we could get scour under the footing or the foundation of the structure, and you might not know it. You just see the water flowing through and all looks well, but underneath it's slowly scouring away under the footing. So we've got a number of surveys and reports going on looking at how our main principal structures are coping with scour, what we can do to protect them from future scour. I hope that answers it.
Okay, thank you, Ian. Okay, I've just got a bring Councillor Dolphin in, but the street cleaning is a draft stage, and particularly on fly tipping, wonder if we can. I mean, nobody wants to pay any extra or additional money. However, there are pieces of land which do not have a landowner, unadopted, unknown owner pieces of land, especially in our town centres, and creates a bad image of the town. So I'm wondering whether we can add a line in there whereby the council consider on a case-by-case basis removal of fly tipping on land that's where there's no known owner. And obviously this sort of leads from the fact that we're talking with other officers about HMOs and the like, and we're getting quite a few of them in the Deeside area. And of course with that becomes fridge freezers, mattresses, quilts, bags of clothes, all sorts of stuff dumped on land which doesn't have an owner. The council have no duty to remove it because it's not council-owned land. However, somebody's got to move it. So as a duty to our residents, from an image of keeping our towns looking nice and tidy, to a degree, can we include something in there for that nature?
In short, no. Our duties are set out in the legislation in terms of, unfortunately, it's set in the legislation in terms of who's responsible for what. So, we, under the Environment Protection Act, we're responsible for adopted roads and for adopted public land. We're not responsible for land that's not owned by the council. It's quite clear in the legislation. If we have the landowner's permission, we can take enforcement action together with NRW. But we're not responsible for large scale fly tip waste either. Small scale, if we have that landowner's permission, we can intervene. But if it's not known, it is not our responsibility. If it's not council land, unfortunately, it is quite clear in the legislation. we've tried to pull this policy together because we didn't have a policy as such. We have a separate policy on fly tipping. So this is around street cleansing on the adopted highway. This doesn't refer to, we've tried to obviously reference the separate policy so it's reflected. But this is again around removal of litter within the adopted highway and on adopted public land.
Okay, fly tipping's referred to on page 115, isn't it? And I think whether it's okay, we'll have to take it by other means and try and get that one resolved. Councillor Dolphin.
That's not for me. Wondering where it was. Okay. Right, I want to talk about accessibility and money. We've got some great officers here today. Darryl, Ian on screen, Kate, and all the other highway officers. David's here as well. And what they're doing is basically saying we've got no money, and they're juggling it around, trying to spread it out and doing the best they can. And things have improved, even with less money than it was a little bit, but it's not going to stay like that. And so the accessibility, which we heard about from Councillor Rose on screen, some places don't have any footways at all. They have very poor surfaced roads, and those roads will never ever get resurfaced for how many years is it? Quite a lot anyway, it's written down. And I actually believe those figures, and it may be longer, because lobby year after year, decade after decade, got nowhere. And that's because of the matrix system and the way it's planned out. So that has to change. No footways and still having poor roads. So what about the poor little babies? What about our little toddlers? Because that's what I see. Yes, we have older people who have access problems. And what about the toddlers and the babies that I see and that I know with their chattering teeth as they go along the road like that? And they are chattering, and that's how bad it is. But those roads are never going to get done. And these poor little toddlers and babies have just got chattering teeth. And I see it, and I've seen it regularly. And I know which babies they are as well. And, well, not all of them. So it's not just access for older people, it's access for the very young. So these poor roads and pavements we got affect everybody from the age of a month or a day up until the day we leave this earth. And so the matrix system needs to change. We need to get some of these rural roads sorted out because they've got no pavements anyway. Thank you.
Any comment or nothing to it?
The only comment I'd say is we adopted a revised approach last year, so that's exactly what we're trying to achieve. To not go off a matrix system, we've changed the approach, so it's exactly what we're doing. We are trying to address it with the little funds we have available and take a more programmed approach.
Okay, any other comments before we move to the recommendation? Okay, that was quite a long agenda item. Recommendations on page 71. Scrutiny supports, notes and comments on the content of the report and the associated documents. Scrutiny supports notes and comments on the proposed street cleansing policy included in Appendix 9. Do I have a mover? Move, seconded. Show of hands, those in favour. Okay, that's carried. Unfortunately, members, we're going to have to take another 10-minute break as we've been another 2 hours getting through those last couple of agenda items. So we shall reconvene at 3:10. Much. Okay, thank you very much for that. We'll move back on to the agenda item 10, and I shall hand over to Adrian.
Okay, thank you, Chair. This report is looking at the adoption of an affordable housing supplementary planning guidance note. The LDP incorporates a commitment to prepare a series of supplementary planning guidance notes in relation to a number of key policies. Where SPGs are consistent with the LDP, they've been consulted upon and they've been adopted. They can be given significant weight as a material planning consideration in determining planning applications and appeals. Affordable housing is a key element of the LDP, and this SPG seeks to provide additional guidance on the implementation of policy HN3, as well as a number of other policies which also touch on affordable housing. The two main aspects of policy HN3 are that on any site of 10 units or more, there should be affordable housing provided. So it's picking up on a lot of smaller windfall sites than the UDP did. The UDP had a threshold of 25 units and this is now 10. So it's picking up on more sites. The second aspect of the policy is that it adopts a target percentage affordable housing, which is different for different parts of the county. The county is split up into a number of sub-market areas, and for each of those there is a specific percentage requirement for affordable housing, and it ranges between 15 and 40%. So the SPG has been a subject of public consultation, and that brought about a good mix of representations from a variety of organisations. A couple of housing associations made detailed representations, a private house builder, and also the Home Builders Federation representing the market side of housing, several town and community councils, and also members of the public. Those representations have been considered in detail by policy officers, and we've also worked closely with housing strategy officers to make sure they're comfortable with what the SPG is saying. Amendments have been made to the SPG where this would improve the clarity of the guidance within it. So the responses to representations and our recommended amendments were considered and endorsed by Planning Strategy Group at its meeting in June, and the intention now is that the SPG is reported to Cabinet so that it can be adopted as formal SPG. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Members, any questions? Councillor Pearce?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Adrian. Yeah, an improvement in the number of affordable houses. 10 units or more is now in the LDP, but just for interest, that previously the number of houses on a site had to be 25 before affordable was required. And I lost count of the number of developments that came forward with 24 houses, just under the threshold. So this will go a long way to dealing with that. On page 119, just bear with me, I'll scroll down. And the third paragraph, this is very important part because it does need to be subject to consultation and formally adopted by the council. In the past, I've been in a public inquiry with the inspector when the SPG had been thrown out because it hadn't been consulted on. So that's a very important part, the third paragraph. Section 104, I'd ask a question of Adrian about the SPG will carry little or no weight unless it's produced in accordance with a community involvement scheme. And I wasn't sure that we had those, so I'm just asking the question, is that correct for our particular part of the world? And it does need, where it talks about adopted by a council resolution, I think I'm talking about a formal council resolution that's gone before full council. On section 110, I totally agree that the report has pushed back on Clwyd Allen's proposal where it talks about a site being divorced by physical features from the main site, and it wouldn't be represent good placemaking. So I think I agree with that comment in the report. On 111, it says a minor change has taken place in the SPG to reflect the affordable units being 10-year blind. I'd like to make a further amendment to that, if I may, because it talks about affordable units are now 10-year blind, where it's not possible to distinguish from the market dwellings. So rather than individual pepper pot, it's considered that where they are 10-year blind, we don't pepper pot. But I think we need to put the word is where affordable units are now 10-year blind, because I don't believe that all of them are. So I think where it says, however, affordable units are now 10-year blind, I think it should say where affordable units are 10-year blind, and then we can accept. But the reason they were pepper potted is because in some large planning applications, they were all put in one side, and they were seen as well, the word that came out in planning committees was ghettos, basically. All the affordable houses shoved in one area. And the planning committee and planning strategy previously tried to get rid of that by pepper potting. But I think the word is where affordable units are 10-year blind. I think that would be correct. So I think we should amend the SPG in that respect. I think the 113, it talks about the affordable housing, but that is linked to the housing allocations in the LDP. So I don't think we should be using the SPG to override or change what's already been agreed into the LDP. If you could just remind us in 114, the very bottom word there, LCHO, I'm not quite sure what that is. And then we come down where we have the report itself, and it talks about, equity and shared equity and shared ownership. I think perhaps we need some more clarity on that, because one of them, the person purchasing the property can pay towards the further purchase of the property, and then their share increases. But I think in the other situation, I'm sorry, I've lost the page, but in the other situation, just bear with me, here we go. That's it, we have shared equity and shared ownership. I think we need to do some more work on that, if I can suggest that, just to, on the face of it, they look very similar, but the one of them, you can pay a bit more to actually increase the ownership of the person buying this. So I think I can take this offline with Adrian or someone like that. But I think we do need just to clarify that. I did look at it, and I looked at it a couple of times, and I think we need to simplify it just a little bit. And on 174, it talks about the intermediate housing register being administered by TITEG. The way TITEG runs the register is, first of all, you have to register. I've been dealing with this recently. You have to register with TITEG to be considered eligible. You meet all the criteria they set, but it's supposed to be the local member who's involved with it, because it starts in the ward, and if there's no takers, it moves to adjacent wards, and if it doesn't have any takers there, it then moves out to the rest of the county. What I've been trying to find out is, we had a situation where someone in the ward were claiming they missed out. I don't know the full reasons, but I don't know the person who's been successful, whether they are from the ward or where they're from. So we're not asking for names. I'm just asking for the people who have been successful. where are they? You know, I think we need a bit more clarity, to be honest, on this tight egg. But yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. There was a question earlier on about the community involvement scheme. All that is that in the development plans manual, which is Welsh Government's sort of Bible for preparing a development plan, it says that in your delivery agreement and the community involvement scheme part of it, you should set out what your approach will be in terms of subsequent SPGs. And all that covering report there is explaining is that in our delivery agreement, we did do that. We set out that we were going to do SPGs and we explained briefly how we were going to do them. So just clarifying on that. LCHO, that's low cost home ownership. I mean, there's quite a few detailed points coming out in your comments, and it's difficult really knowing when to stop with an SPG like this because it's such a huge topic area. It's difficult to try and get the SPG to cover every single eventuality that might arise. What the SPG tries to do is to provide enough information to provide applicants, officers, housing strategy with the information to make an informed decision. But a lot of those decisions will have to use a lot of other considerations and information. It would be very difficult to try and incorporate every eventuality into the SPG. And certainly some of those changes that you're sort of suggesting, I think we would have to go back and touch base with housing strategy and see whether and how we could amend the SPG further. Certainly, I don't think that could be done in time for the next cabinet meeting.
Okay, can I just ask on Councillor Pearce's comment there, changing the word however to where on 111? Would that fit with you, or would that, before I bring Councillor Pearce back?
That's the only point.
Oh, right, okay. On 111, that was that comment there that there is no PPW or legislative requirement, but pepper potting, although it has for some time been considered as good practice. However, but Councillor Pearce wants to change it to where affordable units are now 10-year blind. So it's however or where.
I think that wording is actually on the covering report rather than in the SPG itself.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
If I could go back, I was going to make the point that, yes, I have mentioned some detailed questions. Perhaps that's my sort of involvement with planning coming out and perhaps not realising this is a high level. But yeah, I think it is important. The word where is very important because it will determine whether the affordable houses are placed where they are or where they have to be pepper potted. That was very important to the planning strategy group, very important to the planning committee. So if we go back just to 111, I won't pick up on the other points again because you've already picked up that. But I think on 111 in the covering report, if that is in the SPG itself, I would suggest that where affordable properties are 10-year blind, then we don't need to do pepper potting. But if they're not 10-year blind, we do need to pepper pot. So you see the point I'm making? It's either one or the other, and we should make it clear in here because the SPG, you know, it's for developers as well. So we need to make it absolutely clear that it's either pepper potting or not. And the only deciding factor is they 10-year blind? Yep. Okay. So I think it's where they're 10-year blind. That word needs to go in, and I'm satisfied there, Chair.
Just to clarify on that, Rachel's found a section of the SPG, and it does say in 7.15 that affordable housing or affordable dwellings should be indistinguishable from market dwellings in terms of their design and layout within the site. in order to promote social inclusion. So that seems to be quite clear that affordable housing should be indistinguishable from the market dwellings.
So that prompts a question then with my planning hat on. If a planning application comes in to the planning committee and it doesn't abide by what you've just said there, it can be simply rejected because of that situation. So, and I would expect therefore officers, before they make a recommendation to the committee, that they are satisfied that those affordable houses do meet that paragraph. And if not, they don't make the recommendation to committee. That's all I can say on that. We agreed? Okay.
Just to clarify that, this is guidance, isn't it? And I absolutely agree with your point around pepper potting and being indistinguishable. And this is guidance, and as Adrian says, it cannot cover every eventuality. But I think what we're saying from a planning position on this, that if they're indistinguishable, then that's a good thing. It doesn't matter in terms of where they sit within a scheme. If they're not indistinguishable, and the guidance within the SPG is saying that there should be, and the word should, it's not must there, is it? And we all know arguments that have been had around must and should and may and the likes. But I think at that point there would be a judgment for the planners around that issue of over concentrations of distinguishable affordable housing. So that's a planning judgment, isn't it? So I think the starting point for us in terms of what the SPG says is should be indistinguishable. If they're not, then what we don't want is just 10 units stuck in a corner down the bottom end, if in non-technical terms, if that makes sense. And that will be a planning judgment, because then I'm assuming, and we have to take every application, as you know, on its individual case, but we were then saying that that doesn't comply with the spirit of the SPG. So you could have, I'm guessing, a scheme where the affordable housing did look slightly different, but it was divided around the site. So it goes back to what Adrian's saying about the SPG can't cover every eventuality, but it gives you the general thrust and the key principles. And because what I don't want to say here now is that if we've got a scheme where there is a clear distinction between the affordable and the market housing, then it's automatically thrown out. That's, you know, we're not here to be that black and white. But what we're saying is, if they're just grouped in one corner, that isn't good practice, you know. And I'm fairly certain as officers we would not be supporting that. And what we try and do is design that out of the scheme before it actually got to planning committee. And then if we couldn't get to a point at planning committee where we'd managed to do that, then what you'd probably find is the recommendation wouldn't be positive. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Any other members wishing to speak on this report? Councillor.
Yeah, I couldn't really see any problem with putting the word where instead of however, but if it, you know, if we can't, we can't. But I'd have been happy to support that. We've never been happy with clusters of affordable housing, and I would argue the point, because I'm thinking of a certain area in my ward where it's pretty obvious that they are affordable houses. They are in a cluster, and had they been pepper potted about the site, they wouldn't have been noticed the same. And I think they really do it for ease of maintenance. Really, you know, they're all together and they could do them all at the same time. So I wouldn't have a problem with changing that to where, obviously, you know, if this, I mean, it's a guidance note, isn't it? But I mean, they're not set in stone guidance notes, are they really? I mean, I remember having planning guidance notes about the distance between habitable blooms and all that. And I've asked the question before, no, hang on a minute, that's not 21 metres, it's only about 18 or something. And it's only a guidance note that I've been told, you know, so they're not really set in stone. But yeah, I'm glad it's here, but you know, it's up to, I'm happy to support Councillor Piers's change, but if we can't do that, I'm happy with that as well, really. Thanks.
Sorry. Any other speakers on this agenda item? No? Okay, we'll move to the recommendation on page 120. that the affordable housing SPG is adopted as SPG and made available for inspection on the council's website. Do I have a mover? Moved. Seconded? Seconded. Can I have a show of hands, those in favour? Okay, that's carried by everyone. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to agenda item 11, retention of local facilities planning guidance.
Thanks, Chair. Yep, this second SPG relates to the retention of local facilities. The LDP recognises the importance of community facilities to residents, whether this is in urban or rural locations. Examples are local shops, halls, public houses, and a whole host of other community facilities. Policy PC12 adopts a criteria-based approach to consider development proposals which would involve the loss of such a community facility. The policy can't prevent a facility from closing per se. That is often down to market forces or the personal circumstances of the owner, etc. So the policy can only be applied when a planning application is submitted, for instance, for the change of use of a shop to a different use. The SPG provides more detailed guidance to support the policy criteria to ensure that when an application does come in, the applicant has properly evidenced the application in terms of the steps and the efforts that they've taken to maintain that facility as open, and also that they've marketed the property in its present use fully. Representations have been received from town and community councils and also a member of the public. One amendment has been recommended to refer to the well-being of a community when we're looking at the issues surrounding the loss of such a facility. And obviously well-being is a key part of the planning system at the moment. The responses to the representations and the recommended amendment were considered and endorsed by Planning Strategy Group at its meeting in June. And again, the report is intended to go on to Cabinet to be adopted as formal SPG. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chris Biffle.
Yes, just one question, if I may, Chair. Perhaps I should know the answer to this. But under 4.2 of the paper on this, retention of local facilities, under 4.2, they're all structural, they're all buildings, as it were. I'm just wondering whether this would apply, for example, to a playing field or a football pitch, for example. Would the same apply to that as well, where someone is trying to sell that land for other purposes, and it's an important feature, it's an important asset to the local community. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. There is a separate policy in the LDP which relates to the protection of open spaces, football pitches, green space, etc. So that isn't something that is covered in this particular SPG.
Okay with that, Councillor Biffle?
Thank you.
Okay, any other members? Councillor Pearce?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thanks again, Adrian. In section 5.4, I know it's something you can't change because it's part of Planning Policy Wales. It does talk about a positive approach should be taken subject to amenity considerations. Could you just explain what amenity considerations are? And in 6.1, it's just gone up. At the end of 6.1, it gives you Roman numeral 1 and 2 about the facility has been vacant or unused for a minimum of a year, or genuine attempts have been made to market the facility. At the end of that paragraph, could we put proof in line with, proof is required in line with sections 7 and 8, just to link those two elements to what is required to support 1 and 2. I know it naturally follows on, but I think it'd be useful that you have to give proof that it's been vacant or unused for a year, i.e. it could have been on the market and at the same time genuine attempts. And I know this usually applies to pubs, doesn't it, when we come to planning? If someone puts a conversion in for a property, has it been marketed correctly? So I'm just wondering whether after Roman numeral 1 and 2, we can just link it straight into section 7 and 8. That's all, Chair. Thank you.
In response to that first point, amenity considerations, I think that just refers to the standard planning terminology of living conditions it's referred to now. On that second point, I don't see any harm in making a very minor change just to do some cross-referencing. That's fairly simple to do. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Chris Bithell, you've still got your hand up. Do you want to come back or? Struggling there. Any other member wishing to speak? Councillor Bithell?
Sorry, it's the legacy hand, Chair.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, we'll move to the recommendation on page 252. That the retention of local facilities SPG is adopted as SPG and made available for inspection on the council's website, including this minor amendment as just discussed. Okay, moved, seconded, and all those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to agenda item 12, proposed Glyndŵr National Park. Chief Officer.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Members will be aware that Welsh Government set out an intention to designate a new national park for North East Wales in its programme for government in 2021 to 26. NRW are Welsh Government statutory advisor on landscape and natural beauty, and were commissioned to evaluate the case for the new national park. Engagement took place in 23 and was followed by a 10-week consultation ending in December 24. The Council's response was considered at this committee in November 24 and endorsed by Cabinet in December 24, and the response you can all see at Appendix 1. The response recognised some of the benefits that a new national park could bring, such as increased profile, increased tourism, and increased economic growth. But it did raise concerns about the financial burden and potential duplication of roles and governance. And through the 10-week consultation exercise, the name Glyndŵr was the clear favourite for the name of any new national park. In July 25, NRW's board considered the designation criteria and evidence and agreed that the proposal should progress to statutory consultation. And that's where we are today. And the changes made in response to the 2024 consultation include the reinstatement of Talacra Dunes and the removal of a large area of settled lowlands within Powys. In response to the Council's original concerns outlined in its consultation response, the First Minister issued a statement in April 24 giving assurances that any new national park will be properly funded without disadvantaging existing national parks or constituent local authorities. We have received a recent briefing note from NRW and that has repeated that assurance around the financial position. It also gave assurances that local authorities would input into the form and the function of the planning arrangements for any national park with an expectation of shared services and also potentially a joint development plan or joint development plans. Welsh Government have confirmed that the most significant costs of a new national park would form part of its future financial plans, but the costs and the costs of existing national parks do provide some background. However, it does accept that it isn't currently able to calculate the precise costs of the national park at this stage. Notwithstanding this, Welsh Government points to the fact that national parks are able to access additional grant capital funding through schemes such as sustainable landscapes, sustainable places, and local places for nature, etc., etc. And officers do recognise some of the benefits a national park could bring in terms of profile, economy, and tourism, as I've explained. But officers do have some concerns that without appropriate mitigation measures in place, increased visitor numbers could put increased pressure on local infrastructure and the environment. It could also increase the demand for housing, particularly by non-Welsh speakers, and that could result in higher house prices, which could affect the ability of some local people to secure a home. Furthermore, there's still a lack of clarity in terms of the funding of any national park and the duplication of roles and governance, particularly around the development management function of a national park, and also the requirement for a national park to have a development plan of its own of some description. So on that basis, a draft response is before you and is for your consideration this afternoon. Thank you, members. Happy to take any questions, Joe.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Healy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief Officer, for your report on this. We had a brief discussion in briefing, so that you know that I prepared you for the fact that I'm strongly opposed to the wording of this document, opposed to the recommendations, and opposed to the proposal for the draft response to NRW. Your executive summary is correct. It fails to mention, and I'm sorry, you've only been here 6 weeks. I'm sorry that nobody drew your attention to the fact that there had been a notice of motion to full council on the 18th of March on the subject of the national park. I proposed it, it was seconded by Councillor Simon Jones, and it put a more favourable slant on the national park and suggested one possible scheme that would be worth considering by the park. That was carried unanimously. So I'll explain later why I'm opposed to the specific recommendations. I've got no qualms with page 284. When we get on to 285, obviously it is a pity that Welsh Government has not made it clear to everyone. It took a battle to get the Deputy First Minister to give an assurance that Welsh Government will fund the national park, so it could allay the fears there. I attended a meeting in September I was invited to attend the round table, a Senedd round table on the national park. And as a result of that, I have additional information. Now, I can appreciate that if you've not heard this information, then it's problematical, and Welsh Government should have conveyed it. The sum that they will be allocating to the national park, in my understanding, is £4 million, which is about the amount that is used to fund the average primary school. In addition to that, they will be providing £1.5 million for a scheme called Fermio Bro, which is to grant grants to farming communities within the national park. So it's hardly a massive vanity project. And frankly, if £4 million were being given to the town centres or to advanced manufacture, we wouldn't be quibbling about value for money. It's because they've had the temerity to actually fund something for some rural communities for once. Okay. Now, the whole business about the Flintshire local plan and the role of the planning authority, it's by no means certain that the de facto, in practice position of the national park will be that it's the planning authority. My understanding is there's a lot of interest in what is called the South Downs model of the South Downs National Park. Now, to all intents and purposes, legally, that national park is the planning authority. But in reality, it delegates to each of its constituent local authorities the responsibilities for planning. And my guess is that there's interest in that because Welsh Government is funding this thing on less than half a shoestring. So it's by no means certain. But the burden providing land for employment and so forth still in that top paragraph on page 285. The national park is likely to create a greater variety of jobs within local communities. Jobs in conservation and work in the countryside, because not everyone wants to work in advanced manufacturing and they want to work in jobs that are good for their mental health and well-being outside. So there could be new opportunities there and a wider range. A constraint on growth. What I think we've got is we really do have to take on board the advantages of tourism as a boost to the rural economy and the importance of that, but also the halo effect of this, because the people who are going to visit, if they're going to stay anywhere, the national park, they're not necessarily going to stay in the national park. If they're going to Groningen to see the little terns, then they're much more likely to stay somewhere else unless they've taken their tent with them. So there's going to be a halo effect, which is a boost to the rural economy or the economy elsewhere. It may well be if mold isn't in the national park, and it probably won't be, there'll be people staying there, shopping there, and there'll be the local spend there, and there'll be additional income as far as Flintshire is concerned. So, the whole business about duplication as far as planning is concerned. Now, on a previous meeting, we had planning enforcement here, and we've discussed it here today. In a word, planning enforcement can't cope. At the previous meeting, it was reported there were 3 officers with 467 cases as a massive caseload. And I know for a fact that people in rural communities complain that there is a lack of enforcement of unauthorised development and things happen. Things that start off as a cowshed end up as a house. And when you complain about it, oh, it's a question of proportionality. Because the reality is we haven't got the legal capacity to deal with these issues. And in addition, some of these unauthorized developments are taking place because of takes such a long time to get planning permission. So you might as well go ahead and do it and then put in an application afterwards. That is what is happening. So if we were working and we had full capacity, you'd be able to moan about duplication, all right? But this thing, value for money and duplication, appear in the first recommendation, which is why the first recommendation is unacceptable. If we were able to do the job fully to everyone's satisfaction, there wouldn't be any concern about moan about duplication. But we could probably do with the additional help if the national park were the planning authority, which it probably won't be. Okay. Would we need to have our own redraw the local development plan? Well, previously when this came up, Andy Roberts, who was closely associated with the local development plan, gave an assurance that the national park probably wouldn't affect the local development plan because there's so little of Flintshire in it. And the only thing that's changed since then is they've added Gronant Dunes. And I don't think we're thinking of building on a little tern colony. Let us deal with the car parking and the increase on infrastructure. I don't deny it. I don't deny it that there could be an increase in parking problems in honeypot states. But this is a reason to be involved in the national park, to go in there and be prepared. It's a reason for people who do feel that they've got this problem in their ward to really consult residents. I think Kilken's a good example. And to say, would it be a good idea if the national park came up with a parking strategy, park and ride, traffic regulation orders to prevent parking, directional signs to show another way up to Mofama or whatever, wherever the site is, and that we really ask the National Park Authority to address that in some way with a parking strategy. I think it's an opportunity. Where there are problems that we foresee, I think it's a reason to get involved and to go prepared by consulting our wards that are in the national park and saying, well, could our ward benefit from further support with regard to flooding or with regard to a parking strategy? I think it's necessary for us to get involved in the governance. Now, governance. There is no information about governance. I think we'd be kicking up a fuss if we were presented with a fait accompli and we were told, well, that's what it's going to be, and you're not involved in it, that's it. No. Things happen in stages. And at the round table, I asked a question about governance. I must confess, I'd assumed that the structure would be similar to our national landscape one, where cabinet members from the constituent councils play a part in a joint partnership or joint committee or what have you. But if you look at the 3 existing national parks in Wales, there are governance structures, and by and large, they include a large number of councillors from the constituent councils, including backbenchers. So if that happens to be a model, then could I suggest that maybe Councillor Coggin-Cogan, Councillor Parkhurst are possible candidates for participating in the governance structure of the new national park? when we come on to the recommendation, obviously I'm opposed to recommendation 2, but I'll shut up now and I'll come in when we're dealing with the recommendations because I've got 4 alternative ones, sir. Yeah.
Okay, I've got a list of speakers.
I wasn't invited. I'm the cabinet member for Flintshire, and I wasn't invited to any round table. I do remember people telling me about it, or one person told me about it. I'd be interested to know more about it, who was there and who held it. I'd just like it known that I've not been invited to any round table. I've been given no figures at any time by anybody until today, and that includes the Welsh Government. I've had the same information as other councillors have had, and that's the Deputy First Minister's letters, which are vague. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, Councillor Coggins-Cockburn.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Councillor Healy for his comments and potential promotion. It was very kind. I think some of the questions I had have essentially been answered by Councillor Healy's remarks. I was wondering how confident the Chief Officer was that Welsh Government will fund it so none of the other local parks, or to the detriment of those other local national parks, and more importantly to the constituent local authorities. I didn't have any figures, but obviously Councillor Healy had the figure of £4 million. I just wondered what the Chief Officer's assessment of that was. I was also interested, was the last national park, was that in 57, was it? Yeah, so unfortunately, I don't think the Chief Officer can go and speak to the Chief Officers who were around then in the local authorities to ask how they sort of helped the introduction of the national park. But has he had conversations with his counterparts in local authorities that are in national parks and what their experience is? Because I think that would obviously have a bearing. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Healy.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I mean, first of all, excuse me, it's not for me to question the statement of the First Minister in terms of suggesting that they're going to fund the national park, and I'm happy to take that as read. Councillor Healy mentioned a figure of £4 million, but it's unclear what that £4 million is about. Is it a one-off? Is it £4 million a year? There's just no clarity around that. In terms of the governance issue and the duplication that we were talking about, what isn't disputed by anyone, I think, is the fact that there is a legal duty for a national park to have a local development plan. Now, some national parks will have a joint local development plan with an authority, and others will have a completely separate one. I guess I do have the advantage of having worked as a chief officer at Pembrokeshire County Council, which is the only county where the national park is within one county, if that makes sense. So if you look at Snowdonia National Park, that stretches a number of authorities, as does the Brecon Beacons National Park too. And in that particular instance, they had originally a joint local development plan with the county, and then went the separate ways. So the county had a local development plan and the national park had a local development plan. So, but either way, if the national park was created and it created its own local development plan, that would instantly have an impact on the Flintshire local development plan, because the boundary will be amended. So there'd have to be a review of the local plan. So what cannot be disputed is there is some impact, if that makes sense, on the creation of a national park in planning terms, certainly in local development plan terms. Now, I do know in terms of the South Downs model, what they effectively did was delegate the planning function, the development management function in terms of the processing of planning applications proportionally back to the constituent authorities. And that is clearly something that can happen. And then what you have is a fairly complicated situation where you've got a planning department that half deals with applications within the national park and half dealing with the rest of the county. Excuse me. The alternative model is the national park, like Snowdonia National Park, having its own development management function. So what you do have is a team of planning officers with a team leader and a development management manager dealing with application just in the same way that you have at Flintshire Council. So there is scope for duplication there. The disadvantage, I guess, and the reason that I've just exercised caution with the draft response is because this is so uncertain at the moment. There is no plan, and quite honestly, I would expect some sort of plan, and it's just not developed enough. So what we do know is that there will be some duplication because of the local plan element, and we're not so sure whether there'll be duplication over the governance arrangements in terms of the development management function as well. So I hope that answers your question. I think I've covered it, but you'll tell me otherwise, I'm sure.
No, thank you. You have sort of covered most of my points. I mean, it's I didn't know that you've been at Pembrokeshire, so that's interesting. You've got that experience. So what would be, with your unique experience, in terms of the people in this room, what would be your ideal model then of working with a national park with its own planning strategy? Would you want it that it's sort of that there is cross-pollination, not in terms of developing the plans, there'd be lots of, cross-border help, or is it better that there's a sort of quite a strict delineation, or, in your experience, just so it gives us a steer on what we should be looking for, the way we should be looking to scrutinise plans coming forward. Thank you, Chair.
Well, in my experience, the situation that we have now is simplest. Insofar as we have a county where we have a local plan and we look after our development management function. If that wasn't the case and there was a national park, and there are some advantages in national parks, I wouldn't want anybody to misunderstand that I'm here saying there's absolutely no disadvantages in having a national park, because of course there are around profile economy. We talked about that, and around the capital grants that Councillor Healy's mentioned as well. So that there are undoubtedly some benefits around the profile of a national park. Operationally, it undoubtedly causes some duplication. So, and there is, as the First Minister has acknowledged, there is additional cost around the creation of a national park. Now, what the First Minister has said in the statement is that the finances have been managed to accommodate that, so that we have some assurances on that. But nonetheless, it is still a cost, isn't it? That's the point, and there is still an element of duplication of roles and responsibilities and plan function as well.
Okay, thank you. Before I bring any others in, is there any other points you need to address with Councillor Healy before I bring other speakers in?
No, thank you, Chair. I think with respect, I think it was more of a statement than a series of questions from Councillor Healy, and all I would say is mindful of the notice of motion, but I am mindful of the response that Flintshire sent to NRW as part of that consultation response, which is appended to the report as Appendix 1, as is the draft response, the draft suggested response, which is here for consideration today as Appendix 2. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Chris Bithell.
Thank you, Chair. Nobody wants to be a dog in a manger with regard to this. Obviously it'll be a great opportunity. It's a beautiful area, as we all know, and we have a very close affinity with it as local members and as local communities. And there'll be benefits accruing to those particular areas. But as far as Flintshire is concerned, we're talking about a very narrow slither of land, which is basically the top of the Clwydyn Hills and a bit of spillover, and that's about it, really. And obviously those people living within that particular area will benefit. It'll assist the hospitality trade and so on and so forth, but much of it will affect and have a great impact on neighbouring areas and communities. In order to get to the national park, if this goes through, they're going to have to pass through other particular areas. As a mold member, they'll probably come through mold if they come in from a particular direction. And again, that will have an impact and pressure on local facilities. Our roads, we've been talking about roads now, how difficult it is for us to actually maintain what we've got now with the level of usage. In the discussions I've been involved in over this issue, they're talking about perhaps 500,000 additional visitors coming to this particular area. You know, that's going to put a huge pressure on the road system in terms of care and maintenance and repair. It's also having impact things on like car parking and on toilets. You know, we get to the stage where we're going to have no toilets in Mull very shortly by the looks of things. Again, how do we actually face up to this ourselves? Although the area within the national park will benefit and will have finance attributed to it, you know, what about the rest of those particular areas adjacent to it, which in my mind are going to take the bulk of the pressure really in terms of actually sustaining those additional visitors and tourists coming into the area. They'll stay in neighbouring communities outside the national park because, again, there'll be very few hotels, if any, for example, on the Cludian Hills itself, for obvious reasons. So they'll be staying and actually using neighbouring facilities outside the park. And this hasn't been addressed. I've raised this issue before. Yes, there'll be money for those areas within the park itself, but those areas outside, I've received no information or indication that they'll benefit in any way whatsoever, although those pressures will be, in my mind, in part, if not wholly, on those particular adjacent areas. That's my concern, Chair, and I've had no answers to that as far as up to this stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Biddle. Councillor Rose.
Thanks, everyone. I mean, just in relation to what Councillor Biffles just said then, I mean, passing through mould is a benefit, and we know things like towns like Riath that once the movement of the A55 changed and the A55 was created, Riath died, the town was killed. And so to say you don't want more people coming through a town, you know, it is not a benefit to a town because they don't use the facilities. You know, a facility like this, you know, going through other towns on their way to a national park is a preserving feature for those towns because it guarantees people are going to be in there. I mean, the letter, you know, I'm against the recommendations, I think, in the end. This letter is written in such a negative way, and it brings, you know, it brings in funding from multiple organisations when they're responding as Flintshire. You know, that there is a lot of grants the council gets at any time. And, you know, this letter's written in a way that says, well, actually, because other organisations, what does it say? Because a range of other public bodies have been constantly lobbying for public funding, we should not accept the national park. You know, of all the grants that this council gets, we don't use that same logic in terms of, no, we're not going to accept the grants because all these other bodies also need money. You know, that I don't think that's a viable logic for this. In addition to those, I mean, it seems to be written in a way which states there's no interest in having a national park. It also doesn't mention any of the key significant benefits like biodiversity, nature, the carbon storage from changes in practices or peat increases and investments in grants provided to farmers to change their practices. It doesn't mention rural communities, yet we mention changes to the plan to Powys for some reason. I mean, we mention growth in the letter, like the only possibility for growth for rural communities is to build over them. And it reads a pretty damning outlook for the cabinet on our rural areas, really, you know, if that's the letter we want to send. I hope that the new chief officer won't mind me quoting, you know, him from a different role, you know, where he said he couldn't see the creation of a national, there is a reason for it. He could not see the creation of a national park bringing more red tape to rural areas. And my experience of national parks is that they're created in areas of high quality. For me, you know, do we not agree that rural areas of Flintshire being high quality are suited enough for additional designations to make them more important and a priority. I think that for me, the Welsh Government funding for national parks works out around £3 per person in Wales, which is a significant portion of money going into national parks because of the benefits they get from them. Studies have shown £1 invested into the national park brings around £7 to over £7 back in health and wellbeing benefits. That's not including nature benefits, the carbon benefits, or anything else that goes with it. So when we're adding the non-visible elements, there's far more significant benefits that can come from it from such a small area that's actually going to impact Flintshire. I mean, it causing additional considerations in planning, possibly is a benefit for the local people to know that actually it may be looked at in a more significant light when there's planning developments. But this is still part of the consultation, so now is the opportunity to clean up any area of duplication that we're worried about. Suggestions have already been made from several groups all over. Councillor Healy mentioned one of them. We can have a single planning authority or total delegation to the local authorities that they're within. This seems to be a sticking point in the letter, while overstating about costs and ignoring the significant benefits that would come to the residents that live within the site, and also the benefits that come to the nearby towns on their way to it, as Councillor Bittles brought up. I mean, if this is the case that we're not requesting a single planning authority because duplicate is a core issue, rather than just delaying our rural communities with access to additional funding streams and support mechanisms, I think I'd like to see the letter phrased far more positively. For me personally, the reason I quoted our new chief executive, but is I felt that the meeting last year where a significant number of the members in the room voted against the proposals was it was swayed by the comments of the prior chief officer, and it was significantly negative. Where again it was very open-ended in terms of what the questions we were asking in terms of the start of the consultation, and so knowing the comments from previous roles, and now knowing it, he also worked in Pembrokeshire. Hopefully, the positivity and understanding of a national park is going to be different as to what it was under a previous chief officer. For me, I think proposing the letters updated to state we clearly were in favour of the significant benefits that come from the creation of a national park. However, we'd like to see some clear answers or mitigations on the risks mentioned below. I think that, rather than the current format, would make it clear that, we're not against the national park. We would like to see a national park. There's just some clarity on certain elements, because right now the way this is worded is just sort of, no thanks, we don't want it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rose. I'll bring the chief officer in.
Yeah, just to come back on some of the points from Councillor Rose, and I'm not sure whether you missed the paragraph within the letter, which I have to say is more positive than the previous letter, which was submitted having the agreement of the council. And the paragraph that I'm referring to is, I think, halfway down the second page, and I'll just summarise it. It says, as referred to in the council's earlier response, it is recognised that creation of a new national park could have a number of benefits, which include legal safeguards for the protection of natural beauty, wildlife and cultural heritage, a coordinated approach to climate adaptation and ecosystem restoration, increased scope to secure match funding and large-scale grants than a national landscape designation, an increase in tourism-related activity, and improved countryside access. So I apologise if you've missed that, Councillor Rose, but it's very clearly in that letter. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mike Pearce.
Right, thank you, Chair. Yes, we've been here before, and we've looked at it in some detail. Right, I tend to go with the chief officer's comments, because if we look in the report at section 107, the council's response to the earlier consultation raised several concerns, and they're all listed there, and they are replicated into the letter, so we have to be considerate of that. If we look at section 111, I have a concern about the impact it will have on the LDP, which we have in place, very robust, and it covers all parts of Flintshire, and I'm not keen on having that revised to facilitate the new national parks LDP. 115, it will bring planning restrictions. Will bring restrictions into part of Flintshire, and I have to say I've been looking beyond what's in the report. I've been researching this as well. I actually came across a document here which, and I don't mean to follow what Denbighshire have done. We'll do what we think is right. But their comments was about fearing the tighter planning legislation of a national park, coupled with insufficient infrastructure and funds. And it also talks about handcuffing us with planning restraints through a national park, reducing the ability to deliver houses or the affordable homes we want in the area as we do. And this is an important point, which I think perhaps the Chief Officer can pick up on, that it was questioned in Denbighshire Council. It was questioned, what is the value of a national park when we already have the area of outstanding natural beauty already setting a high standard. And I think one of their proposals was that until it was more clear and the funding, perhaps they defer it until after the Senate elections in 2026. I'm not saying that's what we need to do. I'm just reporting back what has been considered. So yeah, I think they make a good point that we do have an AONB, which does provide, the natural beauty, and as we know, it's been well protected in our own planning, legislation. So that protects the area, but it still allows some development to take place. So I'm in support of what Chief Officer has stated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lloyd.
Yes, thanks, Councillor Pierce. You've read what Denbighshire said as well. I was about to say virtually the same thing. So it's obvious that Denbighshire Council doesn't support the national park. Denbighshire covers the main area. Am I right in saying that? If you can just tell me what the percentages are. But I know Flintshire, as Councillor Bithers says, is only a small slither. I'm worried about the forcing the review of the LDP, because there's a lot of work gone into the one we've just had. I wouldn't like to put that to the officers just yet again. Concerns regarding the costs as well. No details about the funding that's available. So I won't repeat what Councillor Pierce has said, just to accept that, yes, it is an AONB, and that sets a high standard already. So I really can't see that we need another national park. The thing that the points that Denbighshire Council have raised, with not in support of it, are very valid as far as I'm concerned. We know that even in Snowdonia, they're parking on the side of the road and they're having trouble there. We haven't got the infrastructure to cope with it. And without more information, I don't think it's the right thing. And I agree with the Chief Officer's recommendations. Thanks.
Question, thank you. Yeah, I did mention about the existing AOB, and I don't want to put the Chief Officer on the spot because he may not have considered it, but it is of value. And do we need to mention that in our response as an alternative, which is adequate for what we need? I'm just expressing my opinion, Councillor Healy, that's all.
Thank you, Chair. I think the response does recognise there is a value in a national park. It does have a number of benefits, and I've tried to take some care within that draft response, because there are some arguments that I think that have been advanced that I don't think are particularly strong around. I think there is a misnomer that planning restrictions are much tighter in a national park. My experience is that they're not much tighter than a national landscape area or an area of outstanding natural beauty, because by definition, there are very tight planning policies which govern development in an area of outstanding natural beauty, national landscape area. So you'll notice that the draft response doesn't major on that at all, because I don't think that is a significant risk. And also, I think in previous iterations, there has been some concern about the delivery of housing, for example. Well, the reality is, given the location of areas of outstanding natural beauty, and I'm sure my planning colleagues would agree with me on this, that very, very little of the council's housing is to be delivered in an area of outstanding natural beauty or national landscape, because of the planning restrictions that already exist there. And by definition, they're not really in the most sustainable of locations where we'd like to focus our housing. So the response has been very careful not to throw in every argument against the national park in terms of it will impact on our housing numbers. There will be far more restrictive planning policies, because in my view, that isn't actually strictly true. So, you know, the response, whilst I understand Councillor Rose thinks the response is unduly negative, I have tried to take care to balance some of the positives, but it would be remiss of me not to highlight to members that there is still some real concerns around duplication of governance, which is, to my mind, the main point of concern at this point in time. And that around the impact on infrastructure and the likes if there is no mitigation, and we're not clear on mitigation at this point as well. So it is trying to be a balanced draft response for you to consider. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dolphin.
Thank you, Chair. There are advantages to having a national park. Of course there are. One of them is tourism. And with tourism, obviously you want more numbers to visit your area. So they will come to Glyndŵr from Barnsley and from the Wirral and other areas once they find out where that is, which is North East Wales. So it's a long slither, well, it's a long piece of land. It's a big park, a long park. Only 12% of the park would actually be in the park. Only 12% of Flintshire would be in the park. And the boundaries are now set. They are not going to be changed. The boundaries that we are presented with are now set, and they include the newest part for us is the sands, basically, and the dunes in Tilacra and Gronant. Not all the caravans around it, just the beach area. And that's good. So there are advantages, tourism, but obviously there's disadvantages with tourism. Verge parking will be one of them. We will create problems where we haven't got problems, and verge parking will be one of them. It won't be the car parks down in Holywell. None of our towns are going to be in the national park. So the 88% of Flintshire that is not in the national park has got a problem, because they haven't got that infrastructure, and they won't be getting that money from national parks or those that can apply for grants that live in the national park. Fermio Bro was mentioned. That's for farmers that live in designated landscapes and national parks, national landscapes. That is for farmers to apply for, and not for the rest of us. So second homes would be a problem. You want a national park, you guarantee second homes. So there will be something that the Welsh Government doesn't want. There will be more second homes. The house prices will go up for a period of time. I think that's proven to be the case. They won't stay higher, but house prices will go up for a period of time. There will be traffic congestion where we haven't got traffic congestion now, because if you're having 100,000 visitors or 70,000 visitors or 50,000 or 40,000 or just a few thousand, you've got more than you've got now. And if you've only got a few thousand, well, the national park hasn't really worked, because the idea is it's to create tourism. And hopefully there would be the advantage that local towns would get that mould, would get people spending money there, that Holywell may get money being spent there, may do. That would be the hope. So nobody's mentioned street lighting either. A lot of street lighting inside the park would not be up to standard. Community councils would be affected by this. So that would need to be looked at as well. There are implications that we've probably not thought of at all that will cause a problem once it's decided it's going to happen. And there's going to be a decision before the next Senate elections, because that was the Labour government manifesto, and that is going to happen. So the Deputy First Minister's letter, which we've had, which was to explain about all the finance and reassure councils, it's not really done that because there's no figures in it. It basically says, and we've discussed this earlier, we can't fix our roads, we can't fix our pavements, we can't get a slurry seal done, or we can't get enough of them done. So it's all about everything we discuss, money is implicated. But for this, basically, if you read the letter, it says, how much do you want? You can have as much as you want, but there's no ceiling. That's basically what it says. Don't worry about it. It's going to be all right. But that, as you know, you know, as a cabinet member for tourism, great. Let's have a national park. But as a county councillor in Flintshire, there's responsibility to the rest of Flintshire, and it's not acceptable to have letters with no real reassurance, no business plan. If you look at the Arup report, which is in some of the documentation, where it goes a little bit deeper into things, their recommendations, assess overall value for money, it's in there. Update and refine an economic impact, which should be the part of any future business case. Well, we should have that already, but that's not been done. It's not been proven this is going to be a success, and it's proven that we haven't got the infrastructure for it, because we know that to be true. As I say, there's disadvantages and there's advantages, but there's more disadvantages than there are advantages. And when Councillor Healy spoke, and he spoke really well, but you used the word probables a lot. We can't deal with probables and say we're going to do it. It's got to be, we've got to have it right. So we have to lead on from there. So it's up to the committee what they wish to do, but I would ask you to think of the 88% of Flintshire. The 12% I'm sure would be fine. It would be looked after, because it will be separated basically from the rest of us with extra money and extra reassurance. But the 88% of Flintshire, which is where we all live mainly, we might be facing a further uphill battle to improve our infrastructure, which we already struggle with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I did say I'd allow Councillor Healy to come back and put forward. Obviously, the recommendations are there on page 283, but I believe Councillor Healy wants to submit an amendment.
Can I just respond to some of the comments that have been made before we get on to the recommendations, if that's all right? So, thank you. First of all, I'm sorry that Councillor Dolphin wasn't invited to this round table. I got an invite out of the blue, and I'm sorry that he wasn't there, and that's a great pity. In response to several of the things, first of all, there is this idea, and it's not the AONB anymore, it's the national landscape. The national landscape is already doing a good job. Now, let's take the case of curlews and biodiversity and other forms of biodiversity. 2 years ago, when it was the AONB tried desperately hard. Oh, the curlew is a bird that's, for the last 2 years, they've been saying that it'll become extinct in Wales. For the last 10 years, they've been saying it's becoming extinct in Wales within 10 years. They've been saying that for the last couple of years. We've got about 8 years left. There were.
Sorry, can we either come to the recommendation or address what the points?
We're talking about the idea of the national landscape already doing a good job. And what I'm saying is they tried to protect nesting curlews 2 years ago when they found 4 nest sites in the Clwydian range, and they failed to do that because of predation. They have managed to get the funding to put an electric fence this year and done better, but it's all on a knife edge, and biodiversity generally is on a knife edge and can benefit from the additional protection. Secondly, this additional level of bureaucracy thing. The national park has the potential to do things that nobody else will do because of its overarching nature. On the 18th of March, we discussed a notice of motion. One of the ideas that was put forward was persuading the national park to block or create a wetland habitat of the River Allen to enhance biodiversity upstream in order to promote flood resilience downstream. That was actually part of the resolution that was passed. And that's something that really needs to do because flooding from the River Allen is not being addressed sufficiently and is causing real problems. With climate change, it's becoming serious. So Flintshire is not going to do it, Denbighshire is not going to do it, and NRW is not going to do it. That is a project that could only be done by the overarching mechanism of a national park. And it's just one example of how an additional layer of bureaucracy is needed in this sense. We keep getting all this talk about value for money time and time again, but I repeat, if this was money going into the town centres or into advanced manufacturing rather than rural communities, nobody would be batting an eyelid. And this is a rare opportunity for those rural communities to actually get something done that suits those communities. Yes, I may have mentioned the word probable a few times, Councillor Dolphin, but I think it is necessary for us to be actively involved so that we make what we want to be probable actually happen. And that active involvement is the key. I'll move on to my comment on the recommendations. My comment in the recommendations is that we delete recommendations 1, 2 as they're currently, because they are unacceptable. All right. The first one reflects the overall negativity of the report, which it is, in spite of proclaiming to be well balanced. And in place of recommendation 1, we put Flintshire officers and relevant cabinet members should actively participate in national park governance design to ensure Flintshire communities have a strong voice. Now, I know there are concerns, and we want to know a bit about this, that, and the other, but I think it's going to happen, whether we like it or not. It's a manifesto commitment. It's going to happen. We need to get in there and make sure it happens the way we want. That's recommendation 1. 2, that representatives of wards within the proposed national park be encouraged to identify possible projects which could be funded by the new National Park Authority. That's the second recommendation. It might be a parking strategy for that particular community. It might be assistance with a severe flooding problem. It might be the one that I've mentioned about creating a wetland habitat upstream on the River Allen and promoting flood resilience down below. There may be many other examples, but that members be encouraged to do that. And also, thirdly, that members of those wards be consulted about such projects by the Cabinet Member for Environment, Regeneration, Countryside and Tourism and the Chief Officer, Place and Growth. The reason for that is when it is formed as a national park, we can go in armed and know what we want for our communities in Flintshire. It's going to happen, and we go in to the table to request funding for this, that or the other. Now, 4, that the draft response as in Appendix 2 be significantly amended so that it does not present a negative view of the potential benefits of the new national park, and that the response be reported to members of this committee. I appreciate it's problematical, and I think Councillor Dan Rose did point us in the direction of how that could probably be done. But I'll leave it at that.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that? We'll just second. So we have a seconder for that. Councillor Collins Coates seconding those recommendations. So you want to speak on?
Can I ask you a question? Yeah. Councillor Healy, you just told us it's going to happen whether we like it or not, and then you repeated later on it's going to happen. Have you got some information that we haven't got? And who told you?
It's a manifesto commitment, and it's quite apparent that Welsh Government has gone a long way with regard to this, and it's the letter from the Deputy First Minister makes it clear that they are prepared to fund it, and fund it forevermore. There is a definite commitment. So I feel that there may be qualms and reservations, and we might need to ask for further clarification over some points, but I think we can be pretty sure that once they've done it, they'll stick to their word.
Okay, we've got a recommendation on the table at the moment. We'll take a vote on this recommendation. If it doesn't succeed, then we'll go back to the recommendations or a further amendment. So can I have a show of hands for those in favour of the recommendation put forward by Councillor Healy? Okay, that's 3. Can I have a show of hands against? That's 4. And abstentions? Okay, that recommendation is lost. So do I have a further motion to either accept the recommendation as put or?
Thank you. Can I move the recommendations on page 283, please, as they stand? Thank you.
Okay, can I have a show of hands, those in favour of the recommendation? 5. And those against? 3. Okay, that's the recommendation that's passed as per page 283. Okay, thank you all very much for that. Before we just move on to the last item, it is a local government access to information to consider the exclusion of press and public. The report relates to contract negotiations and the public interest in withholding information outweighs the public interest in disclosing the information until the contract is complete. Can I move that we exclude press and public? Seconded, and show of hands those in favour. Okay, that's passed. Okay.